It's time. We
Oh, you
completed the
unmuted right when I
picture.
was blowing my nose.
We completed the picture. Let's take a look at it. Hey,
The
Realism.
whole
Hey,
picture is
Doc.
finally complete. We have all
It
the
is.
parties and all the players
Oh,
in place.
Who's that?
All the parties
What's that?
is finally here at the very end, once we have this full picture. Hello, chat. How is everyone? Nice to meet you all.
You're coming.
What's
Who's
the
this-
surprise
who's this-
special guest?
Who is this mysterious
Yeah?
third person? Reveal! Go from the
What?
starting screen to reveal my
Here we
true
go.
form.
And where's
A
the...
wolf.
Hey,
Doc.
wolf.
Hey, wolf.
Hey,
Realism.
dog.
There we go.
Where's the chat? Where's the...
Yeah, why is it not showing up?
Hey, Kira.
Did you send it to P Live it?
Hey, Kira.
There it is. I think... No, it's the wrong one.
The
I
wolf
hid it because
realism.
we were gonna
dog.
hide it and then show it, and then I... Oh god, where's
What?
the...
Am I not a tab of audio doc to you? What are you confused about realism?
Oh, because I'm on the wrong one. There we go.
We have all the pieces together.
It's because I was on the wrong...
We went
There we
back to
go.
Q&A time.
Reveal. Botch reveal.
Wait, should you have a stream on? That be in your stream? Like, it's called stream? So-
Yeah.
Wait,
here's the
okay,
stream.
there it is. Yup, hey. You might
Hey,
want to move
there.
your VTuber to the side of it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Edwards,
Yeah,
you-
also new VTuber model, kind of. I just changed the hair to something that's actually good.
upgraded VTuber.
Nice.
I wish I was that good, Wolf. I wish I was Kire.
Yodo Kobe.
Yorokobe, Shonen. We are the
Called.
Trinity. The
Yeah.
OG3.
I can't do that because I have to.
All of the streams have to be scuffed. It's a rule.
Okay, now to look at the Discord stream. Yep. And now to
Oh, why is my nose filled today?
figure.
Ah, it must
Wait,
be
I
the
have a
world
thing for
telling me
that.
it's time to do Angra.
So, chat. I won't be typing that much in chat.
You don't have to.
I don't have to. I can now delete your spoilers without saying anything.
You
Off the
can
top, you thought
with
another
your
time.
mouth.
I can talk. I can see. Okay,
You can
let's
use
get started.
words.
Because now I can actually face you guys, you know? I'm here. I don't even have swords or buttons. I can just say, get a move on, nerds.
You can directly control the pace.
Yes.
Nah,
Ah,
don't be that mean.
You can just say curse things
But
out loud
yes.
instead.
So yeah, welcome everyone to the Q&A. Sadly, we won't have episode 69.
I mean, this kind of is episode
It's
69.
episode 69.
The hidden 69.
It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice.
The hidden 69? What, we have the mature content filter on?
Hey, kudos.
The mature content filter on. Hey, kudos.
So yeah,
Yes.
all the questions already submitted in Discord.
Hey,
All three of
Liz.
us have responded to the questions, and we're gonna have a great time doing so and spend like 8 hours speaking about this.
I'm so excited. Hey, Liz, and also thanks
It's
for the
gonna be
100 bits,
great.
In the
kudos.
Q&A,
Let's begin
featuring Wise Fool of Death,
as your
Yep.
special
who's
guest.
been here from the start.
Since
Second
episode
stream,
2.
Yes,
Yep.
thanks for the bits, kudos. And yes,
Congrats!
Been through
hello,
2 Beyonds.
Moose. It is technically not a numbered episode,
It's a special episode.
but if it were,
It's spiritually 69.
That was the only way they could get me on here, to be in a side episode. The main- Too much power.
Side episode.
Okay, let's get to the
Alright,
first,
let's
the
get
first
into
question,
it.
which is a
yeah,
kind of big one.
let's open up the jukebox while we do this. As
Yeah, I
this
don't-
is
Hello, Dead, I'm wise.
extra-
But
Spiritually 69. All right, so we're
What's
starting
gonna be in
off
our
with
jukebox?
non-story segments. So let's get
Yeah, we're doing something light.
Oh god, where's fate questions? There it is.
That-
Okay.
That's a bit dark.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
looks at
That's
non-story
more like
segments. I have selected.
that's like Dual Truth's more like mid game. Of course. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
This
this-
was
Strange friend, the YouTuber music?
Strange friend.
I'll
My
definitely.
stream is stuck too. I just know that one by name.
Okay, maybe go to the other one you just went through. This is maybe a bit too bouncy.
Yeah.
Like the more calm one. That was still size. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I like this
Yeah,
one.
this is good.
This is-
Just for background music.
All right. So, right. Have we actually closed the questions channel? Because
Yeah, we have.
Yes, we
A while
have. I
ago.
just forgot
we
to say
have.
something
Okay,
Good.
good.
because I was
good.
dead
got them.
tired that night.
All right. So yes,
Oh,
First,
whoa.
starting
not
from
playing.
Is
this
audio not
question
playing?
from
Play the
Rosa.
audio. Check the audio. I don't know the audio. I already muted the stream.
Oh
I'm usually supposed to be the one who says it, but I muted the stream, so echoes. My goals. No.
All right. I know what's going on. I just
no! Add the-
actually put time into like trying
Yeah.
to make everything organized and that. There we go. That just confused me
Aw.
more.
Rip.
Indeed.
Oh, great. And my left ear is acting up today too.
Survive the hours. Don't die. It's your final stretch.
Oh.
Just have 8 hours streaming and have no other streams for the rest of the week.
I mean, 1 8-hour stream and then a couple of like anime streams is nothing. The anime streams are so easy.
I know.
Oh my
I just
god, we'll be
react
able to
to
get
them.
back to those.
I'm just starting with the cooking anime, probably, right?
Okay, so
We want to start
yeah,
with
of
something
course,
good,
we're
right?
doing-
Before Apocrypha.
Okay, so yeah, of course we're doing Emmy of Cocaine before Apocrypha. But first thing first, we should figure out the order we should have our answers to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about
Maybe
Discord order?
Discord
Are
or-
me wise?
Is that right?
Sure.
Okay.
Because
I'm
that's the order that we're labeled in from top to bottom.
No, we're not doing Garden of Sinners first, alright, dog.
We will do it
Aw.
eventually, though. 'Cause
I mean,
I'm pretty
yeah, Garden of
sure
Sinners is
That's the
good.
point.
That's when I'm pretty
But we
sure I
should
got
have- we should have
confirmation
some-
that
we have to-
Shiki's the protagonist.
We should have good aftertaste after Ataraxia before moving to the darker stuff.
Yeah. Like we spent some time watching Aaron Headbutt videos before we went to Dean.
Oh god. Don't
Actually,
remind me.
that's really mean to Dean. I would not compare it with what I've heard about like Apocrypha.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
Dean-
heard
Dean-
so many
I
things.
think Dean. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean on a stream.
But yeah, like I mean the worst parts about Dean were like boring.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, it's just boring. It's just boring. And rom-com
It was boring
Shiro
and they
is
got
not as fun
Shiro
as we
wrong.
think. Rom-com Shiro
Yeah,
is
I
boring.
mean it was probably the best time in my life to watch it.
Yeah,
Specifically that
yeah.
moment. So I will always have fond memories of it.
You weren't at the Dean Street,
But-
dog? Okay,
Anyway.
yeah, but
Didn't watch
we should
that
talk.
yet.
We're not talking about Dean.
we're talking about
Yes.
Ataraxia.
I am the
Alright,
director now.
so also
So,
I just
Aru,
realized something.
Top 5.
Yeah, Ara? What you realize?
When I thought of non-story segments, I was thinking like specifically the main story with Baz and Angra and Karen. So I
Yep.
may have included the some of the plot but non-story
Exclamation mark
segments.
scenes.
Yeah.
That's fine.
My take was no exclamation point, and I just did new scenes. That's all. So I had to
Yeah,
specifically look
yeah.
I had to go to the scene and be like, "Is this new exclamation point?" So, but don't worry if you got different answers.
Yeah, yeah.
Who cares? Let's go.
Yeah, I aimed for that, but yeah, let's start. Let's go
Hmm.
from 5 to 1.
Yeah, 5.
Like 5, all of our 5s, and then all
Yeah.
of our 4s, and then
Yeah.
So yeah, Aru, number 5.
All right, so since I did include those, my number 5 was the Reen box scene. Collide
Based.
was it Collide Ruby. It was just so
Yeah.
great seeing Shiro and Reen locked in that box together, interacting. The AU Reen
Bottle
was
episode.
amazing. The fact that Ruby was literally just the fucking key. Ruby
Yeah,
was just a
just
key.
a way for Zarish to open the box just in case anyone actually accidentally got locked in there.
It was so good.
Not even like UBW epilogue win. This was like college win.
Yeah. And just the fact that it was literally the most absurd thing, because we were like, is Reen locked in the box? Oh my god, is Reen in the box? Open
Yeah,
the
like the
box,
funniest.
she's
I think
there.
one,
College.
I think one of the fun. Yeah, this is like late college. I think even further than like UBW episode 25. But yeah, Rin being
Yeah,
locked in a
yeah.
box and like Shiro opening it, then closing it, then opening it again. It's like one of the most funniest, like out of context thing ever.
Oh my god, that was the original UVW anime door scene!
Yep. You found it.
Oh my god, that's totally where they got it from.
Oh, yeah! Yeah! It's just
Yeah,
literally better.
Like you notice that a lot of things that the
Everything.
UBW does add is kind of from HA. Like
Yeah.
And then,
Fucking,
like,
I remember a constant in the fucking Stay Night playthrough was me going like, I like this thing that's just, from the extra stuff, and then you'd send me a message like, shh, shut up about that, it's
yeah, hold on,
it's
I,
HA.
like, I forgot like the exact thing. What was that? Like was it
The exact thing was, I think it was Taiga and Lancer.
maybe yeah,
being,
Tiger
like,
Knight.
a ship, and like because of that.
yeah, I always
Maybe.
thought they would that
But-
they would like make a good couple.
But right, so you were talking still.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I know, and then at the very end they fall right back into it. And also we got glimpses of
Luvia.
Luvia. Yeah, we got glimpses of Luvia.
Oh my
Yep.
god. Did I have Luvia on my character sheet? Yeah, I did.
Oh,
Yeah, I did.
Get Luvia?
did that
No.
cut out?
Did I
Damn.
get that out?
What did you do?
Okay, back. I
That
can't
was
do.
not my best, but
I can't do
That's
Rich
pretty
Girl
good.
laugh.
I can do a better Ojo laugh. But all right, so yeah, was that?
That's more or less what I have to say about it. There's a lot more in my brain that won't exit properly, but yeah. It was real
It's
good.
all good. Don't worry.
Yeah, no problem.
Also,
like,
I just-
spoilers ahead, but we'll get another chance to talk about that scene.
Also, I
Probably
just
too.
I just really
Wonder.
liked it was so just really funny how Clyde and Ruby like really resembled the reality Marvel there.
Yeah, the whole like it being like a parody of like magic mascots, like QB.
Yeah, realism
being
is like
and like
She
she
doesn't
noticing
get that though.
and she was noticing that Zarish made it like can't lie on purpose. You had to have an inborn like flaw because I was like the Ruby one would just socially manipulate everyone. It had to have that flaw.
so just have really fond memories of that
okay.
Just like
because it was
yeah, good. Okay.
it was like one where we were like, yeah, there's no way we're gonna finish this in one stream, and we pushed and we pushed and we did it.
And then you died the next game.
I did.
The next game.
But I felt really good.
Okay.
Uh,
Nanostone, number 5.
Yeah. You go.
Number 5,
Okay.
fucking the maid soul talk. I don't think that was a exclamation point. It might have been, but I don't
I don't-
remember.
I think it
I
was.
don't think so.
But it might have been.
Maybe?
Yeah. Yeah,
Who
no.
cares?
Just like fucking Sella talking about not having an afterlife. And about like the differences between her and Liz and how like Liz and Ilya will. But like she gets to like live until she breaks down, and the fucking philosophy on that.
Yeah, that was
fucking
gonna be my number
incredible.
6.
I can't add anything more than that.
So I guess
Yeah. I mean, honestly, yeah. It like we it sent us into a like
Yeah.
serious talk.
It was the first.
because it was
Wait, it
fucking
was
good.
it's the proto feet talk.
No. Please. But yeah, just I forgot the exact specifics of that scene, but I remember it being good.
Yeah, no, it was real good.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
again, that was my
yeah.
number 6, which I guess would probably be my number 4 in the adjusted list for the top 2.
Oh, I have so many runners up.
I don't have any more stuff. I didn't put that much effort in these like no story scenes. I mean, I did put effort in, but I put all the effort in for the story
Yeah.
scenes later.
Yeah. Like when I was putting these together, I had like 2 scenes. It was my number 1 and then the maid soul talk. And then I'm like, okay, I gotta remember more. Okay, this one, right, there's that one. Oh god. And I just
Yeah.
kept
Yeah. Scroll through the
oh,
YouTube
just so
thumbnails.
many,
right?
and then I had to sort them.
I'm sorry, fishing
Yup.
scene. You had to go. You were hilarious, but not that deep. Sorry. Okay, so probably my turn.
Yeah,
If you finish.
your
I
turn,
don't-
Wise. What's your number
Go
5?
Wise.
My number 5 is trying to find it. The Tiger and Kazuki talk. Some may say this is too low, but I just overall, I like the whole stalking Tiger scene and Kazuki is really great. But I'm more specifically talking about that talk in the cafe. Like that section of scene is what bumps it up to number 5, and just the understanding of Kazuki's character that we can build on from the, of course, backstory scene, either before and after, depending how you play it. But I also really like how they expose Tiger and show that even behind all that bluster and all that tigerness, that you see throughout Stay Night, there is a real person underneath all of that has her insecurities about not being attractive, not understanding romance. Like imagine her seeing Shiro with all these girls, and she looks at her own life like, what am I doing? I had basically nothing.
Oh my
in
God.
that type of section.
And just like, yeah, that would have been my
Kazuki-
runner-up as well. So
And Kazuki agrees that in his pre Medea state, romance isn't essential to living, but that type of love in life, it can be platonic love, it can be romantic love, makes living more than just existing in his own terms.
and also
Which is just
the
a
fact,
really good. Sorry, go on, yeah.
I was just gonna say, and the fact that Castor knew.
Yeah. Medea always knew what type of man Kazuki was, and that's why she fell in love with him.
But
If
she
he
already
was
knew
only if he was only an assassin with no heart, Medea would never have just fallen in love just because he saved her.
I mean, the
She
truth
would
is,
have just used him and left.
Midas
Yep.
steals a lie.
And yeah, just and how Kuzuki later on, at the very end, approach romance like teaching and learning and studying. No one truly gets it. No one ever gets relationships 100%. If anyone ever says that, that's a lie. You just have to keep learning, keep growing, accumulating that knowledge forever, and that's fine. That's life,
Is how it
and that's
goes.
why
what
number
all
5.
the people say.
That's what all the people
But
say.
yeah. Riding high in April. But yeah.
Now back to Aru with her
That
number
is
4.
a real fucking good scene. One of the best scene, post finale, probably. Yeah, for a talk. Yeah, that. That's actually
What?
higher up on my list.
Doc? What the?
Let's not get off topic.
Yeah,
Let's not get off topic. Number 4, Aru.
Yes.
Yeah.
So my number 4 was the Sakura date at the castle. I just remembered that was one of the first times where it really hit how much of a paradise the Hollow Ataraxia was, and the fact that Shangra acknowledged that it would end at the Knights.
Yeah.
Shangra demonstrated
And
knowledge of it ending.
It's all clear.
Yes, the
And it-
dress is so good.
Finally.
I still don't like it
dressed.
yet.
She finally got to be happy,
Mhm.
and you got to see her
Those
happy
two dorks.
in
Those
more
two
of a
dorks.
more of a scene than just getting Reen's point of view, like looking in on the happy Ymia household in the true end of Heaven's
Mhm.
Feel.
They were open and happy with each other for that night.
Yeah, it's just a really like a culmination of all the suffering and pain they went through Heaven's Feel, and just this is the result of
It was-
Sakura fully embracing the fantasy, and like this type of fairy tale princess is also added to your photo ball. Remember her whole dream about being a fairy tale princess while she was killing people.
Yeah, that was
literal-
interesting. I like that.
And
And yeah,
she's
she got to
finally
live that
living
out.
that-
Yeah,
Yeah.
with
She's
Fira.
finally living that dream that she probably had during like her suffering. It's like maybe
Oh,
one
so
day
good.
I'll have this. And Shiro is her savior
yeah.
and prince and all that stuff. It's just really good.
The
I love that.
fucking
scene.
literal, like, Cinderella type escapism.
Yeah, no, like when this clock strikes 12, everything.
Oh god.
Mm-hmm.
Her evil stepbrother and her evil stepfather.
Yep.
Oh wow, it
It
goes
just,
real
it-
deep,
it-
doesn't it?
it just
Yeah, I
sets that
saw
whole
the
scene.
Cinderella connection, but oh my god, it's a lot deeper than I thought.
Yeah.
It's so good.
That was definitely like a high runner-up. Like, it would probably be
Mhm.
number 7 or 6-ish. I didn't really sort the runners-up very easily. Very
Yeah,
much.
for me, my runners-up are kind of my. I'm
I
not
don't-
sure if I want to talk about my top 2 here or discuss them in the story section, or they'll probably be talked about
Well,
more.
Wait into the story section. Into
Yeah,
So we-
yeah.
this is still
Yeah.
happy go time with this music.
Alright. So, my number 4, then? Or
Yep.
if you still have more to...
Oh, really, just I really, really like that scene.
It's a good scene.
Oh, actually, I guess I will mention. I also really like the Shiro and Sakura date. At the pool. I felt it like covered the other half of Heaven's Feel.
Mm,
So would you like?
Yeah,
call
that-
it- Is that like a runner up for you?
Yeah, it's
Or does
that
definitely a
was my
runner up, and
number 6
honestly,
runner-up.
actually, God, it's so hard to choose. I haven't sorted them yet, but yeah, that would also probably have taken one of the slots had I moved my
To be honest,
first
that's
2 to where they
like-
belong.
That's why I made the story second to top 10. Because I knew I couldn't make it top 5. It would be too
Yeah,
hard.
yeah. Fucking okay, like, which I feel like leads perfectly into my number 4, which is the Reen pool scene, which only works nearly like it works so well because it's a contrast to the other pool scenes, and like,
Mhm.
so this is also giving props to the Sakura pool scene and the Saber pool scene, is what I have
Yeah.
written down in here.
Mhm.
I'm looking away respectfully from the Ilia pool scene.
Yeah, we're ignoring the idiot pool scene for this analysis. Sorry, guys. The trash.
I mean, I like to pretend it doesn't exist, except for the detail that Gil owns Waka Waka Splash.
Yeah, we keep that and leave
There were-
everything else.
There were many good parts of it, and we look
Yeah,
away from the
sure.
rest. Anyway, but
You
yeah,
mean?
just the Reen pool scene serving as like an actual example of like all the pool scenes do. It shows where she is after her character arc, and where she is willing to be more vulnerable more often and like open up. And that's fucking amazing. And it's like, I feel like a lot of I feel like a lot of scenes I like in this visual novel are a little bit actually genuinely unfairly like weighted towards Reen. But that's just because like with these in place, like it makes all of Stay Night even better.
Yeah, you should
Yeah,
see
that's
my
like-
number 3.
Like, Wise and I have a shit ton of conversation about this. Like, Stay Night is a little too subtle about Reen's character arc, and it doesn't give her nearly enough, like,
Yeah.
actual screen time.
There's definitely a lot of complaints about Rin and UBW and how
Mm.
you can definitely see her character arc like growing in the background, but the problem is it's not really focused enough. Even though she has so much screen time, you can barely see it. You know, that's the problem. Like compared to
Yeah.
her screen time, the amount of character arc and growth and development is barely there compared to like Sakura, which has one route and has her whole deal, and Ilya as well, which mostly has one root of her actual self, and Kirei. Like they have a lot less screen time, yet can do so much more compared to Rin, which has like she's basically the protagonist, and yet is one of the most subtlest characters.
Yeah, her arc in UVW was so
Oh, yeah. And yeah, like, I almost wanted to give props to the character assassination scene on one of these, like you said, realism, but like, I just have to give it to the actual good scene, because fucking, like, her at the fucking pool, just relaxing and being insecure, and just, like, actually having, like, regular conversation with Shiro. Like, it's just where she's actually just opening up, and she's, like, talking about fucking, like, where their eyes go to on Ryder, admittedly.
Yeah,
like,
it's so good. Like, how they
great moment.
How they, like,
she
Shiro's, like,
and Mina's honest.
like how Shiro looks at like Ryan and looks at like a ruse or something, and it's like, oh no, like you think the expected tsundere reaction. I mean, it's like, yeah, I went there as well. It's so good. She's not hiding
so
like that between her mask or anything. She's just
And, like,
embracing that.
Honestly,
And like she's not being insecure about her own looks because she trusts Shiro.
and honestly,
You know?
like,
And
She
she's
trusts Shiro and
also
loves her.
she's also not, like, focusing on what Shiro thinks about the thing. Like, she's focusing on herself for once.
Yep.
Like, she's just introspecting a little bit, just like, oh yeah, I do that too. You know, like, she's not actively keeping up the, like, here's my list of things that I'm assuming Shiro's going to say, you know, here are my responses to those. Like, she's not trying to predict him.
She's not
She's
making
just
like,
letting things be.
she's not
Yep,
being like
she's-
Kirei and trying to like make the social into like a game or between
Yeah,
like
no,
debts and favors and going
she's
back
been-
and forth. She's just socializing, you know, just
Yep,
bearing
she's-
her heart out and not caring that much about it.
she's being
Sorry,
genuine.
go on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no worries. I was just gonna say,
Yeah.
oh yeah, the character assassination scenes in a way, like actually, like having that right before the pool scene made it hit that much harder. Because it just shows you how great
Yeah.
Reen actually
Yeah.
is compared to like how people think she is when they only watch the UVW anime.
Unintentional genius by Nasu Dev putting the shit scene.
Yeah.
Contrast.
Or
That's
by
why-
not Nasu.
Maybe that's why we're so like. So we like the scene so much because of that contrast. It's like,
Oh, yeah,
wow.
also- Didn't Nasu
Yeah,
like say
yeah.
say that like they regretted bringing on other people to write or something?
Something like that. Like they would rather. They said they would make a better product if they did everything, but they couldn't do that. It was like a fantasy.
Did they say that they couldn't do that? I thought that quote was literally them saying, like, if I had the chance again, I would just do it all myself.
Maybe, yeah. I forgot the
You know,
exact
I was going for a thing, and it didn't necessarily work out.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, it's true.
We'll talk
Joe.
about Aiko when we get
It's
there.
always
We'll talk
true.
about Aiko when we get there.
Yeah, I got some
yeah,
words
yeah.
about Ayako.
Yeah.
Okay.
Specifically Ayako
So,
and Ichi.
Alright, well,
Anything more about the pool scene from Amanda?
nope.
Well, guess what my number 4 is?
Go for 4.
The full scene?
It's the Rin pool scene, baby! Let's move on.
Honestly, I expected that to be number 2.
Don't worry, we'll get to number 2.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, basically I already discussed why it's so good, and Mano's already discussed why it's so good, so we can move on. Number 3.
Yep.
Right, so
Number 3, Aria.
I guess if we take the 2 and put them in the story section, this is actually my number 1, which I guess makes sense. The Reen sick date. I just love this one. It just had Reen actually showing
You're like,
vulnerability after like, spending like her whole life trying to project this image of perfection and strength.
Yeah, her
And we
like
get to see
trying so hard
behind all
to
that and allow someone else to take care of her and relax.
It's just like her like trying so hard to hide her sickness, like in other scenes as well, and that building
Yeah,
up
the
to
scene
just like
before that.
like
Yeah.
all that stress and like built up,
It was such a good
Oh,
scene.
man.
And like
and then it
this-
just finally collapses, and Shiro just fucking like books into her house, like, oh no, what if you attack? Blah 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 blah. It was just like, it was really like tension filled, and then we found out she was sick, and it's good. It's good.
Yeah, as someone who like gets sick a lot, yeah, I really like that scene.
And like and it shows that Rin that there are people who will love her, even without like her being the strong, perfect student girl. They'll love her anyways.
God, I wish I found that out sooner. Yep. Just gotta surround yourself with the right people.
Yeah. And of course, I'll leave it for that. I'll leave my own comments. I wonder why.
It's such a good scene. It's your number 2,
Okay.
isn't it? Yeah, this is kind of my number 1. As for like what my 4 and
Is
5
that
would have
you?
been, it's really a tough
okay.
call, but
Oh.
Yeah,
yeah,
for you went out. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the
Oh yeah, right.
I can't even order them right now, but all the ones mentioned are definitely candidates.
It's fine if you can't right now. We can just move on to our top 3.
Yeah, I can't order them right now, but
Yeah. So yeah, we wanna move on then and give you time on that,
Yeah, we can talk about.
or just like, are you just like semi-finished and like you'll just talk with us and then at the end say like, yeah, probably one of those 2 that we talked about.
yeah, I'll do that because yeah, I only came up with the top 5 because coming up with runners-up was too hard. I would have added all of them.
Okay, then let's look at Manos, number 3.
Yeah, what's your number? Oh,
Manos, number
what's that
3.
guy?
I very nicely put this down as caster shadowing Kuzuki.
There it is. Yep, that was a real good scene.
As
We have-
yeah,
Similar taste.
yeah, we've discussed it.
Any additions, or is that all? You don't have to voice yourself for like. Observations,
Not like other than just like, again, like as with all the serious scenes, like I love how it transitions from like, haha, wacky, we're following, it's lots of comedy moments, into like everyone
Okay.
just sits down and
Hey,
it's
Carol.
like, oh, real talk.
Yeah,
Hey,
like
Cable.
it does like the Yakuza thing that it can balance like the transition. I won't say much. There was another question. We'll leave it.
Yeah,
Hold on, I just realized that.
Also, no spoilers for Yakuza.
No spoilers for Yakuza.
And
Let me just.
Okay, so is that all for the Kuzuki scene?
yeah, I mean, you went through more than I remembered, and like I still put it higher.
Yeah, and there's definitely even more I forgot.
Yeah.
Because I remember it being a long
There we
scene.
go. Oh wait, it still thinks I'm doing.
Yeah,
Oh,
it goes from like casual Medea like fucking around, pretending to be an evil self, and then when Kuzuki talks seriously, she becomes serious as well. Not like in the witch way serious, like in the genuine serious way.
Mhm, yeah, and also her less serious, less witch way of just the like girl in love, like yeah, as you said, realism, yeah, like going around singing Kuzuki Medea, and I forgot about
Oh,
that.
I
too,
love
but it's
that.
just
I
such
love
a
that
good
scene.
fucking
Hey,
scene.
Inu.
Hey, Inu!
Welcome.
To the show. We have a special guest today.
Hey, Inu.
His
Yep,
name
we
is
got a
Wise.
special guest.
Special guest, Wise Fool of Death. Been
Yeah.
here from episode 2.
Great scene. I wish, yeah.
Yeah.
I would like it's really high up for me. The scenes above I love even more.
Yeah. No. Like I'm just saying, like
I'm
I
not
was
trying to
making
like
fun of how little I remembered about it, and I was still like, "Oh, that's such a good scene."
Yes,
It
this
is.
is the Wise reveal.
Okay. So is that all you're gonna say? I assume so. I keep asking like, is that all?
Yeah.
Is that all? Okay.
No,
Yeah.
no,
I
good
love
manners, good manners.
Is sex date.
I knew it. Good taste, Wise. Good taste.
I just all the stuff I already talked about, and then
I'm
we
just like,
have
oh,
the
that's
kissing
Yup.
scene. The kissing scene is so good because it's so non-anime. Like Shiro and Rin
No,
try to
it's-
awkwardly kiss. Like he's closing his eyes while he's trying to go for it, and Rin's like, "What the fuck?" And
beautiful.
go away. And Rin's like just disappointed, confused. Like 6 out of 10. Try better next time, Yami-kun. It's
was
such
so
a
good.
good reaction.
Again, it just shows how Rin is so
Oh,
special
yeah.
for like and isn't like the stereotypical tsundere that people think she is.
Yeah, she's. Ooh, and she was like, I'm back, I'm back.
Yeah.
Shiro is more of a tsundere than Rin.
Yes, Shiro really
He is
Yeah.
such a tsundere.
and Archer really, really
He's
is.
the one who like overloads on his emotions and just says something like extra harsh when he's embarrassed.
Yeah, definitely.
There it is.
She usually keeps more of a head up about like what she wants to like bring up.
Mhm. And also,
But
like,
yeah, besides. Sorry, go on.
remember the Baka Wars. Remember the Baka Wars.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, it's just her being genuine, her expressing herself, her trusting Shiro to like take care of her. Shiro's whole reaction, and even though she's sick, he would do anything for her. Just really good shit. That's my number
It's
three
so
spot.
good. Yeah.
That
no.
That was definitely in the runners-up list for me. But for
So-
me, like the pool date is just her like being fully awake and conscious and willing to be vulnerable. Which
Yeah.
for me, like that. So once again, that's really good. You know, it's just
But
for
then
me
this
that
is
part's
better. Yeah, I
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah, it's
No, I
like,
get it.
But yeah, no.
For me, I can
So-
just
Well,
relate to
and
being
I
sick a
assume-
lot. So,
And Aru, you don't.
So,
Yeah.
Mayo number
I
two,
will-
I assume now?
I will
Unless
say
Aru
what
wants
I
to do
what I
now.
did pick for my number 2 and number 1, but I won't talk about them. So this is one of
Okay,
the
yeah,
other
go for it.
Midday and Kuzuki and Taiga scene wasn't there. Midday and Kuzuki's backstory would have been here at number 2.
Yeah,
Oh, that
Yeah.
wasn't plot, was it?
it was exclamation mark though. I searched.
It
was
was?
exclamation- yeah.
Oh shit. Well, that was in my runners-up list, so.
Oh,
Oh, shit,
I have
that was
allotment for
plot?
this one. Yeah,
it was
I'll put
exclamation
that.
mark.
Oh, I
talk about
probably
it in
have to
plot.
include that in the plot list then.
I'll put
Yeah,
that in
I
my
checked.
plot.
I went to a Let's Play, checked, like, yep, that's exclamation mark.
Shit.
Yeah, because if it was exclamation
Oh,
mark, that scene would definitely be in here. Okay, so
Yeah.
Mano number 2?
Yep. Yeah. What's your number 2?
Himura's talk. Just
Oh
talking
fuck!
with
That scene
Himuro.
was so good. Yeah.
Oh, like in the park? Like in the park, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
forgot.
That's
I
a really
forgot
good
how
fucking
good that
part.
scene was.
that's
Like, not. Like, way more than Love Detective. Because I considered Love Detective, like, on equal, like, ability to put it on here, but, I mean, also kind of. Like, that scene. It was fun. But, like, this?
it was fun. It was
Fucking
fun.
gold.
Yeah, him was a
Like-
runners up for me.
How we just. Like, it's so fucking good because you dismiss Himuro.
Yeah, Shangri just
Yeah,
missed it.
Shangri
It doesn't
just
take
We
us.
did it
Himuro.
literally.
Yeah, and
On
even the
stream, constantly.
even
Shangri,
the
I
audience
think,
dismissed
just,
it
like,
well. Like
made
he
stuff like,
he
I
fucked up,
can't
but
do-
not but. Yeah, Shangri fucked up, but not like acknowledging Himuro's pain. He was like, "Fuck off, I won't talk anymore."
Yeah. Yeah. No, Shankar was like being super awkward about it. I forget a lot of the scene because I was super
Because
out of it
Shankar
for that
also-
stream. But
Because Shangri also has his problems of being zero and all that stuff, so he probably is really hard to like talk about it without touching his own trauma points.
yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah.
Aw,
Yeah. No, I remember that scene
yeah.
being really good.
Just Himuro talking about how she doesn't really like. I forgot the exact words.
It was
Where's my-
dissociation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just association in general. Just like
Yes. Yeah.
I'm pretty
fucking-
sure I was during
Right,
that
and
stream.
she talks
so
about like. It feels like I just woke up yesterday.
yeah.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh god.
And then you think, oh, maybe she's talking about the loop, but then you realize, no, this is not. This is like day 3 or something.
And then sometimes I'm
Yup.
just like, wait, did
And
I
it's
just
just
wake up
like-
yesterday? I mean, there's nothing that says
Did
I
I?
didn't.
Because Himuro also has her own issues
Ah.
like with relationships and connections, where she enjoys like
Yup.
looking at other people's relationships connections, but can't really have one herself. You know?
I remember the
like,
stream.
Love Detective was interesting. Like a few points were really good with like showing Himuro's refusal to be genuine.
I think Love Detective is just too
Detective.
long, in my opinion.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
bit long,
Way
but
too
I
long.
did
And
enjoy it a
nothing-
lot.
Too
And
much
it-
minority.
Too much Minori.
Minori.
Like legit, I think
We'll get to
like
the
legit.
tier list later.
I have priorities of like, oh, should I do this? Like most of the time, the stream is like number one priority. But when I went to Love Detective, like, did to do kind of, and like my enjoyment of Fate couldn't really overtake that because it was Love Detective. Like it's not bad. It's just,
Yeah, it's good, but
yeah.
it's not
To be
up there.
honest,
for
I would have
me.
rather had. Well, I'd rather have like Gato instead of Minori because Gato is funny as fuck.
They keep trying to
Yeah,
get us to
Gato is
like.
at least like an
Minori.
asshole. I mean,
Yeah,
Nordy's
Gato
just
has-
like
Gato has character, like actual character. Like even with no
Yeah.
sprite and only text, you understand Gato-kun.
I don't like
Like,
that
he should
Cocoon,
talk
but I
Tiger,
understand him.
He should tell Tiger in the beginning by calling her by her name. Like that enough is plenty of character. Okay, he has the balls to stand up to Tiger.
You know what? I'm gonna do something to acknowledge Gatsu as a
Ah.
character, and you're gonna see what it is later.
fucking. But no, like, yeah, Minority is just like a dude. Like, I feel like I get him. You know, like he's a character. He's not even a character. He's too real, but in a boring way.
Yeah. He feels like some dude I would have met in like
He's just
high
like
school.
someone's like annoying younger brother.
Who's Otoko? Is he like?
What? Otoko? Isn't that Neko's first name?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
other reading of her
Yeah,
name.
Neko-san.
Yeah, Neko. I can see potential in her. It just isn't explored in this game. Like,
Yeah,
I can see, like,
yeah.
Yeah.
like
I
her
get
being a
vibes I
classmate
like
Tiger.
Neko,
That could be really
Yeah.
explored. Like she knew Tiger like in the youth and all that stuff.
especially
she
with
knows-
Vaiga
yeah.
She runs-
being
she runs-
canon.
And she runs an alcohol store as well. Like imagine the story she heard during her years as well. And like compared to Minori, Neko definitely has a lot of potential that could be unearthed. Minori,
absolutely.
what do we do with Minori? He has a crush on Sakura? Question mark? What else?
Yeah.
Yes,
Like
and, Vaiga makes
is a
Otoko
crush
so
on
much better.
Sakura. And is Ayako's little brother, and thus has some interplay with her.
But the problem is,
We'll get to Ayako. We'll get to
Yes.
Ayako.
We'll get to
I have
Ayako.
words about Ayako. I think we all answered the same thing for a question.
We have words about Ayako. Okay, I think we should go back on track and stop talking about Love Detective.
Yes.
But yes, the specific. It's funny because my note is specifically not Love Detective.
Specifically,
But
Love
yeah,
Detective.
so like the Himuro talk, where she's just like dissociating and she has her own shit going on, like,
Yeah.
and is just straight up like one of the most interesting characters just from that alone. And it's like, oh, fuck.
It's like the Kuzuki up. Well, I'll leave that.
And the
later.
fact that she just like told Angra as well.
Yes, like, I've. She is actually, that one scene brought her very close to Kuzuki's ranking.
She pulled a Karen.
Yup. Well,
One
no, because
God.
Karen actually got like way more.
Yeah,
and,
but like,
specific
if,
like backstory elements and shit.
if Karen
Oh
had
God,
only
I
one
love
scene,
Karen
she would
so
still,
much.
she would still be like. But let's leave it. Number two.
Yes,
Let's go.
I have words about Karen
You're
as
number
well.
2.
Okay, my number 2. Let me check.
Who's your
Okay,
number
number
two
two.
was?
Gorgon, Medusa. That whole scene.
Ah,
I checked. It was me.
Oh, yep.
it
I-
was. It's in my runners up.
oh my God, yeah, that's spoiler. That's my number one.
Damn it! You should left it. You should left it. Just the whole scene, just Medusa in general, just losing herself to the madness, slipping between monster and hero, and then
Yep.
she attacked Karen, and Karen being such a bad, like, you are so fucked.
Yep.
She does.
Like Karen
And then,
is.
and then the continuation of her backstory. Go on with your Karen talk. I was going to a different topic.
Oh no, I was just gonna say like, yeah, Karen used herself as a sacrifice to force Vader to see what she was doing, and why
Yeah.
she was doing it.
Hmm.
Karen used herself to like force Vader to see the truth.
That's the parallel between Shiro, Kira, and Angra, all that stuff. We'll get to Karen.
Yeah.
But then with Medusa, she remembers the continuation of the backstory, after the happy-go-lucky times and show like with the underlying like fucked upness of their situation, and how men kept coming to like basically rape the sisters and just like ugh. And then Medusa gets more and more angry, gets more angry and angry with the world. And then the sisters tell, we should go on from slice of life now. And the sisters talk about how the importance of the fucking eyes. It was never meant to be used as a weapon. It was used as a warning that danger ahead. Look at these fucking frozen statues of terror. But Medusa no longer cares about that. She just wants murder and blood, and that cycle of hatred, even though it came from a place of love, transformed her. And then
she became. Sorry.
Yeah, go on. Sorry. Yeah, go on.
She became infatuated with murder.
Mm-hmm. You become infatuated with violence, huh? You're not an alternative personality.
Yup.
Oh, yeah.
Yep,
I'm gonna get to that, yeah, because that's really weird about.
This scene alone, like, legit raised Medusa to another level for me, and why she's one of my favorite, like side characters of her. And then, she remembers, of course, the heartbreaking end, where the two sisters look up to her, and they finally admit that they were the ones who admire her.
Yep.
And then they die. But at least they die pure.
Yep.
And Medusa realizes all of this and almost loses her mind and thinks, what have I done? And then she almost turns into Gorgon permanently. Angra shows up, and she can finally see her, because she's almost on the same level of a monster. And Angra's response is so good as well, and leads to this whole philosophy of life on how what is this between being created to do evil shit and like being forced into that path, and then being actually a malicious piece of shit. And he says that you're not a piece. You were basically forced into this path. Like, yes, you did have some choice, but at the end of the day, you're a monster, not an evil person. Basically. And of course, Medusa denies it. She hates herself, of course. Then Angra says, a monster is true evil. It chooses out of his own will to kill, to enjoy the suffering out of guilt and love, not simply out of instinct. And of course, this is Angra's response to Kirei's question. Evil is not born. It is created from this monster who embraces those acts. And Medusa didn't embrace those acts out of sheer maliciousness. It was just her just environment in general. And then Angra responds next time trust your master. Just like how Sakura didn't trust Medusa at the very end of Heaven's Feel.
Yes.
It's the other way around now. And Medusa dies at least human at this point.
At the very end.
This is why. Yeah, sorry, go on. Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm not allowed. It's at the end there, Medusa isn't a monster because she cares about Sakura, and she sees Sakura who walked a very similar path to her, and she sees Sakura as someone she can protect and save from that same fate, and that keeps her human.
Yeah, but there is a monster in her. We're not denying that, but it's that small part of compassion that resides in her that keeps her from fully becoming that.
Yeah, she's not a complete monster, but Angra's quote was, "You're not a monster." But yeah, she is a monster in a way, but she's kind of got a foot in both sides.
Yeah, if I recall, you're a half-ass.
Yeah, but at the end there, she couldn't see Angra anymore.
Yeah, she went back to humanity.
And it was so good. Holy shit.
It's so hard, if I had to put this in my story tier list, that would be a fucking nightmare. It's what?
And also just...
And then...
what it does for Heaven's Feel as well.
Yeah.
There's so much more that could have been done with Raiden and Sakura.
And yeah, you can definitely see the Medusa route being, scavenged.
I can really understand why Raiden cares for Sakura so much. Because she saw herself
and also
in Sakura.
Why Medusa also cares for Shiro. Because she wished that someone like him was there for her as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep, she wants to give Sakura the life she never had.
Mm-hmm. And also her whole relationship with her siblings and how she killed her also shows she didn't want Sakura to also kill Rin as well, because she knows that would have also just earned her mad.
Yep. Oh my god. So good.
That whole scene just reinforces the connection between Sakura and Medusa. I can talk about the scene all day, but we should move on.
I can too.
Aru, number 1. I mean,
Yeah.
you can continue.
You're not
Yeah,
a
that
monster,
was
number
your-
1. That's why I had so much to say about it.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know if it's
Anything
actually called
else,
that.
or shall we move on to Weisenai's number 1?
Just yeah, no, like what I fixated on the most was just how much Ryder saw herself in Sakura. And how that was the thing that kept her in this
Yeah.
world.
Yeah. Her
Seeing yourself
priority
in other
of
people and wanting to help them is such an anchoring force.
Her priority number 1, ever since like she revealed her eyes in Heaven's Field, was Sakura's life. Anything was below that.
Honestly, like it's a way you can grieve for the life
Yep.
you never had by giving that to someone else.
And that's why she's a heroic spirit, you know?
Yup.
And it just, again, it makes me love Heaven's Feel even more, and it makes me want to go back and like watch Sakura and Ryder interact more, and watch Shiro's talks about Sakura with Ryder.
I think Sakura did mention, Ryder did mention that their type of relationship is the one where they don't need to talk, really. They understand each other.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, like they interacted way more in Heaven's Feel than in or Hollow Ataraxia than in Heaven's Feel.
Yeah. Just like
And yeah,
Ryder
like
talking about Sakura with Shiro and like her protectiveness of Sakura.
And like as Doc says in chat, like killing Shinji, even though he was an abusive piece of shit, did break Sakura in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yup.
killing Rin,
And
like
probably hurt
killing
Ryder
Rin,
too.
I think we saw what happened when she killed Rin. When she saw she killed Rin, she was able to break
Yeah.
through Angra's grasp because of
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, like that's fucking
So
yeah,
good.
that's this fucking separation point, the difference too.
That was like
Ryder doesn't understand that Sakura needs these people around her.
Yep.
But that is her chance at life.
yeah, that was her misunderstanding in Heaven's Field, and that's why it took so long for her to truly become on Shiro's side. When she realizes that Shiro, remember the whole response, like I will be on her side until the very end.
Yeah.
It's like, oh fuck.
And also
And
explains
that's
that
why
Ryder only cared
and that's why
about
she suddenly
Ryder.
just switched sides at the very end.
Like Ryder
Yeah.
didn't understand that Shiro actually did have people in her life that, or Sakura had people in her life that cared about her. Like Shiro.
Yeah, and Medusa,
Rin.
it's so fucked because she forgot about the final words, the sister's final words. She forgot that they said they admired her at the very end.
Yeah.
That they relied on her so much and they kept
It's
relying
such a
on
good-
her. And that was their fault.
Yeah. I mean, she was a monster by that point.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It was too late.
A literal
Yeah, Sakura
monster.
was
Yeah.
right at the edge.
That's
And luckily enough, heard Rin's words at the very end. Rin,
that's the Aesop for you, kids. Tell your loved ones you love them before they turn into giant snake monsters.
Yeah. Nah, like
Oh,
also
man.
like Sakura's scream when she thought she killed Rin. Holy shit! I need to go back and watch that. I need to reread
Yeah.
Stay Night in general, and I heard there's a really cool new translation coming out, so that'll be a good
Yeah,
opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, Aaron?
So
Because I think
is
they
that,
spent like 20 minutes on this scene, which it deserves it.
Yep. Now on to Mano's number 1.
It's your number 1.
all right, and I'm assuming now on to Wise's number 1.
Was it
Future
this one?
Recall.
Future Rin Call. Yep.
Future
Number 1.
Recall. Fucking number 1.
Number 1, Future Rin Call. The chess scene altogether is funny as fuck, but specifically the Future Rin Call is my favorite non-story part of this whole fucking game. I'll let Mano say it
Even-
now.
Like, even specifically, like, I mean, if we just want to go for, like, the funny part, and yes, I am absolutely biased here, but if we even just want to go for, like, the funny part, like, I mean, yeah, Shira opening, closing the chest was great, but fucking, like, Rin hearing a slightly older version of her own voice be really, like, lovey towards Shiro, and then immediately going, is that Sakura?
Oh my god, yeah, Aaron.
It's so fucking good. That scene in general is so good.
It's got so much in it.
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah.
hiding myself from gushing. Mano, you talk.
I mean, no, like it's just giving her the fucking like showing the fact that like she ends up so far from who she was at the end of her arc
And her
that like she's 100% like willing to accept that like she can't she thinks she's an idiot. She fucking loves him because of that. And
Yeah,
like
she's-
the way that he is, and she's not gonna try and change him. She's just going to try and support him and be there, and how she fucking insults who she used to be with a just like yeah,
it's like-
you sound like I used to be. Like you're not willing to accept anything, and you're not willing to actually say anything about yourself.
Yeah,
Oh
because
my
that was the
God.
problem with UBW and like her problem with Shiro is that he didn't like conform with her idea of fun in life. And what she realized at the very end with her Archer talk is that all she really needs to do is support him so he doesn't end up like a twisted jerk like you. And that's what
Yep.
Rin does.
That was Rin's
And
character
like
arc.
and the thing is you still see her maggot side, but it's sharpened now, not to be a barrier, but a weapon to protect her loved ones. Because at the very end of her call with like past Rin, she says, "If you fucking mess up with the prize, I will find out wherever you are and kill you." Showing that coldness and darkness is still there, but it's not used as a way to push other people away, but to strengthen her relationships with the people close to her. You know, it's just
Mhm.
She's
such a
very particular set of
it's-
skills.
it's such a good culmination of the arc. You know, she didn't like fully throw away
Yup.
inside of her. She just like refined it into a way that can support her and the people she loves.
Oh my
It's
God, I just thought of
so
a parallel. We'll get to it later though.
Go for it. Okay, yeah, and that's why.
Yeah, like I just cause like oh my fucking god, the your distortion, that scene in UBW, like post Gil killing her, where she like tries to talk Shiro out of being Shiro, like
What's the line again?
gave me fucking war flashbacks in my own life.
Yeah, like
Like
What-
that fucking
because
What was the
that was
line?
like Rin's like what line like in
Oh, something about being twisted or something?
you're really twisted.
The way you live is
it's been
twisted.
suddenly
Yeah, something like that.
because it's been suddenly hinted throughout Rin's like whole UBW arc is that every time Shiro like shows like a different type of life to her, she gets really mad. Like remember in one of the scenes early on where they make the alliance and how Shiro mentioned like Kiritsugu always told me you don't have to like force myself to be magic. He didn't give me knowledge or crest, and Rin got super mad with that and then had to quickly hide that up. Like Rin has a problem with like people not fitting into her roles of like like happiness. And that's why she also
Are you at least
having fun.
She needs
Yeah,
to learn
are
to
you at
step
least
back
having
and
fun?
accept people.
Because that's how she measures
No.
like happy.
Yeah,
That's-
Yeah, I
no,
remember
you're
that.
not doing this because you're having fun? Then why don't you stop? Why are you like this? We're doing baseball tomorrow.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah,
And
I remember.
I'm gonna pretend it's to lure out Caster, and it kind of is, but like
I still remember like seeing
And-
that scene and feeling like it was like the most real talk I'd seen between two
And then-
characters so far.
And then you see throughout UBW how Shiro also influenced Rin because with her saving Shinji at the very end, like wow,
Yup.
I'm an idiot,
like
but why am I
yeah,
doing this?
that specific scene where it's just the interlude and it's talking about like she had and even Gil bring it up, it's like she has no reason to do this. It would be so much easier to just snipe him from the shore and then she wouldn't be like burning through her mana and fucking dying out here. But she does it because she's supporting Shiro.
Yep.
And
I'll make
because,
sure.
it's worth it to try a different way.
And like her,
To
like
try
when she
and
was,
be greedy and get everyone.
and like when Kirei was going to kill her, she wasn't mad that like she was gonna die. She was sad because she didn't want to see the look on Shiro's face when he finds her dead body. Like all these little
Almost.
kids.
Oh, it just
Almost like herself, like failing to properly do things. Or like something happening to someone else would register more to her than something happening to herself. Like she also doesn't register on those scales or something.
maybe that's a bit similar. Maybe she Rin a bit similar, you know.
They were similar to that.
Yeah. But yeah, like that's that
Very
I didn't
awesome.
even fucking notice her arc there. It was only here.
Yeah,
only like after all this stuff that I was able to like fully put it in context and go, oh yeah, shit, she does
hold on.
actually specifically change that mindset there.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
this is why this is my favorite
Hey.
scene. It's because
Yup.
it makes UBW Rin so fucking good, and her whole journey.
This is-
And with this this is making a cheat sheet. Like this is the cheat sheet of the finale of when this is where Rin ends up, and then you go back, you backtrack, seeing all the little points that leads up to this Rin who's so in love with Shiro, even though she knows all his flaws. That makes it fall even harder. It's just
Is this like the talk you guys had? Because I remember you said you talked about like Rin's scene.
this is the culmination of all the hours of Rin talks in this scene right here. And this is why it's number one, because it makes UBW one of my favorite routes even better in my eyes.
Yeah,
this
like,
one talk.
you guys like have me wanting to put the scene way up there now too.
Yeah, like it's so fucking good. Also, just all of the extra like details of like how their lives went are nice.
Oh yeah, definitely. Just future Rin.
Both Rins pretty much figuring out who the other is talking to by the end.
But
More or less, like, at least in some capacity, but being in denial over it. At least younger Rin is in denial over it. Older Rin's probably just like, haha, I'm not going to force myself out of that shell. It would probably break me to force myself out of that shell.
Yeah, she knows herself. She knows brute force won't work.
Yep, you gotta decompose that over time.
It took her observing Shiro and Arthur's whole life and everything about that to understand how to really handle that.
Yeah, like literally, her whole character arc is learning that brute force doesn't work. Yeah, that's fucking. Oh, that's great. I love this scene so much. I love that route so much. I wish that the themes were less subtle.
Yeah, I wish like this was a little more obvious. Like the reason why this is so like high up, because if it would have been a bit lower if the scenes were a lot more obvious, but it's just here because it reveals everything.
I remember I had an argument with my brother once about like the banquet scene from Fate Zero, because his argument was that it was bad that they just talk about the themes of the route, or of the show, and it's like,
what?
I argued like hell and back against that. Nowadays, I don't care much for the banquet scene, but like UPW could have done with talking more about the themes of the route. Like Rin's themes at least.
Yeah, Rin's theme.
Like put it in people's faces. Give them a chance to see it.
What do you mean Rin isn't? Oh, you think Rin is a static character? Like it's such a common opinion on the VM fandom that Rin is a static character, and I hate it, and I want to choke them off.
Yeah. Like
no,
yeah, no, like her whole thing is just learning to be hands off.
Like it's obvious in Heaven's Hero she's not static, but even in UBW, she isn't static.
That's why your biggest complaint with the UBW anime.
The Fate route's a bit debatable though. I can see why people think that she's static there.
Yeah, I can see. I also
a lot
don't
of things
like
with the
knowing some details. Like she doesn't have much to like develop her too much. Like maybe all she gets is like starting to get some feelings for Shiro and then being like, oh well, time to back off on this and then freeze my own development so I don't break.
And hey, you want to hang out with Saber? Have fun. I'm gonna laugh.
I am way closer to Rin than any Shiro, huh? Well, no. It's just that they're very similar.
But yeah,
I mean,
think that's enough gushing
of course.
The scene and why this is my favorite non-story scene. Yep. Oh god, I hate that take. I hate that take. It's like, oh, she doesn't get challenged or humbled enough. It's just
wait. Yeah, I think I know who had that take, and yeah, that's not true at all.
The whole point of a character is that she puts herself down enough.
She challenges
the
herself
whole-
already.
Yeah,
Like,
the whole challenge is her letting go of that perceived mental challenge that she keeps putting herself. And I am the last Osaka. I am the lineage. I have to take care of that.
like,
I have to suffer because Sokka can live a happy life. All that stuff. It's that
Like,
it's letting go of
like-
all that pain.
like, I do want to point out, sorry, just real quick, I do want to say, like, I can get definitely the fucking frustrations of, like, dealing with someone who just, like, it's like, well, yeah, you hate yourself, but you don't criticize yourself, and that's, like, definitely an annoying thing to deal with. But, like, I personally never got as much of that from, like, Reen.
Yeah. Rin, like, at the first sight where she realized, fuck, Lance is going to get killed witness, and I fucked up. It's not like Ku. It's like, oh, he didn't blame Ku or his master. It's like, fuck, I'm an idiot. I let that happen. Even before knowing Yoshiro, she took that blame upon herself immediately. As, like, the second owner in her territory, and she let this random dude die.
God, I really want to
Yeah,
reread like the
it's
earlier
It's right
fight
there.
scenes.
It's right there in the prologue. It's just...
Yup.
I really want to like,
and
reread everything
yeah,
after
fucking-
HA.
As though she doesn't get challenged in Heaven's Feel when, like,
Yeah, Shiro.
the guy that she, like, loves is like, so yeah, I will fight against you if necessary, and if necessary, kill you to save your sister.
Yep,
Yeah.
specifically.
It's like and like at the very end, it's like I can't keep my promise of letting you win, so I at least protected this sword for you. Sorry.
Yup.
Oh, good.
Okay.
But yeah,
I think that's enough. We
like,
should move on before
yeah.
this becomes an 8-hour talk.
That's-
Rin.
That's my number one. Things that didn't come up, but were in my runners-up list. Shinji at the pier it almost made it on the list.
Absolutely.
Just because Shinji actually just like sitting out, taking stock of his life, and being like, I just need to disconnect myself because I'm in like a fuck ton of unhealthy patterns. I need to just make some money, go somewhere else, and like try and be better. Just be someone new.
Specifically away from everyone that he hurt.
Just he's going to
Yup.
Tokyo. I'm leaving. Bye.
And that was good. Other than that, there's the Kuzuki backstory, which it doesn't even apply, it turns out.
Mhm.
Yep.
Taiga after school.
Oh, Taiga after
You know,
school.
the, like-
That
That
scene
was
was so
real
good. Shiro,
Yeah.
when coming back home.
Coming back home. Yeah.
That was such a good scene. Are you coming back?
The trio destroying Archer with facts and logic.
Yes. Oh, that would have. That would have been.
Archer
close.
going on a philosophy rant, but it's like, but the kitty's happy. Who cares?
Yeah, Archer
Yeah.
just being like,
I
I should not have saved this kitten. Jumps to save another kitten.
Yeah, showing Archer steals Shiro.
Yeah. What do you know? The one scene that even like does that turns out to be. But that's for later.
later. Yeah.
And finally,
still
Potato
the first
Sorrow and Potato Not Sorrow.
Yes.
Which
Oh,
I
those
feel
are so
like
good.
is actually just the smallest encapsulation of the themes of the whole fucking game.
Mhm.
Of like, or at least Angra's arc,
Yeah.
like specifically, is just like he's alone and kind of sad, but like not feeling much, and then he's not alone, but he's not willing to acknowledge that,
Mhm.
and it's so fucking great.
Yeah, for me, I
So
can't really have
good.
one up. It's just there's so many scenes that I like. It's just
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it was easy because I don't remember most of the scenes. So any scenes that pop in my mind, I'm just like, oh yeah, that's probably important. I'll write
That's-
that down. Why is it important? Okay, yes, these reasons.
Someone was like,
okay.
I forgot now.
And yeah, and I my whole gushing. Yeah, really know my number one. I already said.
Yeah.
And I think that's all for the first question. 1.5 hour, baby. First question done.
God.
Yay!
We haven't
Fair.
even gotten into the
To
story.
be fair,
We
to
still
be
story
fair,
scene. We
the
still have
question
story.
was basically like up to 15 prompts for conversations, whereas most of these other questions are one prompt each.
Yeah, true. Okay, themes now. Let's go.
Yes.
Themes.
What are your
Aru,
thoughts on the themes
You're
of
up
HA?
first.
Oh,
Which is
right,
funny because I
right.
guess this is like on level of how much we knew going in.
Yeah.
You,
That makes
nothing.
sense.
So you
It
have
literally
the
is.
least affected conversation. Me, a little bit. What
So
is times 30?
there's a lot of themes I
At
like in
least.
HA, but the one I latched onto the most, because it was very relevant to my life at the time, was completing the picture and moving on and not staying in the same state for too long. Because a lot of the times we drag our feet on things because we don't want to see the end. We're nervous about the end. We're nervous about what comes next. We don't want to deal with the full picture and what moving on from that entails. But yeah, like if you stay in the same place for too long and keep experiencing that over and over again, it loses its punch and you start to feel hollow. And this is gonna be like a little weird thing to relate it to, but it might seem like irrelevant and dumb, but it was something I got out of it.
But remember Kira's quote? Like, nothing, what's the quote? Nothing is meaningless?
No, it's, oh my god, I wrote that later on!
Okay, I'll keep quiet then.
Okay, only the stuff I say is meaningless. Everyone else, no. But yeah, so like going back a year ago when I first admitted I was trans, it was like finding a last piece that I'd been working on finding my whole life. Like I kind of knew for like 2 years prior, but I just avoided thinking about it. I avoided knowing about it for so long because once I fit that into place, I would have to actually deal with it, and I would actually have to move on from that state of, I guess hollowness is the term, because I didn't really have to deal with everything that came along with it as much back then.
Yeah.
But once I did that, I would have to actually grow up and move on to the next stage of my life, and that was a lot. And eventually, though, like, things became unfulfilling and empty, and I had to proceed. I had to move on. And my life is a lot more stressful now, but I'm a lot more fulfilled now.
Yeah. Isn't that,
Again,
yeah.
it's kind of a weird take, but
No, but that is
something I
a
got out of it.
perfect that's a perfect representation of Baz's whole journey as well, you know?
Yeah, no, like,
Yeah.
She could just continue doing this real war shit ever.
Yeah,
that is
and
the stable stuff.
I'm gonna get into it more when talking about Baz. Oh, thank you guys. I kind of have a whole thing. Oh my god, that also comes up when talking about Baz. Where most of my life I didn't really think for myself or hold my own opinions, so I automatically just kind of discount them as bad. So, like, Angra's "nothing is worthless" statement actually resonated with me a lot as well, and that's another theme I really liked about it. And also from a meta perspective as a writer, like, viewing Angra as the writer, viewing Nasu the writer through Angra, I think it's also, like, really, it's a really good takeaway, because as a writer, you get burned out on the works you're writing. Like, if you stick with the same setting and characters for too long, it just starts to disappear. The excitement starts to disappear. It also works for reading, but I relate to it more through writing. Because I've tried to write a few things. I'm not a writer, I wouldn't say, but I want to be. I like writing. I want to try. And I often, like, don't like the line from Angra about, like, there's a difference between stopping and finishing. Hit me because I often, like, abandon projects because I'm worried that they won't be good in the end. But then I can't really move on to the next project, so it's...
Yeah. There's really, like,
it's real
inclusively
good.
finishing a story and just, like, cutting it halfway.
I
Which
don't
was going to
finish
happen to
things.
Baz, you know? If they didn't break the loop, if Karen wasn't there to heal her, Baz would have just died, you know? The story would have just ended halfway and not continue.
No, there's a difference between finishing and not continuing. and it's highlighted very well here. I guess, I'm like split on going into the stuff with the Baz because let's explain. I read a lot on that on another question.
It's fine. You don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to say everything.
We can
We can move on. Yeah.
Yeah,
touch on
I guess
things
I'll
several times.
I'll talk about it more, but it's I also like the themes of like working and immersing yourself in something to avoid confronting something about yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll get onto that when I talk
yeah.
about Baz specifically.
Yeah.
And now I'm gonna take a bit of drink of water because I don't think I've ever talked for that long at once.
Okay then. Then probably manage
Hey,
then.
You did a lot of monologues as Karen.
I figured out what it's like to be the priest.
So yeah, like themes. I'm realizing here, like, something I didn't notice when I was writing stuff down is like with what Aru said about the stained glass window. Like, so many things many things about the story I didn't notice because I just think of them as like more basic details like associated in my brain.
Yeah.
Like it's just when it's just repeating something that I think, I don't take note of it.
Yeah. It's just like, oh yeah, that's a natural thing of life.
I'll suck my cat
yeah,
up.
like like yeah, what I have down is like on a baser level, it's moving on is the big theme that I took away. Same, like, you know, the ending not stopping. Like, because I too also have the issue of like starting a billion projects. Admittedly, I neither end nor stop them. In that way, I guess I have more of a
Oh my god.
Permanent
more of an
hiatus.
issue in general because I have a billion like works in project works in
it still
progress that like I
technically
look back
works.
at my Google Docs and it's just like, wow. I'll go back to these someday.
God, I have a story
But,
that I
like-
got half into and it's never getting done. I'm admitting it.
But like, yeah, I analyzed it much more on like a meta level on the like,
Mhm.
you know, Karen was the Fate fan. Baz. Fuck.
Oh yeah.
Why is my brain like this? But yeah, like Baz.
Karen is the friend that's
Baz-
like you should probably pull back a bit from Fate, you know.
Baz was the Fate fan who was too invested in Fate. You know, Baz was the fan that gets too invested in an author's work, and from that position, like, Angra was often a mouthpiece for Nasu. Just like, you know, filtered through dialogue of a third-rate villain's flunky. But yeah, like that it was. Admittedly, some of the themes I didn't resonate that well with. Like, I got a major sense of like touch grass in there. And
Touch
like,
grass, bitch.
Let me try and touch the grass.
Touch grass, but hey, have a secret.
Imagine
Have
there was
100%
grass
epilogue
there.
secret.
yeah, like, yeah. I mean, I don't really have that much more to go off of here,
Then-
other than
then
just because like all of that was super important, and all I have here is from the meta perspective. Then, literally after sending Baz off, death of the author. Oh yeah, I guess I have that. Like, from a similar perspective, like, I got major themes of like accepting mortality and like
Memento Mori.
Oh yeah,
yeah, Memento
absolutely.
Mori, and I am a huge non-fan of those themes.
I'm the exact opposite. You know how my view of death is.
Yeah,
Like
I remember
for
there was
me,
that.
like I see, I've come to realize that like I 100% don't care that I'm gonna die someday. Like it's a fact that I realized that I only cared about when I was already like having anxiety attacks about other things. And my body was just looking for something else to get upset about. And when I thought about it when I was like calmer, I was like, huh. You know, when I actually have things in life that I care about, I don't care so much. Cause like I guess I just wasn't really living before in the first place.
Mhm.
So like I don't jive with the fucking like Memento Mori like, especially because I do have to like say that at least some of the work, it is a criticism of the work, and I know it's not the intended reading, but it is a criticism of the work that a possible reading is like Angra saying like Angra's representation being like, yeah, I can't connect with anyone, so I'm just gonna go write one really good book and die.
Yeah, that's. Oh,
But
yeah, it's getting into some
that's
deep
probably
stuff.
like
Yeah,
looking at things.
I get that.
Yeah, that's like looking at things in the worst way possible.
I'm gonna write one book and die.
But
The thing is,
yeah,
I didn't have to take it all because I never thought Ango was the author ever.
Really?
huh?
For my current read and my past reads, I never had that read ever.
Really? That's interesting.
I talk about my scenes.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
don't.
like I'd say go on with that. Except like the only point that I had other than that was like, it's literal in that reading death of the author, but that's absolutely not how
Definite author
Nasu
work.
operates, because Nasu is, if Nasu wanted death of the author, Nasu is very bad at inspiring their fans to not like, oh, hang on, another interview? Let me just prepare my document of lore details and extra like world things.
Yeah,
Also-
Nazi is that type of author. He's not a
Very
definite author
sorry.
type of guy.
I'll be
Yeah, go
right back. I can still hear.
Oh,
You can still hear?
okay.
Then I can talk about
Yeah, you
maybe
can still
maybe
hear.
I'll talk about my scenes then.
Yeah. Like,
Okay,
yeah,
sure.
you said you didn't consider, like, to me, like, Angra being the author in that sense just seemed like an easy, like, base lineup, so yeah, I'm interested.
Yeah. Okay, I'll get to that. That'll be my final read when I get to the meta stuff. But let's go down a level. My first theme that I particularly grasp of Ataraxia is the whole escapism thing, and how escapism. But it doesn't say that escapism is bad. It never says that. It always keeps saying that these days are real, even though like it's not actually real, they still matter. But you shouldn't be stuck in that status quo for too long. You know, that is what I think Nas is trying to say. That sometimes you do need escapism. Bazet was on her verge of a death, and she needed that world for her mind to keep going, for her to recover.
Yeah.
That is a good thing to have during that period of life. But she did recover, so she needs to keep moving forward. She can't just be stuck there forever. Even if you think you're comical or pathetic or loser, you have to keep going. You know? And that of course, you can't escape that bubble by herself. She needed both Karen's and Angra's assistance. Like, it's not solely her own like strengths that helped her and saved the day. It was Angra's push, and of course Karen healing her in the real world. As Angra said, if it weren't for Karen, Bazet would have just died one day in the loop.
Yup.
Yeah, that was one of my main themes. I like that how Nasu treated escapism as like an essential thing for some people that are really hurt by the outside world. It is a valid tactic to take, but you can't be there forever for your whole life. You know?
Yeah, because you do have to go out and live.
Yeah, And then, of course, my other, I won't really say a big theme, but just a tiny theme of just Angra's whole deal, the nature of humanity, and how his like whole philosophy is on that. How evil is not born, is curated by the system. Just his whole talk in the finale, I think, is one of the themes, I think, of Ataraxia.
The answer to Kita.
Just, because I think, Ataraxia is both a story of like Bazette and Angra, you know? And through the many backlight scenes and how he explains his viewpoint of humanity in general, and how humanity is still worth something if they keep trying. Yeah, just like it's the escapism thing. If they keep trying to pull their hand out to save something or someone, then that is worth something, you know? And if you translate that to like a more like smaller scale, if you keep going forward, it links back to the original scene, you know?
Yeah.
And here, this is my take on Angra. Because the thing is, Angra doesn't want to die. That's the whole point, you know? He says, I'm bored, I'm tired, all that shit. But you always see flashes of red that says lie, 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 lie. Because he's not doing this because he wants to die. He's not doing this because he wants to become nothing. He wants to live. That's another major thing of Ataraxia. Yeah. Life is beautiful. Living is beautiful. Even those mundane days where you do jack shit, where you live with your family members, your loved ones, that is still one of the best parts of life. That Angra, over the millions of years, still craves this existence. Because he knows the opposite, you know? That even in his eyes, life is better than non-existence. And but there was something even greater in his heart, and that was saving Bazette. You know? So that's why I don't think he's the author.
Yeah.
Angra is like a different type of fan. Bazette is the lore and battle fan. She's like a zero fan, you know. She loves fighting. She loves finding out the numerous details of the world. Like she goes to Ilya, what is happening? You know, oh yeah, there's fucking Angra is being affected. So it's all these cool little details that she didn't know because she died before anything that happened. She died before the war could start, you know. So she wanted to experience that.
Yeah.
But Angra is the character fan. He's the one that loves all the characters in the work. He wants to live in that work. Even though in his own life it's meaningless and empty and there's nothing in it, he still wants to try so hard to live with them because it gives him feeling, gives him emotion, it gives him a literal character via living through Shiro. He's self-inserting himself into Shiro, you know?
Yeah. Like,
God.
I am getting all that.
I remember.
He's a man who found love and joy and all these positive emotions and a way to that affected his way of life through this piece of work, you know? But
I do just have to ask one thing, though.
Yeah, sure.
Can he not be the author and a fan?
True, but the thing is...
Yeah, it's like...
The thing is, I never...
Like,
yeah, go on, yeah.
I was just saying, for me, like... At least when I, like, write characters or, like, play D&D or whatever, like... The characters take on a life of their own. Just by, like, mashing two characters together, they're well written enough, I can generally just, like, imagine exactly what would happen.
Looks over to my D&D characters. Yeah.
It's just that I never really saw Angra as a voice of Nasu. There's always a separation between that, you know? Like, maybe he is a type of author, but I don't think he's a representation of Nasu. You know what I mean?
Maybe not directly, but yeah.
Yeah, I kind of do,
like,
but like,
maybe,
I mean, it's
maybe,
definitely...
Maybe there is a section of Nasu's old philosophy and all that stuff in Angra, maybe. But it's hard, like, it's a hard read for me. I think your read is right. I'm not saying it's unvalid. It's hard for me to like read it like that and reach there. Vice versa, probably with you as well.
No, that's good. Like, good on that. Like, challenge the read because it makes me either. Challenge the read in good faith like that because it either makes me strengthen the read or like drop it and get a different one.
No, but I definitely do think
So
yeah,
for me, I feel like it's Nasu enjoying writing these characters, enjoying like living with these characters through the self-insert of Shiro.
Yeah.
But like knowing that he has to, they have to move on, they have to finish the work and move on to the next picture. Because it was Onguro, like, I always viewed finishing the picture as, like, writing more than, like, completing the game necessarily.
Yeah,
I mean, he was also...
and putting himself
he was
into
making the work. And, like, I definitely also got a lot of sense of it, because, like, during the last conversation with Baz, he says, like, you can't ever really know anyone. And from the meta perspective, for me, that, like, read like Nasu saying to fans, like, don't assume that you know me just because you analyze my works. You know?
Yeah.
And, like, that was kind of a message that, like, I already knew, but also probably needed to hear as well. A little bit. But
don't be an armchair psychologist. Be like, yes, I can analyze the author's understanding and the mindset through their works. Nah, don't do that. That's bad.
Yeah, like,
that's
you have... That, and that's where I got Death of the Author from a little bit, is, like, you can't fully understand me. You know, like, just take the work on its own. It's fine. Make your own interpretation. And also, like,
no...
That's, like... I'm not gonna lie, low-key frustrating a little bit, but also, like, I mean... Death of the Author is a good tool to have in your, like, wheelbarrow. I still read fucking Nasu interviews every time I see them. But, like,
it's interesting to know what was going through Nasu's head when they wrote things.
It is interesting.
Yeah.
That's still valid.
But I do still take the work on its own. Admittedly, the one thing, like, also way too easily a bad read thing is Angra saying, like, no one can ever help you with your problems, you have to solve shit on your own. It's like, sometimes, yes, I get that a little bit sometimes. Like, I've had people
that's why
try and help me poorly.
That's why that line alone is what separates Nasu from Angra, in my opinion.
Yeah, Angra's not always right.
Yeah, Nasu's whole philosophy through Stay Night is that Shiro needed other people to help him, you know?
So, yeah, that's why that felt a little off, yeah.
Can I just address that a little bit?
Okay, go for it.
Because Realism just said something that I really have very strong opinions about.
Okay, go for it.
I have seen Death of the Author brought up on, like, Tumblr posts and Reddit posts and fucking everywhere, and no one fucking gets it. Like, the thing that they call Death of the Author, where it just means ignore the author and enjoy, like, you know, hey, I get to buy Harry Potter because I don't think about J.K. Rowling. It's like, no, that's about material connections. Yeah. That's about understanding, like, you know, you're giving her money or whatever, you know, you're supporting the franchise, you're making it bigger, you're increasing your share of power, and by not talking about her shitty behavior, you're just spreading her fame. Death of the Author is specifically when you're looking at a work's themes. If you get one reading, and then the author says, this is the reading you're supposed to have, it doesn't fucking matter what the author says, because both of your readings are equally as valid. That's all Death of the Author actually is. And no one fucking gets that on the internet, and I fucking hate it. And I've had this conversation so many times, and people are usually like, oh, well, I don't hate that idea, but, like, these people are so horrible online. It's like, yes, I fucking get it. They're so fucking terrible sometimes when they do that. It's so fucking frustrating. And yes, I apologize. I'm finished.
I was just gonna say, yeah, no, like, Angra said that.
I was gonna say, what did I talk about? What did I talk about? Fuck, what did I talk about?
No, just Angra said, like, all interpretations are valid,
being different from Nasu.
Angra being different from Nasu. Yeah, how Stay Night was about how the connections of different people can help assist you. Like, you can't do everything yourself. See Archer as the main exhibition, how he lives a life alone and ultimately fell down like one of the darkest timelines Shiros could do. So Angra's whole deal about how no one can truly understand you, of course, is weakened by the previous work, as it seems as well, you know? And how that's why I separate the two. And also, Angra himself also is, like, his own experiences shaped that reaction, like I talked about in the review, but like his experience with the woman, you know, the woman that tried so hard to save him. but couldn't really do anything, because he was already dead.
Like,
That's why his philosophy is that no one can help you because no one could help him because
yeah,
all the evils of the world. you know?
yeah.
People
But, like,
tend to be
yeah,
the
I'm
ones
also
that
just-
experiences.
But okay, go on. Sorry, no. Let me finish this before I forget it. But the thing is,
you first.
the woman still attempting to help all the evils of the world shows that there is still good, and that's why his
Yeah.
philosophy is that no one can really help you, but them trying is good enough for me.
Yeah, like, the good way to interpret that is, like, Reen's character arc after the answer, is like, you can't help people. You can't fix their problems a lot of the time. All you can do is support them and be there for them, and let them, like, be a
Like-
pillar of support so they have support to lean on when they help themselves.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Then we see Sakura and Heaven's Field.
yeah,
When,
but yeah, like, also, honestly though, like, that difference, but also, like, Angra lying to himself,
Yeah.
I feel like also pulls back to, like, my interpretation of him being the author for me, because it's like that actually connects things to Death of the Author for me then, because Angra's like, because it's like, see, even Angra isn't right, even the author doesn't know everything.
and the thing is,
Mhm.
something related. It's the same. Angra has the same type of philosophy as Kirei, where they both don't believe like others could help them. Kirei
Yeah.
had Claudia. She was a
fuck.
saintly type of person, and yet she couldn't change him. So therefore, no one could help him. Therefore, no one can really help each other, right? And that whole despair hole. Angra also had the same experience, but managed to almost grasp himself out of the abyss that Kirei walked into. It's like, at least she tried. That was his takeaway from that whole experience. At least this woman
Yeah.
had tried something, just like Claudia did. That was the main difference
God.
between his philosophy and Kirei's philosophy. That's why I
'Cause,
feel
like,
like
yeah,
he's more. Yeah, go on.
I was just gonna say, like, also, like, the thing about, like, Angra, or like, with Claudia, like, I know this is, like, old news, old interpretation, but, like, the fact that Kirei didn't want to say that she did nothing meant that clearly she did something.
He did something, but he kept
So
lying to himself.
he's also, yeah, he's partially in denial himself over that fact that, like, just because she didn't solve everything for him doesn't mean she didn't even make even slightly a bit of an impact. Obviously, she made an impact, or he wouldn't still be thinking about her. But he's not willing to realize that.
Yeah,
I mean,
which
Kirei literally
does-
brought that up to Shiro. Like, don't let the woman you love die in front of you.
it really fucks you up.
Yep.
Oh.
So he's
But-
somewhat, yeah. But yeah, that's just my opinion. I can see where you can take the definitely also approach to that read.
And I can
Okay.
definitely, like, I definitely also see, like, your read on it, and, like, yeah, that's also valid.
I think it makes sense.
Let's get
just
to the
'cause,
next
like,
question.
You've done a lot of writing
Yeah.
recently, so and
Oh,
so.
One
No,
last
I haven't
thing.
done. I haven't done a lot
yeah,
of writing.
Yeah, go on,
I've done a
madam.
little writing.
I was just say, on the themes, I completely forgot about the fucking, like, slice of life, everyday life being a huge, like, part of the
Yeah,
themes, and
the-
I separated that out from themes and talked about those themes separately for some.
Yeah, like both Angra and reading of Kuzuki mainly talked about these two
Yeah.
things. How life is just going from day to day, slightly changing and learning more and more, and that's fine.
and the value of everyday
Yeah.
life. Like, not every day needs to
Yeah.
be huge progress. Nothing big needs to happen on every day.
Yeah, like Angra in his mind was like the quotation marks proper way of living is just slightly getting better and better over day, just
Like,
slight changes.
No
in
need
each
to rush
day.
to the top. Just yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
But yeah.
Self-explanatory. Next question.
Yeah. But yes, so that was that question. Yes,
Oh my
thank
God,
you,
for two
Realism,
questions.
for the
Yep,
question.
thanks.
As you said, yeah, like, it was a really good question, sparked a lot of discussion.
Really?
Also, my god, is it way harder to communicate with chat when there are 3 people?
Yeah.
My B chat.
No, that's
My ADHD, no likey.
it's different. It's not like, and I'm still gonna do my best to try.
I've
It's
been
great
reading chat
having your
mostly as
voice
well.
though, because it's really
Yeah.
cool, like seeing the perspective of someone who's experienced HA multiple times as well. And it's just
Yeah,
great
it is
having
great
you
to have like
Yeah.
more than great to have three. Like three I think is a good max number. Four is when you get a bit messy.
Yeah,
Yo,
four gets
you
real
get too many
messy.
voices.
Fuck. Yup. 4 is when it's like, okay, I'm sorry, chat. We're
Yeah, four-
not
yeah.
talking to you at all. Right here, like we can take a break every now and again and acknowledge, but I'm still reading every message. I want you to know that,
same
chat.
here. And thank you so
Like,
much.
I do want to
Four,
acknowledge that.
four is when we stop paying attention to
And,
chat, and 5 is when people have to like consciously have to time out how much they're talking about.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
also
yeah.
Chad, thank you so much for all the support on mine. And also, I
Yeah,
just want to say, I didn't really fully consider it valid until you mirrored the same themes that I talked about. So
No, valid, very valid.
I can learn some
Definitely
things
valid.
from Angra saying that everything has value.
Another quote that I didn't even remember because it's just so it's so just basic in my mind. Like when I first went through the answer, I'm just like, well, yes. And then Shiro's like, hey, just because it's fake doesn't mean it's not bad. And I'm like, oh, I'm
Yeah,
trying.
no, it's just the answer. Also, like, I'm so glad we have such like a nice chat where it's like okay to open up about things like that and not worry about things. Although if someone were an asshole, they'd get banned.
Yep.
Okay, now let's get to the next question before we get too off track.
Yeah. What was the next one? Also from Realism, how does HA affect your view of Stay Night? Aru.
Okay, so I think we've all been over this a few times, but I'm gonna say it again anyway. I know, like,
Yeah.
but like Stay Night made me fall in love with Shiro, and HA made me fall in love with everyone else. Like, we got so much character exploration. Like, and the format of it made us able to explore everyone in so many scenarios. Like, I liked Kuzuki and Stay Night, but he was pretty low for me because we didn't really get to see much. But after HA, he's way up there. I'll show in the tier list question, but
yeah, the tier list.
yeah, like HA's biggest impact was actually for Ryder, probably. Like Ryder's backstory got the explanation it really deserved, and her relationship with Sakura is just explored so well. And if I talk about this more, I'm just gonna go over everything I said earlier, but
yeah, I think our top 5
she saw
really
herself
like,
in Sakura, and her desire to save her kept her from becoming a full monster. Yeah.
Yeah, our top 5 explanation talks really helped explain this question as well.
It was very different from Stay Night, but I really liked it.
Just like on the whole, and of course Mano's eyes whole wind talk.
Yep.
It also just like strengthened each route, I think, as well for me. Like it what's the word? It like retreaded the conclusions of the themes of each route very nicely.
And strengthened, like
strengthened. There, strengthened. It's right there.
Hero of justice. I mean, saving people without really caring about them.
Yes, Angra at the end there saying, just boiling down Shiro's character. Hero of justice that saves people he doesn't even care about. What a monster.
Oh, fuck. I didn't even remember that quote, but I remembered that quote. Sorry, just talking about, like, favorite quote line later, I could only remember one. But, like, now they're all coming back to me, even just on my own.
Yeah, just write this quote down.
Also, I think I know the one you remember.
Yup.
Oh.
But yeah,
and I also do the song playing right now.
Yeah. Do you have anything else?
That's all that like came off the top of my head, but I think there's a lot more that's sprinkled in other answers as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, me then?
Yeah, go for it.
You.
Okay. So, what I have written down is mostly that just, like, I'd have to go through Stay Night again with the new knowledge in order to really
big same.
in order to really understand how it changes my view on things, which I know. Oh no. But like off the top of my head, it made me less interested in Ayako as an immediate thing. We'll get on to that. We'll get on to
Yeah,
that.
we'll get to that later. I
Uh,
have words about Ayako.
yeah, obviously, like the Reen differences, like some character differences, like Kuzuki, obviously, just everyone and seeing them all there. I do have here a slight negative, which like the fact that there is a semi-canon like best world for everyone, like I feel like kinda takes away a little bit from the bittersweet of like most of the Stay Night endings, but I mean I'm sure that's just like a like I wrote that down, and I wrote down that I think that that's a feeling that's just gonna fade, and it's already faded quite a bit.
Nasu's whole explanation is just like, don't worry about it.
Yeah, and like also like Nasu writing down like fucking last episode being like, I don't know if I should make this, and it's like after Best World being real, after that,
Yeah, that is a bit weirder now. After we got Best World.
Like, it's like, okay. Yeah, Shiro and Saber, after eternity, they can finally hang out a bit.
yeah, but like, yeah, that really like a lot of it, oh yeah.
Sorry, go on.
On a separate note, though, it made me connect my logic brain and emotion brain on the whole like death of the author sort of element of things from like Angra's speech, and having it being like that whole speech being like a little bit intentionally alienating towards fans who are getting too invested.
Yeah,
which is a good thing. And it's like, yeah, and yeah, like that's a good thing for me. Like, I mean, logically, I knew all the things, but I think emotionally, I was getting a little too invested in like, Kinoko Nasu, one of the only people who can understand me.
Yeah,
but, like,
yeah.
So going back into it, like, I'll be less emotional in my reads, I feel.
Yeah, for me, like it helped me like break away from that like worship of just like every like character, you know, and like thinking everything is great, and actually start critically thinking about the work later on. Yeah, definitely, it's definitely not perfect. Even say nice stuff, but the thing is, I love it anyways.
Yep. I mean, it's still the
like,
best fiction
I think that critical take, like, I maybe appreciate the work even more, in my personal opinion.
Yup.
Like that, I can understand what was being put in there and why.
Oh fuck!
Go on.
It forced me out of a little bit of fakery, and from my own position of being myself, I'm able to appreciate it as a separate thing even more.
Because I attached so much myself to this VN years ago. It allowed me to like have my own identity, you know, outside of it, and not just become another stan of insert personal work there.
Like, I've realized the truth about myself. I'm not Shiro Emiya. I'm Angra, mind you. Fucking, the fact that I'm actually going to back that up later. I get it. I know. Saying that you're like Angra is a very big flag that says you're not like Angra, but I still feel like I can because I kind of fucking hate the guy.
The Joker. I just can't stand that guy.
Hey, you know, I'm okay with one guy like that existing.
Okay, let's get back on track on this question.
Yes. Wise, you have some stuff to say?
It's hard, really. Like, besides just makes me like certain characters more. Like, it made me like Medusa more. Maybe like Ku more. It made me like Gilgamesh a bit more. It made me like Hero more. Yeah. Made me like the track trio. It made me like Rin, obviously more. Sakura and Saber, a bit more. Not to the level Not to like the extreme increases that the other people have, but it's still a bit of increase for that. Ilya,
Mhm.
TBH, not much of an increase. She's still on a heaven skill level.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I know, cute cuddle is really cute, but
Yeah, I like
She
it
had
for
a-
Unger too.
She had such a good chance, and they fucked it.
yeah, the problem is HA focused a lot on like her being the younger sister, which is basically Fate
Yeah.
Ilya, compared to
There are
her
a
being
lot
the
of-
older sister, which is rarely there, and only in serious story
Yup.
scenes where she has that the older sister mode, which is the part of Ilya that I love, because I hated Fate Ilya, and I still kind of dislike her. I just think she's a
Yeah.
terrible trope. Yandere Lolly,
Yeah.
very original last two.
There's just a lot of uncomfortableness
Oh,
with
God,
Elia
yeah.
in general.
No, I don't really care. I like my threshold is like way too. I just think it's boring as fuck.
Like,
It's not interesting.
yeah, like I blankly liked her in Fate towards the end. Like, well, I mean, I also knew all the things though, so like,
Yeah. I ended up liking her a lot. But...
But yeah, just like my character
It's a
impressions,
core.
and of course, HA strengthening the themes already there. Yeah, HA I think did make Stay Night, my whole Stay Night experience better, except Ayako. We'll get into Ayako. Next
we'll
question.
get into
Yes.
Ayako.
We'll talk about Ayako.
The next
So,
question
yeah,
from
Just
From-
like we'll talk about the moon
Go on,
one
Doc.
day.
Doc.
now you go. Sorry.
From Doc. What are your favorite music tracks from HA, and how do you
Um,
think the music overall compares to FSN?
Before
maybe
that,
we
I
could
was just
also-
gonna say, looking
Oh,
at the
sorry.
Discord questions, the tier list is technically next. I just didn't put it in the questions.
oh boy.
Oh wait,
Is it?
no, it's after. It's after. Never mind. It's after.
Yeah, yeah.
It's Doctor.
I just didn't put it in the questions. Right, so
Oh,
yeah,
do I go
Doc.
first?
Music. Yes.
Yeah, maybe
Alright.
all of us should have our favorite music tracks first, and then we can all answer the
Well,
music
favorite
overall.
music tracks is later down.
Yeah,
Wait.
yeah. It
Is
is. Do we just want to do favorite music tracks
Oh,
first
this
and then
is-
get into everything
Wait,
else?
what?
You know what? Let's just mix these two questions because whereas Angra Shadow also asked top 3 soundtracks in HA, and they're very similar.
Yeah.
Let me check the
we'll
question.
mix the
They're
questions.
pretty similar questions. So let's talk about it here, and let's go through our list and then talk about just generally.
All right.
Yeah,
So should we
let's go
start with
through our
number
list.
3?
Yep.
Are we're doing number 3? I went. Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Oh, that was Angra Shadow asked for top 3 soundtracks,
yeah. Okay, go for it. Yeah.
and then we can just talk about general. So yeah,
Oh
alright,
god,
number 3.
this is really, really hard for me, and honestly, I could go either way on number 3 between the one I picked and Hollow.
Mhm.
But this is what I picked for number 3, False Echo of Death and Rebirth. I remember the
Nice.
first time hearing this song.
Yeah.
Like, it just set the tone for the back night so well the first time I heard it. Like, the glockenspiel in the background just has this eerie feeling of mystery, and the piano just has this like matter of fact
Yeah.
tone to it. It's
Nice
so
image
good.
doc.
Yeah.
Like, it really felt like the theme of Angra and Baz's talks.
Yeah, it's definitely like this is the
It's-
back night.
It's like about discovering things, and since I knew literally nothing about HA when diving into it, I'm just like, oh shit. Oh my god, there's all this to learn and explore and figure out. There's so much to learn about these characters.
Mhm.
I can't explain why I like this song so much other than what I just explained about it, but
I think it's a good representation of Ataraxia, like the
Yeah.
the mystery side.
yeah,
like,
it was
both-
really
both-
good.
Both quotation marks Shiro and Bezet trying to find out what the fuck's happening.
And I also just really like the way it sounds too. It feels unique. Like I haven't really heard anything much like it.
Where is it?
So then now it's Mado's number 3 then. If you
Did you lose your number 3?
Where is it? I wrote these down.
Yeah,
Hang on, I have to.
Damn it. Okay, maybe I should do my number 3 then while Mano tries to find whatever Number 3.
Oh no, wait, here it is.
Okay, now I can do number 3 then.
Here it is. Specifically ranking Sundex. Okay, there it is. Number 3. Hollow.
Hey, that was honestly I could have gone either way.
Switch up.
Remember not to.
There was more to the whole. There was more to the song the whole time, and we just had to move past the initial loop to see it. Wrong hollow. Wrong hollow.
There we go.
Yeah.
Wrong hollow.
I stopped it. I stopped it. We're good now. We're good now. And yeah, no, you're right. Oh my god, yeah.
We just had to move past the initial loop to see it.
Oh my god,
slowly uncovering more of the truth.
It works so well
It jumps out
that we didn't
instantly.
watch the intro before. It works so well watching the intro after because then we escaped the loop and kept going.
Well, remember that it plays for the first time when Chandra fights with Karen long enough to see the dawn.
Oh, it does.
Of the
Okay,
fifth
okay.
day.
Okay.
Or not the dawn.
I thought it played at the beginning.
The midnight of the 5th day.
So the other one played at the beginning.
Getting to the end.
The Ataraxia played at the beginning.
Yeah, because it's the paradise, right?
Yeah. It's the paradise, and then this was the hollow. But the hollowness was there with us the whole time. We just couldn't see the whole thing. And yeah, like, I'm a sucker for leitmotifs. It's instantly the first thing that jumped out at me. This was my number 1 until I thought about it and had to, like, put it in number 3 because the other 2 songs.
Yeah. It would have definitely been my number 4. I also got some stuff to say about Hollow, just musically. Like,
yeah,
I love the airy synths. They have this unique Fate feel, and it sounds similar to New Dawn, honestly, which is, I like it because New Dawn is like the ending song, and it's like a New Dawn, but something's off about it.
I'm not a big music person, so.
I'm not a big music person, but I'm a big soundtrack person.
Yeah. Like, I'm just now realizing that, like, music and, like, composition, like, making music actually kind of interests me a bit, so.
Big both. Funk dog. Okay, so. Should I go for my number 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's...
Okay, my number
3. Good question, Doc. I do like it.
Is Karen's theme.
Ooh, we're gonna talk about that later.
So long.
Yeah, higher for you. But yeah, my number 3 is Karen's themes. It's just such a good representation of her character. Like as Angrid says in one of the Twitch scenes, it's just that serenity that slowly kills you. That makes you just stay still. Like the opposite way. Compared to Kirei, which is all about stoking your trauma and anger and everything, you know? Karen is like the exact opposite, where she like equalizes. She makes everything flat and still, as she raises those who are hurt and puts down those who are happy. You know.
Do you know what? Actually,
and she did both to Angra and let him come to peace with his death.
Yep.
You want to just like talk about these as they come up and not necessarily in order?
Sure, go for it. You can talk about Karen.
Because, yeah, Karen's theme is number 1 for me. And you might have noticed already, I do have a little bit of a Karen bias, but in all seriousness, like that. For me, this theme was actually kind of similar, and it's used very similarly to this Illusion piano version. Because, like, whenever this theme plays, people start to see things clearly. Like, they see past, like, all the walls they put up.
Yeah, Karen's theme is just like...
It's more melancholic.
Karen's theme is automatically... It's like, I associate Karen's scenes with just like, this is going to be a good scene.
Yes, absolutely. Every scene it plays in is just wonderful. Yeah, like, with Karen's theme, like, the clouds clear around you and you can see things clearly.
And there's that bittersweet note to it.
It's painful. Like, it's definitely, like, a more melancholic song than The Solution.
It hurts, but you're smiling.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about this more in my favorite plot scenes, but...
Doc, if we had more time, like not more time, but like more spots, the whole finale soundtrack would definitely be there. The Outbreak War, all that stuff.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm gonna talk
Funnily
about that
enough.
more later because there's a question for that.
Yeah, we'll get to
It's
that.
not on my list.
Not on my list as well. Yes, sadly.
Karen's theme, I mean.
Oh, Quarantine.
Wait, what?
Heretic. Get out of here.
Yeah, it's.
Nah,
You know, it's surprising, but for me, it's
What's your
it's
number 2?
really good, but it would probably be my number 4.
Okay, that's
then.
fair.
Then what's your number 2 then, madam?
Cool Wind.
Really?
Oh, where's
Yeah,
Cool
go play Cool Wind, because it's just.
I'm trying to remember what is Cool Wind.
Yeah, that's the thing, is I started listening to the soundtrack, and I heard it, and I'm like, oh shit. It's not listed,
It's not
yeah.
listed.
Oh, this is Cool Wind.
No.
Wait,
This
where
is-
the fuck
this-
is it?
Where's
It's the main
Cool
menu
Wind?
scene, not the main. It's the map scene.
No,
it's
it's-
the map scene, right?
Is it?
Is it?
I know
It's
it
not the
got
map
played in, like, map?
Is it map? I don't know. I don't think it's map. Sorry, I got confused for a second. No, it's not the map. It's not the map. It's not the map.
Yeah, it's not the map.
I don't know.
Where
We gotta
is it?
find Cool Wind.
Where are
Yeah,
you,
I heard
Wind?
Cool Wind and I'm like, wait, what the
Where
fuck?
is it?
I'll put the
there's-
link in chat for anyone who doesn't have it.
I know there's like an alternate translation of this here. So, maybe an
It's
alternate
not Let Us Go
translation.
Merrily. It's not. Oh, it's definitely an alternate. Refreshing Breeze! Refreshing Breeze! It's totally Refreshing Breeze.
There
There it is.
Yes. Oh, that was so good at the end with the map. Yeah.
Yes,
It's played
that's
at
why I got
the
confused. That's why I got confused. Like this sounds like a map scene, right? Oh wait, this is not the map scene.
Yeah, but
it's finale
yes.
map scene.
Cool Wind, Refreshing Breeze, however you want to translate it. This, to me, is just the, like... This is the theme of those average days of
This
just,
is slice
like...
of life. This is slice of
Yeah,
life.
It's
this
very
is the
good.
slice of life. It's living in the Emiya household. This gives me the sense of, like,
Yeah,
switching off the TV and wondering, okay, what do I do now? I wonder what this person's up to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's so
it's
many
just-
memories attached to this
I
song.
think this definitely links to my talk about the difference between Stay Night and Ataraxia music wise. But I'll leave it for later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like, this also links to, my discussion of the difference as we're going through the favorites before we,
Alright.
hit that,
Okay, so
like,
then,
half of Doc's question. But yeah, like, it's, I wanted to put this in number 1 as well. Like, every fucking song, when it got in, is basically like, oh no, wait, Hollow can't be this. Cool Wind is definitely that. Oh no, shit, Cool Wind isn't that. It's actually, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
okay,
No.
so then,
Like,
As- Yeah. Oh no,
I-
wait.
Hmm?
Aru hasn't said her number 2 yet.
yeah,
has
that's
Yeah,
what I
I
was gonna say.
haven't-
Aru should say
I'll
it for number 2.
also, I just want to say, like, I just realized how much I like this song. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm getting
I
so
felt real good-
nostalgic.
I felt real good when this became the title screen, not the title menu scene. Just like
Yeah, oh, that
The-
hit
the-
so hard.
yeah.
It is the theme of those
It's
holiday
just-
days, and I was just saying goodbye to them there.
I remember I was like, why is we went through a serious scene, and then Poppy like, duh, duh, and then one scene,
Yeah.
and then it became
Yeah,
Cool
it talks about
Breeze, and then it became Cool Breeze like soon after that. It's like, wow, the video game must have heard you.
it did.
Oh,
See,
I
don't
think
help
Wise
it
was
out.
joking, but Wise probably
Yeah.
probably knows that it's not a joke.
I am the pacing guy. I know what I'm talking about. I've been here for a year.
Alright, so my number
But yeah,
2.
no, the fucking map theme to me, the map theme is always just the, like, we've just come out of something really dark and heavy, and then immediately, dude! But yes. You're number
Yeah. To be honest, I would have put this was the
Oh,
map theme the whole time, but oh well. It has like both the sides of like
Yeah.
slight melancholy, like there is slight hinge of it, but
So-
most of it is just slice of life. It's an easy way to contrast. Sorry, go on.
So
go
I was-
on.
Anyways, I wasn't sure about where this one was gonna go on the list until I had something happen recently, but I'm just gonna say that number 2 for me was Last Piece, and specifically
Yeah.
again this is like a weird thing to relate it to, but for like a long time. I've been like dragging my feet, like promising I would like DM a game again for D&D, and I kept like trying to tell myself I could do it, and I finally admitted that I couldn't do it anymore. And
Yeah, Doc.
like I'll do it again eventually, but I can't do it now for many reasons.
That's fine.
And
that's all good.
When I did that and saw like you offer to like start a new game and everyone like getting on board for that, I felt those guitars kick in and last piece in my head.
Right, because you were.
And I'm
were
just like, holy fuck, I love
like,
this song.
There was that emotional part of you that thought somehow that everything was going to break, but then.
And then it didn't.
Oh, the guitars are wild, huh?
Oh no, they're not. They'll be on in just a second. But yeah, no, they like, and just the like bittersweet mood that the guitars provide is so good. Like, I love it when guitars are used in that way. I think like most times they are in Fate. It's like that.
So good.
Yep.
It's like this is the sweet part.
Wait, no, isn't. Wait, I think the only other song in Fate that uses guitars like this is or uses guitars is Mighty Wind. Yeah. So yeah, no, this is different.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And guess what song... Sorry, go on.
No, sorry, you first, Wise.
Guess what my number 2 is? Last Piece.
Guess what my number 1 is?
Last Piece?
Hint, you won't get it if you say it's Last Piece, because it's not.
Damn it.
It's not on my list. This would probably be number 5 for me. I get it, I feel it, it's great. I don't have as strong of an emotional connection to it.
Oh, gee.
For me, it was like probably gonna be 4, and then it jumped up to 2.
So what's your number 1 then?
Yeah, let us.
Stranger.
Oh,
ooh,
okay.
That's a good one.
It wasn't this one.
This is not time. Yeah, this is.
Oh, this is a good one.
Because this represents the night.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if Cool Wind decides of life, this is Back Night.
This is the Back Nights for me, in the same way that Full Cycle of Death and Rebirth was that for you.
Oh, this was like
this is
like the Back Nights where they just talk, like where you remember that Back Night where just Baz and I would just talk. Like, this is like the Back Night.
Yeah, this was them like playing their backstories or going through their backstories. Like this was this is the like kind of, I wouldn't even call this necessarily bittersweet. It's melancholy. It's melancholy is what it is.
Yeah.
And it's just that melancholic like calm that like really solidified the like darker elements of the story. Because as much as like, ironically, you know, like I really do like the I really do love the fucking slice of life elements of the story, but I will always go for the more serious elements. Like all of my favorite slice of life moments were like
the deep talks.
Yeah, the deep talks, like the maid soul talk, for instance.
Yeah, it was
before that.
I mean, Future
like,
Wind
is like the Future kind of where it gets serious. Like
Future is kind of an exception, but that was also kind of serious.
Yeah, Future was funny, but it was the serious parts of that, and it probably, I mean, it wouldn't be number 1 if Rian got like a better arc in Stay Night.
Yeah. That's why I said
if I didn't like kind of need this, it would maybe not even make the top 5, but that being there is the representation of Stay Night being here. This to me is my favorite parts of
Ataraxia, yeah.
Or at least just my favorite vibes from Hollow Ataraxia.
I just didn't even know the name of the song, but it's so good.
Yeah, when Nasu turns up like
up there.
It's yeah, but it's just that these are the talks that I remember. Yeah, like of course the Slice of Life has all those like iconic things like the pool scenes and all that stuff. But these are like the ones that I think about at night. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. And like,
I mean, there's a reason
Karen's
there's a real
theme
talk
was fucking amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And it happened so often. but like it just didn't fully like click on there for me. Like the scenes where it showed up were the less we're all real fucking good, but like it showed up so much more sparingly, and like Last Piece only showed up like right there at the end and as the menu theme for a little bit. So
Makes
like
sense because you're a leitmotif person.
yeah, I remember having a conversation before where it's like, yeah, coming to the realization that, yeah, I value music for the elements that it attaches itself to. I value music as, like, a recall tool to, like, relive moments where I heard the song before.
Yeah, I get you.
I'm definitely
In a lot
feeling
of
that
ways.
now
So,
listening.
like, for me,
Yeah.
for me, this is just the back nights.
Yeah, like when I think
And
of
the
this
best
thing,
parts. And
I
yeah.
think of Bazet thinking about leaving home because she's afraid that she'll just sink to the ocean with it.
Yeah.
That's like that whole like
Yeah.
back night as well. Just
I remember her like looking off as well and being like
yeah,
scared that
into the
people would
bay.
forget her.
Yeah, people would forget her.
Yep.
Is that all, man?
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much all. It's just that, like, for me, it was, yeah, like, my musical choices were mostly done by how well they can represent things.
I'm not thinking
And the
that deeply.
elements are most important.
I'm not that deeply thinking about that music. I just think, oh, this is cool music that I enjoy the scenes are within.
I think I'm like halfway in
That's
between
all.
you two. I'm a centrist. Oh no.
Yeah.
And now for the final number one for me, Emiya 2.
Oh, it's real fucking good. Yeah.
I don't even explain it because there's not much to explain. It is Emiya 2.
It's
Yeah,
Emiya,
yeah.
and it
I'll-
feels slightly off as well.
I'll leave it for when we get there. You know what I mean. But we'll just vibe to this
The
for a
scene.
bit. That's all.
Yeah. Like, it's just...
It's so attached, as you said, it's so attached to the scene that I can't talk about it.
It is.
Really.
Yeah.
I'm
That scene
talking
is
about
real
the
fucking
scene.
good.
I mean, it's so good. Why isn't
Harrison,
there
you're an Emiya
Emiya 2 drops in?
Yeah, just like the heavy, like, would you say synth? That represents like the represent Archer. Like it's like a lot deeper. I don't know how to say this in music terms, but you get what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Like the beginning is a lot
Yeah.
darker. Not darker, but like heavier.
I honestly like the
Representing,
idea
like-
of like Dean Emiya representing Archer because it was like that darker, heavier
And
version.
and UBW Emiya being like ufotable Emiya being UBW. Sure.
Also, I love that
See.
they put Ufotable Archer's theme as like has the first two notes of Emiya as a leitmotif. I don't know how I managed to notice that.
I didn't even notice. Yeah. Well, it's because you were already in the like looking for shit mode, where I was in the like, I've watched this before. Time to like not
Yeah.
think as hard as I haven't. Like, that's one fun thing about going through Stay Night on stream, is that like and Hollow Ataraxia is that like I'm pushed to try and think about things more, to have more things to say.
Yeah.
And I like that. If I were reading or watching these on my own, I wouldn't be thinking about 90% of this shit.
I actually just want to say, like, this has actually been a really great journey for me growing as, like, a person who, like, thinks for herself and, like, actually has opinions on things.
Yeah.
Because now, like,
Yeah, I was-
there's a
yeah.
reason to come up with opinions and actually share them and talk about them.
I also have to learn to like make my own opinions that aren't just like my gut feelings, like my own reads about what the work is actually about, all that stuff. Because most of the time it's either me following people that seem smart, me just saying what I feel like, or me being the opposite of what I hate. You know.
Yeah.
What,
It was all
What I
reaction.
do-
I definitely
That was my
fucking
problem.
get that.
That was my problem. There's no reaction. It wasn't like intelligent, well put arguments and reads together. That
What
took
is
years
it?
for me to have it took years for me to have all this experience and weapon knowledge that I can just pull off scenes out of nowhere, like thinking about like a certain scene in UBW. Oh yeah, that's about that.
yeah.
Yeah.
like-
This took years to like get that like type of like mindset and experience.
and it's, like, weird for me
Yo.
because, like, I never really watched like that much in the past and I never looked at it before. And The way I used to like get
thank you very much
opinions
for
about
this.
works is just read the room and say, whatever the consensus is, that's my opinion now. Even though I never really actually thought about it, because we'll get into that more when I talk about Baz.
Glad to hear that, Realism.
Okay, now we can
Thanks
talk
for
about
being
Yeah.
a part of this.
Yeah, thanks, Realism. We hope
Yeah,
everyone
I'm
like
so
that
happy.
in this can enjoy the streams like that. And then we can
Oh,
talk
I'm
about
so
the
glad
second
to hear
half of Doc's question, I think. Is it Doc? Yeah.
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 Alright, so...
Specifically, the which soundtrack do we
No, it's
think
not,
comes
it's
out
not,
on top?
is it? It just says how do you think music overall compares to Space Night?
Do you want me to
yeah.
just... Do we
I mean,
just
you
each
could
like
say-
throw one out there? Maybe?
No, what do you mean? Like, I was just gonna talk about the general like vibe I got from Ataraxia compared to Space Night. But
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the fun of it, right? I guess is part of like how we interpret the questions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
like-
getting,
there's still a few more
clarification as
songs I
well.
want to talk about.
yeah,
No,
go
I
for it.
didn't
You can
make
do
the
it.
cut.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, go for it. this is the Q.
Alright.
I mean, honestly, Realism, same.
Yeah, big...
Ain't my father with my
Sure.
mother.
But yeah, here's another song I want to talk about. Like,
Church of Rebel.
Just to make sure that my mom's not in chat. She is not.
Hopefully she doesn't go through the VOD.
Oh no, like, I mean, with her specifically, like, she's had a great positive effect on me.
Okay, so
same
yeah,
with
Church
my
of Rebel.
mom.
Anyway,
But yes, yeah, so Church of Rebel, like, it has this invasive and forceful feeling to it. Like, it's just, like, prying away your defense mechanisms and forcing you to, like,
Oh, God.
become what's underneath. And it just works so well, because, like, when Angra enters the church and hears this song, like, the guise of Shiro Emiya drops. Or starts to drop.
Because we're out of time.
Yep. It's
I wrote the
so
recording.
good.
Why the stay in that Q&A last
Doesn't it
so long
have that,
last
like,
time?
offensive and
Because
invasive
the bottom
feel
music
to it?
block.
It
Yeah.
totally does. Like, the way that you said it strips away your defense mechanisms, it makes so much sense, and it makes so much fucking sense of, like, he went there to get angry.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, you may not know this, but oftentimes my instant, like, guttural instinct response to my defense mechanism being stripped away is anger.
That makes
Makes sense,
sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably
I was just
true for
saying
me
that
at some
because,
point.
yeah, because Aru has her thing,
Yes.
or she wouldn't.
The chaotic good version of Church of Hero.
I don't get
I wouldn't say chaotic
Yup.
good. I would say chaotic neutral.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, like maybe I feel like it would still be lawful, to be honest. Like that is the
Yeah, because
Maybe,
it's like
yeah.
towards
Church in
the
the Hills,
truth.
like lawful
yeah,
evil.
I
This is like
maybe it's just neutral. Maybe it's just
True neutral. Yeah, because it like
Right.
it forces away like all the guises and walls you put up. Yeah.
Alignments are bullshit.
I
anyway.
wish. I hope you were right, Realism. I hope you were right.
Also, I still love
Okay.
this I just musically really like the song. Like Stay Night has really like sold me on like the church aesthetic and organ music and all that. It just sounds so good.
Anime church
Except
is
for
so
this-
cool.
Except for the strings in the song, they sound so out of place.
Buh.
Yeah.
The MIDI strings.
yeah. Boom.
Like
Okay.
yeah,
any-
like I would honestly love to learn to play this
Ah.
dress as Karen one day.
Nice. Okay. And
Yes,
of
I
course,
want to call
The
Play
nun
Karen.
outfit, of course.
and of
Yes,
course,
the nun
another,
outfit. Duh.
Another track that's really good is just Outbreak and Wars. We should talk about those.
Oh yes,
Ah,
yes. I that was on my
yeah,
list.
like I love them both. But oh my god, like this section of Wars really like hits me in the like this sounds like MIDI instruments. I never got any of that from Stay Night, even though it was, but this like I guess just hits whatever exact period of my childhood where I started noticing sounds. and like this just sounds like the beginning of Wars sounds super outdated to me, and I wish it didn't, because it's so great like in composition.
I guess. What I
Yeah,
want to say about Wars.
Yeah, go on, sorry.
I was just gonna say, like, without listening too closely, like, I can already pick out several leitmotifs. Like, the beginning sounds like Burst Up. I don't know if it follows the melody exactly, but it's real close. And then there's, like, bits of Emiya, and I think Light and Darkness is in there a bit, too.
Let me be honest. I never heard any of this before this list came. That's why I don't have that much of a connection to Wars. My connection is Outbreak.
Like, the song is just fan service for the Stay Night fans.
Like, even though Wars is played primarily played primarily during the last interlude, when I think of the last interlude, I think of Outbreak. And
yeah, Outbreak is also real good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that like triumphant like horn or whatever that instrument is represents the mood of like the conclusion of this 4-day and the conclusion of like this whole Fate universe in general. It's like,
oh god, Outbreak is so good. What the fuck?
Like we're going out, but we're going out with a fucking bang, baby. Everyone's here. Avengers, Infinity stuff, Avengers, Endgame stuff. Just it really fits the mood more than Wars, in my opinion.
It's such a good build-up, yeah.
Yeah, maybe the Wars if it's better for the meat of the battle, but it's like the beginning horn that announces everything's gonna like every bullshit thing's gonna happen here. It's hard to beat me talking about music.
Yeah.
No, that was just a bit realism. That was just a bit. That was just a bit.
Yeah, I told realism that is a bit, and realism didn't believe me. And realism didn't believe me. I was like, no, it is a bit.
My D&D character Kyoko, on the other hand.
Realism,
I'm blanking.
No,
I don't even remember that.
It was
I think it was Antimatter that made a joke about me not knowing that the Earth is made of because Gil on the Shea.
It was during Gil's full power AI.
Right. That yes. Okay. Yes.
The original form of the Earth was magma and air. It's like, and I was like overreacted. Like she said, "Oh wow, it's actually I didn't know that." I was like, "Yeah, nice bitch."
That was a really funny. That was a really funny bit. I know some things, not much, but I know some things.
But yeah, this shit represents like Rin's whole like determination. Like, what should I do? And then she finally does the thing where she thinks it's impossible, but she does it anyways. The whole fucking full circle of her arc. It's so good. I can't speak more. I'm spoiling shit. But wait.
Oh my god.
Did you realize that fact as well?
No, I just like just start over because I'm just realizing that doesn't it start with one horn, and then after a little bit the second horn comes in?
Yeah, I think so.
Just the build-up is just so good.
God, I really wish it was played longer.
Rin standing on the bridge, and then Archer shows up to support her.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good. Also, just the fact. Well, we'll talk about Last Interlude more later, but oh, it's so good.
Okay, let's talk about other music before we go. We'll go into finale talk.
Oh, why don't we talk about
this later? But
that almost made the list.
When I think of this thing, I think of the out of the sisters. You know what I'm talking about?
The NFL sisters,
like that, like the beginning beat drop with like them just like going to Rin's boom, and then it changes camera angle to Rin's face. It's so good. But anyway, go on.
For me, like, it symbolizes, like, a return to the dangerous nights of the Holy Grail War. It's got that, like, sound font of Into the Night, and it's just... It brings me back to all that, like, tension and excitement I felt while on the Stay Night menu screen, just waiting to see what the mushroom would do for us this time.
And yeah, realism, same with me. The beginning beat drop is nice.
Yeah, no, it's... Let's listen to it again.
Yeah,
and the tambourine that I always think of as cheese, which apparently is pretty common.
Because I always think of the fucking, like, chanting whenever I hear this, because it's like... Yeah, it's like Into the Night as Chiro that's being interrupted and overridden a little bit by Angra. The chanting, the fucking... I always think... For this, I always think of that first time that like Karen showed up in the park with all the beasts when you got eaten.
Yeah, that as well. That as well.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's just it's
Oh
so,
god,
this,
yeah.
this song is so evocative. Like when you talk about that thing, that like how the music worked during that section just appears in my head. Just like like the camera of the VM like goes up to her face as well. It's just really used well the effects of the new effects they do in Ataraxia as well. Really cool.
Yeah.
I love this song. I remember when I first heard it, I'm just like, did they actually like get something in the sound file of Into the Night?
Spin.
I do
honestly,
like that about
like-
HA, that it doesn't rely too much on old music.
Yeah, no,
Like, it's not
and
just-
I like the
Yeah.
few times where the old music did make an appearance too.
Yeah, because it makes the old music, like when it comes up, feel even better.
Yeah, exactly.
Like when Emiya fucking hits on the bridge, like, it's like, here we go! Like, Yoro had a really interesting, like, comment on that scene. It's like, it took a while, but it's this scene where I realized, oh, this is why I found love with fate. Like, it's just like the bridge fight happens.
God, I think
Like,
I said
yeah,
this
I get
before.
it.
The
I
way
want
that
to.
it builds on its elements.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
Okay, any other music? Let's just go.
one that I liked, as has been mentioned yet, is Door of Truth. Like, there's not much to say other than I just
yeah.
really like it. Like, it has this
Door
more
of Truth.
slightly serious but slice of life
Like-
sound to it.
Like when you think, yeah, I think like, is this background music? No, this is slice of life music. with slice of life mode.
Yeah, it's like the more serious
Yeah.
slice of life scenes.
Yeah, this
I
is
just
like
like the sound it
deep-
has.
yeah.
To me,
It's
this
what
always just says like, this is like cool win, but if you're getting off the bus.
what is
Kinda, I guess.
romance? What is romance? I'm just looking at what he's
I think that was the scene that plays in the H scenes.
yeah.
No, we're not
It's
listening
like-
to that one. Let's talk about Lancer.
Oh, Legend! The
Legend is
backstory
real
music.
good.
Legend.
Backstory
And
music.
Legend is real fucking
Yup.
good.
Legend is really this is Koo's themes. Even though it's been used a lot, this is Koo's backstory time.
Yeah, I was
Well,
thinking
of course,
too.
it has that like
The- like,
Celtic style,
yeah.
Yeah, I like how they like actually took the time
which
to
also
do that.
fits for Saber.
It does.
Yes.
She's Welsh. That's closer to Celtic than English.
What is more?
if
What
I
is
remember
more?
Right?
What is more dining?
Oh,
where
that
is
was
it?
Like, I don't know the
shit,
name.
What was the scene? I think that was the like eating during the date and like eating while
Go Shinji!
The song, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
go!
Oh, I love
Shinji-O.
this song.
Oh.
It's just the song is so much fun.
it's like I don't think it's like I just think it's really funny. I just really like it. I just think
The
it's really
song
funny.
is so much fun, and
It's-
honestly,
It's pretty great.
This comedy scene now is.
what gets me is the fucking build up from Wakame Paradise.
We
I've been
did
waiting
enough.
to
can't
hear the
believe
song for so
was-
long in context.
Yeah.
I can't believe it was used also to parody Takeshi's Castle.
Yeah. It's
Wait, what? Oh, the game.
and-
Yeah.
Yeah, the Einsburn Castle Assault minigame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and the
Which we played
Tosaka
once.
and this let's play maybe actually really appreciate Tosaka's shrine as well. Since we spent so much time there.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh
like
yeah,
it.
but
yeah.
more dining was the
What's more dining?
eating themes.
Yes. Yeah, Wakame Paradise.
Oh,
Wow.
God.
The fucking build
This
up
is
on
even
that.
this is even more comedy hour.
Or
Yeah.
not the eating scenes. This is the more common comedy.
What's the difference between 1 and 2?
What was I thinking of those?
Open the doors
It would be later.
between. Wait,
Open
go
the
down. What was it
doors?
between Stella? Go down. Go down.
Short edit.
Oh, I think that's an
Go down.
opening.
No.
It says between Stella and Les. What's that?
Oh, that was one part of the Assault on the Castle minigame, along with Lake of the Ryudo
Okay.
God and Tiger's Lesson
What-
and
what-
select
I-
characters.
remember
Operation Ilias Castle.
Remember the Stella and Les
Yeah.
like scene, the soul scene? What was the scene
Yeah.
with that?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Like I remember it being really
I think
good.
that was Door of Truth. No.
Was it Tool of Truth?
It might have been.
Flicker?
I don't think
Flicker?
no. It's two.
No.
No.
No, this is Holy Hours.
Fragment of...
Fragment
Not
of
Let Us Go Merrily.
No.
Not that one.
No.
Light Step?
Whisper... No, not Whisper in the Dark.
Reunion?
The last one? No.
The last one?
No, it's not
that
the- it's-
one. Oh wait, what is it?
No, this is final. This is final boss fight music. The
You know, this is all
Yeah.
special stuff.
Alright,
So-
so... Oh, yeah, this song. That's a real good song. Oh, the song was
What
good
is-
too.
I'm going through every one of them just to see which one was that one.
Yeah, we're gonna go
Fun,
through all
I
of them.
guess theme in HA.
Oh, it's definitely
No,
No, no.
no.
Don't get us
Is it
copyright
Adventure?
strict.
Is it Adventure?
Shockers.
No, it's not Adventure.
No, that was his fighting theme.
Okay,
Yeah.
MDS2, no. Escalibur, no. Encounter, maybe? Encounter 2?
No,
No, those
Encounter
are
was
fight
the like
scenes.
Shiro getting fucking like killed in a
Okay.
fight. theme.
Horribly.
So,
Yes.
Mirage?
On the
What about Mirage?
Mirage? It might
Oh,
have been
Mirage.
Mirage.
Yeah,
Check
maybe.
Mirage. Check Mirage. No. Is it
No, yeah, no, that was the other backstory theme.
Orani? Orala?
No, that's the YouTuber theme.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go find that theme.
remember.
I'm gonna go find that theme and figure out what it was.
Yeah, we'll do that in the meantime, I guess.
Romance? Was it romance?
Oh, it might be.
Romance. Was it? It was
It
romance. It was fucking
It
romance.
was,
romance.
yeah.
It was the song that I believe also plays in the H scenes.
Yeah, it was romance.
I believe
It was
this is what
romance.
played.
I'm trying. Yeah, it was romance. Definitely.
Yeah, it was definitely this song.
Yeah.
This is a good song.
This is a good song.
And this is what played when Angra got hungry.
Nom nom nom.
Control.
Okay, I think we talked about enough
Yeah.
about individual tracks. We should talk about like the overall cast, the overall track.
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Oh yeah,
In
yeah.
the contrast.
So,
Aru, how do you think it compares?
let me just put on some other music.
No, this is
What should I
like.
put on? Oh, also this one was funny too, and set a good tone at the beginning.
This was specifically
fake.
the like scary song that never got used for any serious scene.
This is
Yeah.
it's a slice of life. Ooh, spooky.
So, like, I do think the Fate Stay Night soundtrack was a lot more memorable to me. Like, the songs are more
Yeah.
attached to specific moments for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, like HA, I really liked HA's music as well. It's just different for me.
Yeah, I'll talk about that when I get to my
Is
turn.
that what you got then?
Yeah, that's like the general vibe I felt. Like I like it a lot as well, and I like it in a different way, kind of like they're more attached
Yeah,
to moods than
yeah.
scenes for me in HA.
Yeah.
Because they're
Yeah, I
used
think
over
it fits
so
the-
many scenes.
I think it fits the overall themes of HA as well, you know? Not like about the whole theme
Yeah,
about
yeah.
mundanity of daily life. And just like, it's
Oh,
more about.
shit.
Go on, yeah. Go on. Minor.
Yeah, no, because that like just thinking of my my thing is like my thing was that the serious songs from Stay Night hit harder, but the like more slice of life songs from HA just worked better generally. But
Yeah,
I'm just realizing like that's just because every song from HA, almost every song is a lot more like slice of life. Even like Stranger, as you pointed
Yeah.
out earlier, was still more
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
slice of life. So much of it, like
Yeah.
it,
why-
it blends together a little bit more, but in a good way.
Yeah,
In a way, it blends together like a masterfully painted watercolor.
compared to like Stay Night, where like you can instantly notice a change of tones between scenes, but those soundtrack is a lot more iconic. Like immediately, like
Yeah.
sorrow and fucking everlasting feeling. You know, I forgot
Ever-present
ever present
feeling,
feeling.
yeah.
Ever-present feeling, yeah.
And
yeah.
Em, yeah,
I
like
mean, to be honest, that's everlasting feeling would also be a fair translation. So, like, you know, emotion that don't go away.
no emotion there, don't do it. Yeah, but like Yeah, it's a lot more sudden, like the scene, like the music's in like Stay Night between the transitions. It doesn't really blend together, but it makes the scenes that stick out very iconic and memorable. Great Hot Ataraxia, where it has some of those soundtracks, and most of it's just like vibes.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
like I don't,
Ah,
to be honest, I don't remember much of the slice of life music of Stay Night compared to Hot Ataraxia.
yup. Like
Yeah,
specifically, I
I
in my
remembered a
brain
lot
was able to
less.
come up with Cool Wind, and I had to look up like Fate say like what
Like
the
the
fuck did the like soundtrack sound
funny,
like? It's like, okay, no, this is beautiful. I'm flashing back.
like when I
It's
think
still
of
like it
of
has
slice
less
of life.
staying power.
You think of slice of life Stay Night. Funny enough, I think of the TV Tsukihime main music. That is the iconic part.
I always
I
think of
can't
like
wait to hear that in
like
Tsukihime.
how like charmingly amateurish the like piano in Matter Red Town starting off sounds, and how like after a second it goes into like sounding good, but like at the start it's just like too much all at once.
Yeah, yes, it is Matata.
Yeah, it sounds like it's clipping. It almost always sounds like the first note is clipping, and like
I guess I could kind of hear that.
Yeah,
Hold on,
like
I
I can
can
say that. Yeah,
literally just.
yeah. Stay Night is a lot more bombastic. It's with like
yeah,
the world itself, and how they
in
get
your
operate
face.
storyline. Yeah,
That's how I described Fate Stay Night's music before. And like Hollow
Oh,
Ataraxia kind of gets a little bit away from that, although there is also songs like, Back into the Night.
yeah. Just I'm looking
super
at
in your
all the
Actually,
face.
I think that's one of the only songs in the soundtrack that's in your face is like that and maybe, Church of Rebel and Karen's theme, but like everything else, even like the finale song, like even like Wars and Outbreak are a
yeah.
lot more of like
Done.
background music.
Except for Emiya. Emiya too. Emiya
Emiya 2,
too.
yes, Emiya 2, but even Excalibur
Excalibur.
in this, as
Yeah.
opposed to Sword of Promise Victory, like go look at that.
Where is
You
It's
go
it?
just
like
down a bit. Go down a bit, I think.
There we
it's
go.
it's yeah, it's like subtle.
Yeah, it's way more in the background. Yeah.
It's not fully bombastic.
It's not bombastic at all. It's just like it's always building, but it never really reaches
Like
something as much,
like
'cause
like
it's-
compare like Karen's theme to like Church on the Hill as Kirei's main theme, and then like it evolving later on to
Or-
all evil of the world.
or like even just Disillusion piano version with
Yeah,
the, like
Disillusion.
single, like one of the subtlest songs from Stay Night's soundtrack of Serious Moments, where it's still just like one string of piano notes in your face.
And
That's
Light and
absolutely one of my favorite songs.
Oh yeah, hey, there's guitars. God, what played there originally?
Yeah.
Was it just Emiya still?
Maybe Boy the
Ah.
Will? I don't know.
Light and
And of
Darkness
course,
is
Die-
so good.
And of course, Die Lorelei is subtle, kinda. But it's just so associated with Ilya that it's
Yeah,
not,
I
it's no
really
longer
like that
subtle.
song.
Yeah, but yeah,
So I'll
God,
be right
like
back
yeah,
again.
the only song that really stands out to me in this is Back into the Night, because
Yeah, okay.
that's that stands out as being directly in your face, and that's the point. Is that's the off-putting song. That's just like, well,
Back
even
into the night.
Emiya 2 is subtler than Emiya.
Yeah, it's like do like deeper and like churnier. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah. But yeah, because like Back into the Night is like practically, almost literally screaming at you with the like the loud chanting like MIDI.
Yeah, so like a good like example of this is like I could put a Horror Axia soundtrack and like do my work. If I put a Stay Night soundtrack, I'll be literally just rocking out and thinking of all the scenes
Yeah.
from Stay Night.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah, like
Like Karen's scenes, I can just be like, "Du-du-du-du-du." Like I could fall into that.
yeah. Like Oh, I know what this reminds me of. This reminds me of in, like, Fate's Stay Night, when they would play Sword of Promise Victory, and then, like, cut to, like, Ryder off in the distance, or, you know, whatever was about to get Excalibured, and then, you know, the song would kind of, like, go down to half volume because it was focusing on something else.
Oh yeah,
That's what this
definitely.
whole song sounds like.
Also, I just like had a thought. Like I think I still use Stay Night soundtrack more to like as a background for me to write things.
Yeah, I get
Yeah, like, realism, I actually hold the exact opposite opinion, actually. Like, I love the subtle here, but I will always go for the bombastic. Like,
Yes,
I am
definitely.
always...
Mhm.
I will
Ever-present
always,
feeling.
like...
Like Star
I guess this cuts ahead. We'll get to that later, but, like, yeah. Snapshot. I do still, like, taken just the style on its own, I do still like Stay Night better.
Yeah, going back to
It's kinda-
music, on my playlist, I have like Ever Present Feeling and Sorrow and Ambient there still to this day. Ever since I got Stay Night, those three soundtracks are just in there.
Oh my god! I just realized. Not even halfway through.
Yep, let's get going.
We're not. Let's keep going though. Yeah. So, rankings time.
Oh, this
What
is
are
here 2 years.
Yeah,
It's gonna take
let's
2
go.
years.
Yeah. What's the biggest opinion change you had on a character from Stay Night to HA?
Okay, let
Do
me
you
look
wanna-
at it.
It has.
Do you want to do
It's
that
been.
first?
It's been literally 3 hours at this point. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Do you want me to like show our tier list?
Yeah, we should. Yeah, it would be nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just bring up the tier lists.
Here's mine.
As yeah.
You know what? I'm just gonna like shrink this
Uh.
so all of ours can be on the screen at once.
Well, I haven't seen yours actually. Would you mind also like posting it into the current spoilers area?
Yeah, I can do that.
Like all. Yeah. Oh, that was Wise's Oh no, wait, that is HA.
Here, I'm just gonna like make these as big as I can without
So since this was also on the
Oh yeah, I did.
Stay Night.
I never put the zero characters in. Should we have put the
You
zero characters in?
I wasn't sure.
If you want, it's
That's
Oh,
fine.
yeah.
My zero characters are all shit. Don't worry. There's no change of opinion. It is still very low.
There's my old Stay Night list.
Wait, so
Wait, did I never
you're
save?
both green. You're both green, as well.
Oh yeah, there's 2 greens there. Oh, that's the same. Yeah, that's
hold
the
on.
same list
It didn't,
twice there.
yours didn't copy for some reason. Hold on, let me.
Third is also Ario.
Yeah, you did me 2 hours.
Yes.
Wait, what? Yeah, wait. How is third is Aru, but there's an additional person in there? Is that not so?
Yeah, I
What?
did it as a joke at the end.
Goku in there.
I got a good day.
I added it myself because I was like, you know what, Gato deserves those.
I'm so good.
You're finally a character.
He deserves to be on the list.
Yeah, he deserves to be on the list.
Triple
Okay.
S, thank you very much.
Okay, so just delete
That
the
is
first
something
one.
got
the
to
second
say.
is me.
That
No,
is
wait, is
something
the
Gato
second
would
me?
say.
No, the second
No,
no.
you're being added.
No, okay, the
again.
second is not.
I'm
The
ready.
second is the second
I'm
is
ready.
Wise.
I'm red. The red
Red
bit, not red.
sauce. Among Us.
I'm sorry for not putting my zero characters in.
Yes, we couldn't make it through the whole stream without an Among Us joke.
Wait,
Assume-
yeah, we already know. We already know.
Assume every zero character is at C. That's it. And then Ishii one at D. There we go. Okay.
Make it
So just waiting.
goldenrod and
Wow, Luvia that high ready for you, Aru? Nice.
it's
Why
more
is
just
she-
because
oh,
I
yeah,
would have really,
yeah,
I really would have
yeah.
liked to
I'm
see
gonna
like
increase my
her
party of the
relationship with Reen more.
stream. I'm trying to read what Manos
In
like fucking categories.
current spoilers. I dropped my list if
Okay,
anyone
then.
wants to see it in higher res.
Okay,
Oh yeah,
I can
I guess
tell
I'll
you.
take time to talk about this here
Yeah,
as
you
well. So
Yeah, you
Sakura
should drop
has-
yours in
yeah,
current
oh.
spoilers as well. Sorry.
Sakura for
'Cause I
me
can't
has
really see it on the
honestly
screen there.
always been S tier. I just
So,
wasn't being like
okay,
honest enough about it because I was like looking at other people's tiers and I'm just like,
Oh yeah, Inu, get ready for the next hour.
yeah. I was just looking at
This
other
is
people's tiers and
we
it's
got
like,
asked on our differences. So
yeah.
Do we have to
Oh,
stay
I-
night
let me
tier list?
also
I don't
We should
know
have
where
to
my
stay
stay
night
night
toss in
tier
my
list went.
stay night tier list.
I have
Yeah, we
no
should have to
idea
stay
where
night
it
I
tier
will.
went.
There's mine. From well, you don't send that many images here, so it should be easy for me to find it in the channel. Has image. Yeah, like that's already. Oh, you send a lot more images than I do.
Oof.
Yeah, no, it's true though. Like, Salter is literally just Saber.
Okay, maybe we should. While it's happening, maybe we should change the music to something else. What is Kyo music?
Well,
Tier list
yeah,
music.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Realism. That's taking like additional context. The thing about it is like, I don't think the context changes Salter from the original work at all, because they're different
Just-
things.
Yeah, okay, this is good. This is good tier
Yeah.
list music.
I like it because they're talking about why we like the characters, but it's also just kind
Like-
of jokey because that's a tier list.
Like I know that she gets like recontextualized later, but this is specifically like. This
Do
is
we have-
specifically just Saber on Mad Juice.
Should we have to stay?
Because,
Should we have to stay night tier list as well, like on the side, or should we just have the Ataraxia on screen?
Well,
I can do
we're
it.
looking for ours.
It's gonna be a bit messy.
Before.
I
It's
can
fine.
basic-
But yeah, that's.
I can remember the big. I actually wrote down like the big changes in opinion I had anyway, though.
Okay, then that's fine. We just talk about big changes to opinion. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, it's fine. Okay, so anyone coming in right here? Green is Aru, red is me, and orange yellow is Mana.
Goldenrod.
Goldenrod. Okay then, let's go with Aru
Yeah.
first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Again, first off, it was like Sakura was ever since Heaven's Feel was always S tier or triple S tier. I just was like, didn't see that opinion reflected in other places, so it was like kind of weird about saying it. But nah, Sakura is great, and so is Saber. Honestly, like Saber's been boosted up a bit more just by thinking about her story more and seeing the parallels with Shiro. Because that's the thing about Nasu, like Nasu characters are all the same, like related, you know?
Doc mad. Sakura gang mad. Too bad.
I just gotta go for me. I just gotta go for me.
Like Sakura is just great.
Like, so that's once again a situation of like, she is fantastic. Sakura is fantastic, but like, we'll get to me when we get to me.
Yeah, Aru, continue.
Yes. But yeah, as far as like big changes, Kuzuki went way up. I already talked about that, just the fact that Kuzuki, like in general, like a lot of characters went way up, but like Kuzuki, we just got to see so much from him here. And a really big one is Gilgamesh. Like, I actually enjoyed Gil a lot here. Especially
Man,
as like
having
a child.
Kikyo in S? In S?
Oh no, Gil.
Wow. No, I'm just. That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just like seeing like him being like, oh shit, that's what I turn out like when I grow up.
It's answer, but Gil.
Yeah. It was great. I really like that, and it makes me want to like see more of how Gil got where he got. Like a Gil backstory would have been interesting.
I guess
But yeah,
that
like
would
in
be really
Stay
interesting.
Night, I didn't really like Gil that much because Like, I thought he was really good in the story, but he just felt like he
felt
felt
like
like too
me.
much as a villain. Like, he was one note and cruel,
Mhm.
relatively.
Uh,
But like in
yeah,
HA, he
yeah,
was a lot
like,
more fun.
His hammiest and most fun self was also the one where he was like talking about his intent to sexually assault Saber every other line. So like,
Yeah,
you know,
I'm just like,
And then you
no,
especially
please.
you know, like
And that is the best version of Gil, in my opinion, of Stay Night. Fate version.
Yeah,
The version is just a genocide. That's boring as fuck. And him as
The
Gil
movie's
doesn't
obvious.
exist. He just gets eaten.
oh rip.
Yum, yum,
a
yum.
shadow. Yeah, like
But yeah, like definitely
But-
yeah.
yeah, like the
Understandable.
Sakura and Saber changes weren't from HA. That was just me like being more honest with myself. I didn't have much.
Uh-huh.
Our writer was also put in there because of HA. That
Yeah,
scene. It
yeah.
was that scene for me. That scene did it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know the scene.
Yeah, we all know the scene. Of course, it's a bath scene, right? With Shiro. Remember we got frozen? What a good scene! Then it was very long.
It was a real long scene. Was another time when I almost like
Base
completely
Nasu.
destroyed my voice.
Base Nasu. Quote, Gilgamesh does better than Zero because it's not a story where love conquers.
What?
Zero sucks. Edgy fan.
but
Urubuchi, no.
yeah. So that's it from you then?
Oh, now we're gonna talk about.
Yeah,
should we talk
I'm
about the
gonna,
tier list?
I could talk
or
about
only
like
only the changes. Like, should we talk about like the actual tier list as well, and why we put like Ataraxia characters in there, or leave it for later?
How about we all go through the changes first, and then we
Yeah.
can.
Yeah. All good.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
It's my turn. Okay, let me look at my my document.
Well-
What I changed. Wait, is it your turn?
Uh,
Oh yeah,
it-
sorry.
I think I should
fucking-
probably go next.
Yeah,
'cause,
no. I looked
the-
at the fucking
the
screen.
order's
I'm
fucked
an
up.
idiot. Yeah, I'm an
But
idiot.
yeah.
Okay, go for
Uh,
it. Sorry. My fault.
Fucking Ayako, first of all. Ayako.
I'll talk about Ayako later, but yeah.
It killed it for me, realizing that so much of the interesting stuff from Ayako was like me having so little to work with and like pulling from all of the like tiny bit of like what was there. But Nasu clearly had a more complete idea of her, and it wasn't interesting. They were not interested in her even slightly. I mean, I guess slightly is the word to use, like 5 out of 10. Like, she literally just became, like,
A joke.
lady
A literal
who
joke.
walks around, dryly comments on stuff sometimes and laughs at some people. She's like the center point between, like... And I'm about to make her sound more interesting, but it's not. It's like the center point between Taiga and Reen. But, like, only the least interesting parts of both of them. Like, there's so much... Like, she could have been developed, but instead, she was just left as what she was and only used for, like, haha, look, Ryder's a stalker. Which,
Yeah.
to me, really only made Ryder less interesting of a character.
Yeah,
and
like-
hurt my
I didn't like those
impression
scenes
of
with
her.
Ryder.
Like, the Ayako section actually hurt Ryder, and that's why she's at the bottom. We'll get to that.
Yeah, I was not a fan of
Yeah.
those scenes.
It's like,
I
haha,
honestly
funny,
forgot
you know,
about them when
like when you- like
tier listing.
like it's terrible when you actually think about, like, in the original version, it's basically just like, aha, Ryder fucking sexually assaulted fucking Ayako. Ah, very funny. What are you doing, Nasu? What are you doing?
Yeah, I hated that, honestly. I got like kind of uncomfortable whenever those two interacted at all.
And like, it makes
Yeah,
Ayako worse, it makes Ryder worse. I mean, yeah, okay, it makes up
like,
Ryder.
yeah.
She's actually a monster on the inside, but I don't think Nasu was meant that way.
No, it was clearly played as a
Yeah,
joke and it
like-
was uncomfortable.
Fucking, like, it... it also makes Ayako even less interesting when Ryder shows up, too.
Yeah, she's-
Like, aside from just hurting Ryder's character, it just, like it ranked to me out as the old fucking trope of the, like, haha, you know, it's harmless when girls sexually assault people.
It's just like,
Because they're girls, they can't hurt people. You know, it's the old
I hate that
sexist
trope
fucking,
so
like,
much.
which, I mean, you know.
Oh, let
yeah,
me
it's just like Aiko. Even discounting all the fucking bad like hot takes on like the sexual assault or whatever. She's just boring. She's just
Yep.
legit boring.
Yeah,
She's ignoring
honestly.
any of.
Yeah, just because, like, Nasu rated her 5 out of 10. And I get that now, because Nasu can't think of any way to make her interesting. So,
What I
like,
liked about Ayako is that she like noticed that Shiro never smiles.
Yeah, that was such a good point that we probably
Yeah.
over exaggerated, over extrapolated. Then we get the hell out of Ataraxia. And be
We
like,
overhyped Ayako.
like at the
We
beginning,
overhyped
like at the
her.
beginning, at the beginning it was good. Like remember the date scene where Aiko was like, I noticed you're kind of different. You used to be like all serious and shit. You never worked. Like I said, yes, this is the expansion we need. And Aiko like, let's go on a date and have some fun because I noticed you can actually do that type of shit now. It's like yes, have more of those scenes, Natsu. And then none of it ever happened.
should
only-
have
there
fucking
was-
gone
there
to
was-
the arcade.
There was only one good Aiko scene. At all. The rest was shit.
Yeah, that scene was
Yeah,
actually pretty good.
But,
Actually,
yeah.
I remember now.
Yeah, the very beginning where she was just like kind of relaxing, showing that he isn't working all the time. He is getting character development because he is Shambra, of course. But yeah,
Shoggers.
back to matter. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's just, like, yeah, more or less the thing is just, like, yeah, there's not much to say, and that's the problem.
Aiko's
Like,
boring.
Nasu just- Like, she could have been so interesting. There are so many routes to go. Like, she noticed the thing about Shiro. She has a friendship with Rin. Like,
she's
she-
Captain Arctic.
she's the type.
Connection to fucking Sakura as well. Cause
Yes. She has the connections to Sakura.
Yeah.
She has the connection to Shinji.
That
Yeah.
fucker.
so much could have been done. She has such a connective tissue. And that makes sense.
Like, she's
and it kind of
apparently got.
showed that in Love.
Really?
They kind of showed that in Love Detective. They could have done something with that in Love Detective, but they didn't.
She's
Like,
got the
honestly-
fucking, like, strict family, apparently, as well. No conflict with that?
Oh, Nasu.
No, like.
So much hope realism for Aiko. People like I remember Mado and I would be confused. Like there was never supposed to be an Aiko route, but she's so good, right?
Yes!
And I thought about
Yeah.
HA and I laughed eternally. I thought about HA and laughed.
The fact that Nasu rated her 5 out of 10, like the fact that she got put on the ratings list, suggests to me that maybe she was originally, and then like very quickly Nasu was just like, no. Actually, I can't make this interesting.
Probably that's what happened. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Okay, let's maybe cut this rant a bit short for now.
Yeah, we're
'Cause
in,
Aiko-
like
Yeah, like,
Any other big changes for you?
so yeah. Archer, on my list, has gone down to just fucking, like, top tier, or A tier. Like,
Big move.
below Sella and below fucking Himuro. Cause he's just like, I mean, he doesn't do much in HA. They don't really pursue much with actually having him be future Shiro. And also, we have a better version now of like snarky Shiro. Like, Archer-
shoggers.
Archer is just like not
There was so much lost potential.
as
Like
interesting.
Angra could have been the
I mean,
snarky Shiro and Archer could become future Shiro and have his interactions be with like Sakura and Saber and have them be aware that he's future Shiro. They can focus more on that dynamic and go away from the snarkiness, since that is Angra's territory now, and have him focus more like on his relationships with people and his like experience over Shiro and what he's gone through. And that would have been so cool.
Interesting.
But they did it.
Yeah.
The only hint of that was in the bridge scene, and that's why the bridge scene was so fucking good.
Yeah, like fucking yeah. They didn't really have Archer interact with other people, and they didn't have Archer be an extension of Shiro anymore. And like they highlighted how different of a character he is, and that makes him less interesting.
He just became Archer. He's no longer really future Shiro.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is he was interesting as future Shiro, but Archer on his own is just like
he's cool. He's still top tier.
Steps above fun for me.
Yeah, he's still
really well written. But yeah, like top tier. He's still real high. Like, yeah, as I've always said, with my lists, I still also organize it as best I can. Like, the further left someone is, the better.
Yeah, I
just like real life.
I did say as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Like,
I need to organize mine.
For me, Archer didn't drop because of Stay Night, and I love Answer so much that it would take a lot, like active character assassination by Natsu, to make him drop a bit.
Yeah, for me, I was just so attached to the answer. Like, I always think of the answer when I think of Archer, and that always keeps him up there for me.
Yeah.
I also do have less tears than you, though.
I mean, for me, even in the answer, like, Archer was only as good as he was in the answer for me because he was the externalization of Shiro's fucking, like, self-doubt and, like, self-hatred, and the fact that he didn't actually emotionally care about people, even though he wanted to save them. Which, I saw. But, well. Yeah, and, like, that whole thing, that whole connection.
Yeah, that connection to Shiro
was what did it for me.
Was what made UBW so good. Like, Archer just being himself. Yes, he is cool. He has a cool dynamic with Rin. They're charming as hell.
Archer can't exist without Shiro.
Yeah.
We didn't see that. We didn't even see that whole Ataraxia. We didn't see him interact with Rin until the very end.
Yeah, like Archer
because
Archer
they
didn't
had
get a
the
fucking paycheck for me. Because he just wasn't
they
there.
ran a tiff during all of it.
Yeah.
The only like good
For
Archer
reasons.
scene in AJ for me was like the kitten scene.
But that was mostly because of the reactions of the girls.
Yeah. Just like, wait, what are you talking about? You
Really?
see the kitten though.
Really, the kitten scene was only good because the track team trio, the true heroes of HA, were there.
Yeah, same dog. I am so disappointed. We have canonically no interactions between Shiro, Archer, and Sakura. The only hint we have is in one of the profiles. It lists Archer's like enemy, and it's listed as like Ilya, Rin, and Sakura. Ilya and Rin make a lot of sense, but then Natsu just put Sakura at the end. And it's like, where did that come from? Archer never interacted with her.
Like, yup, fucking like, God. But yeah, so that's Archer. A waste of potential. Which is like as you can see, even like if you saw my last list, like I had Angra at triple S tier. He is now like right there with Shiro for me because he got
through the Kirei barrier. He got through the Kirei barrier.
Yeah. He got through the Kirei barrier, and like okay, tier list changes. Realism asked about this because of Kuzuki. Also, I've already explained why Rin went up there for me. Yeah. Fun fact, Rin and Karen are technically in that order, but they could be in the other order. Like, they're the same spot, basically. They're tied.
I feel like Karen came from your interactions with Aru, and Rin came from your interactions with me.
Kind of? Except that, like, also... Also, I have the... I mean, all these characters that are in triple S tier, I love because they, like... There's such a personal connection that I have to them.
Yes.
Like, there's something that, like, connects there to me, and, like, with Karen being that, like... being the person that people can vent to, because there's like a fucking like a disconnect in my brain where like it's tough for me to feel emotions even when I want to a lot of the time. So when I don't want to, when it's more convenient for me not to, click, it's off. You can say whatever to me, I don't care. Like, you have to touch a certain, like, I feel like it's kind of like that for everyone, where, you know, certain topics are, you know, like buttons you can push on people. I just have way fewer of them.
Yeah.
And they're way smaller buttons. And, like, so with Karen, like, being able to be like, yeah, I don't care. Like, I'll take whatever abuse because it doesn't bother me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, I'm not specifically down that line of, like, not obviously all of that. Like, abuse specifically at that point, like, I'll tell people to fuck off, but, like, just that line of, like, that disconnection is what I connect with.
Yeah, I get that.
Which is also why Himuro and Kuzuki are there.
Yeah, Himuro just suddenly came to S from, like, probably COD.
And Reen. Yep.
Win. Any other major characters I'm trying to check?
I mean, like, Kuzuki is just, again, like,
Yeah.
so fucking good, like, on that line of disconnection, on that line of not feeling like a person. Like, he's up in triple S tier for me, but he's more distant after Reen than
there's a gap.
Yeah, there's a gap between Kirei and Karen and Reen, and there's a gap between Karen and Reen and Kuzuki.
That's 3 tiers. S.
I considered that, but there's less of a gap between each of them than to, like, Kuzuki and Sakura, who is still a really fucking great character. Sakura is amazing. Fantastic fucking, like, representation of, like, the read I always got on her was the fucking metaphor of, like, the representation of, like, personality disorders hurting other people, even without you knowing a lot of the time, with, like, you know, the shadow, and, like, her, like, suffering from, like, I guess a little bit of, like, toxic positivity early on, and, like, trying not to, like, look at anything. And to me, that still puts her just a little bit above Baz for me, who is still an amazing character. Fucking love Baz. But that's still, you know, S tier is still, like...
Baz cares too much about her own life.
Intro.
Yeah, honestly, kinda, yeah. Like...
Yeah.
But yeah, like, fucking... I mean, in that situation, I'd be the same. It's like, you're telling me that I'm already dead. And that I need to leave and go die. No thank you, become my arm. I'm gonna keep going through this, like, Holy Grail War arcade mode. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, given what she knew at the time,
Yeah.
I'd probably do the same, even after the Unger speech at the end. Like, barring the detail that she's still alive, I'd probably do the same.
Fuck off.
Like, if she couldn't have left and gone on to live, fuck you. Holy Grail War arcade mode all the way.
Yeah. That's why Unger was testing Baz the whole time about the whole, like, are you ready to die? Just to see what type of reaction he has. Like, Baz, like, okay, yeah, sure. And it's like, surprise, fucker. Nope, you're going to live.
Yeah.
But
Live, idiot.
yeah, like, and yeah, like, Kid Gil for me is just top tier. Like,
Man,
just below Gil.
I didn't have the fascination of Kid Gil. Maybe I'm biased because I know I'm, like, intentionally putting Kid Gil and Gil down as a compensation from knowing, like, the real Gil. I think that's my problem, but that's what I did. I intentionally said, I had to put this out of context. Okay, and I forced him down to B tier because real Gil
From knowing, like,
because real Gil in my tier, this is an S, like higher S tier. Which was always one as well.
Yeah, no, I got that. Yeah. Like,
So yeah. Okay, any more? Like big changes for you? Not about the tier list itself, because we have to actually talk about that as well.
Yeah, no, like I think that's it for like big changes for me that I can think
Okay.
of. Like the big like character swings is like, oh yeah, like just that like yeah, seeing Baz's full arc actually got her down from triple S, because like last time, if anyone remembers, I had her in triple S in my tier list, but I've actually moved her down because seeing the completion of the arc, I'm like, okay, that's cool. I'm less personally connected. She's a real fucking good character, has a lot of personal connection, but I'm less personally connected.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, where the fuck is... Okay, I gotta go back up. I think, anything else?
Like... Let me just check my fucking,
Yeah, because I literally put all the ranking
list
changes
here.
in my list. Each character and which rank.
Oh, right. Taiga, I think, went up
Makes
because
sense.
of Taiga scenes. Ryder jumped up to S tier. She wasn't there before, I think. Yeah. Here's the whole thing. Oh, this is where I put all of my ranting about Reen in the original list. Yeah. Like, I guess the only thing that I'd have to say is just like, Angra was low triple S tier for me before, and I put him up there without fully knowing, like, how I actually felt, because I needed to see the completion of the story. But yeah, like, Angra being the fucking person to, like, say, you know, we need to be mature about this, we need to do the things, we need to end the things that need ending, we need to do the things that need doing. All the while screaming inside and, like, fucking not wanting to do any of it, or like even saying things that he knows are right but doesn't believe in general is that's a fucking personal connection. That made me really mad that I connected with Angra on that. That made me really mad. I didn't like that. But it's true. Angra is right up there at the top, almost tying with Shiro, probably.
Because he is
maybe
evil
tying
Shiro,
with Shiro.
obviously.
Because he is still Shiro. He's still the base, got the same base of Shiro, just with a different life that led up to it.
Yeah, I also really liked how like the wolves represented Angra, like fighting with him himself to end things.
Yeah.
That was really good. We'll get into the wolves more later, because there's like another thing that I thought with that, but that's a question that you probably won't get to until like 5 a.m.
Midnight. Yeah.
Late night.
And yeah, realism, I'm glad I can be such a, like, font of different opinions. I fucking love seeing that.
It's cool, yeah.
Okay, so
I
should I talk about my changes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna talk about from my Ren S to SS tier, obviously. Plenty, and she went real high up. Like suddenly, like why is she here? Suddenly, why is she almost gonna share? What? It was such a surprise to me, because I initially liked Ren because of her connection to Shiro, right? I thought, oh yeah, she's cool. But then over the rereads, over the years, I just began to really understand what the whole year is about and how she is her own character. And then I realized, oh wait, because I also used to believe that Rin was a static character that would duly grow, except for Heaven's Feel. And that's why I like Heaven's Feel. But then it's like, oh yeah, rereading and then Ataraxia and just looking at other people's takes and be like, this is all shit. It became SS tier. I've explained why I like Rin in my first question with the chess scene. So let's move on. Saber, A to S, just, the continuation of her favorite arc, her living life, not being the king, but just being like the girl, and like that continuation of their favorite rooms, instead of just going back in the past and changing things, change who you are right now. Sakura, A to S, same thing with Heaven's Feel, with her learning and all that stuff. Just all these characters from Stay Night getting just an extra tier just because it's a continuation of their arcs and their conclusions. Ryder, B to S, because of the whole Gorgon scene. would have been higher, but Ayako. That's why she's only barely at the bottom of S tier for me. Then Medea went from B to A. I don't know. Why isn't she an S? I like her. I like what she was doing last year, but I didn't really truly personally connect with Medea. I don't know.
She's there because she has to be next to Kuzuki, obviously.
Yeah, that to be honest, that's why I put her so down. Kuzuki is there, and I really
because you know that she would make you like her just a little bit less to get there.
Kuzuki went from my C rank to my A rank on the very edge of S tier. It's funny. It's switched. Like now, I just really like Kuzuki of the pair compared to Medea.
That makes sense. Great
Yeah,
hair on the
like-
scenes you picked, right?
And, like Medea kind of drags it down a bit, and Kuzuki just drags her up.
I'm the one that separated the two, and I will say it felt wrong to do.
Could you? Okay, you are a monster.
So yeah, I think if I started to detach my version of Kuzuki from Medea, could have maybe reached bottom S tier. But oh well. Himuro went from D to A. Already explained the whole
Yup.
fucking theme of her like disassociating in the past. And I'm gonna go B to C, baby.
Her Aiko.
The maids went from D to B. Obviously, reasons already explained. I don't need to elaborate. And Ku A to F. Ku's whole arc in Ataraxia, I think, is one of the biggest surprises, and I think one of the most underrated parts of Ataraxia.
Oh, absolutely.
Like people when talk about Ataraxia, they don't really talk about Ku that much, and they talk about he's fishing and drinking and stuff, but just his whole backstory, and it's so revealing that the whole point of Guy Bolg was that he could only kill using Guy Bolg to his family members. Which also makes Stay Night better, because like people always say, "Oh, why was Guy Bolg always fucking missing all the time?"
Guy Bolg only kills the ones he loves.
Shit.
Yeah, because it only works when on those he actually loves. That's why it never really fucking worked in. Yeah.
I didn't even think of the fact that Ku went from B to A for me.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, just naturally,
about
he suddenly just went up there.
I think what's the change?
Yeah. Like,
It made me think he was always there.
He just kind of eclipsed Kiritsugu there.
It's just Ku just
silently.
A
'Cause
to F. Sorry,
His arc is so understated, in a good way though. Like,
Yeah.
you know?
and him just refusing to even fight back until Angra just says, "My dude, she is suffering. You have to do something to break her out of this loop of like mental feedback." And that's when Ku's like, "Fine." And he could have easily just beaten her just being a bitch, but he wanted to honor and respect her. That's why he did the whole gay Bolg match.
Yeah. Like,
And
he
of
was
course-
willing to die to respect her. Oh yeah, isn't that a fucking callback? He wasn't willing to let his loved ones, like, get smeared.
Yep. He wasn't ready.
Defending.
Yeah, he wasn't ready for his loved ones to, and like his friends to be fucking slandered around the whole island. So it's like, yes, I will take up my sphere, and he did the same for Baz. He did take us. Go on, sorry.
Oh no, you go. I'm sorry. I'm on a lot of
No,
delay.
you go.
I was just saying, like, remember that spread of Lancer, like, all bloodied after that fight?
Yeah, it's just so good.
Yup.
Like, I feel like if they somehow managed to incorporate him to last interlude, he could have maybe made it to like even higher. But I still like what they did with it, with last interlude with him
Yeah.
I
just
like that
resting.
fit him, kind of,
That
though.
was-
That's
that was-
the thing.
Yeah, like him
I
saying,
remember
"I'm done."
specifically putting him up on my list. I like put him a little bit lower, and then I thought of that exact moment from last interlude, and I'm like,
Yeah.
no, it has to go higher.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because his
Like,
fight was done.
They could have made like Ku into a bombastic whatever. And to be honest, I would have still liked that. But him, the guy who's all about fighting, about fucking all of that shit, just sits there and watches and waits. And it's so good. And the completion of his character arc at the very end. And then later on in the sequel,
Yep.
him revealing his relationship with Baz as well also increases a bit,
I
just like
know.
how
Yeah.
Baz meeting a hero and be like, this is such a piece of shit. But even though he's not as great as she thinks he is, he's still a part of that, like, hero worship is true still. Because the whole, him stopping her from murdering one of the associate members, and then helping her later on, and just, they're not fully getting along, but still respecting each other. Just, Ku! Yeah, Ku is a really understated character. That's really good.
Here,
Absolutely.
you need to eat something. You need to eat something other than canned food, or you won't.
Yeah, it's
grow.
so good because they noticed, like, you notice in the earlier scene, like one of the back nights, like Anga talking about her dad as well, about how she doesn't really eat to enjoy food, you know? She just eats for nutrition and moves on. It's like, that's not living. And then of course links to Kuzuki whole arc and just all of that. It's so good.
I'm just remembering it because my meal today, before getting on the stream, was canned tuna and instant noodles.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, I eat that because I like the taste and because of the nutritional value. So there.
Wait, you guys are having meals?
Eat some food.
Aro.
But yeah.
Eat.
I've been having crackers, it's fine.
Man, the more I think about it, the more I really want to put Ku in even higher now. Like, I think I should put him above Archer.
Yeah, maybe. Like, I just...
Like Ku, just by his foundation, like just him by itself, is just really good. And he fits so well with the setting of Ataraxia. And like the whole, I think he fits the most well outside like the main characters of the novel, of like resonating with the themes. I don't know.
Oh, God, you know what? I think if I would redo this tier list, Ku would probably be like one left of Archer. Now that I'm thinking about it, not breaching the S tiers because I just don't have that personal connection, and that's what requires for the S tiers.
Yeah,
the fact that Himuro, that I can't put Himuro any higher because I tried, I just couldn't justify it.
Yeah,
that says that everyone there is amazing.
Yeah, and Ku being there, and him just being from Stay Night, just being the fucking random dude that's really cool and does cool shit. To this, it's like that's a really good character change in my opinion. So yeah. Like, numerically wise, the biggest change is probably Himuro from D to A. In my heart, probably Ku. Ku and Kuzuki are like my two big changes, like, feeling wise. Oh yeah, Tiger! I put Tiger up. I put Tiger up.
Yeah, Tiger goes up, yeah, for sure.
She went from D to A.
After school scene.
Oh shit. Numerically, I didn't actually move Ayako.
But yeah, like Ku really worked well with incorporating his myth into his legend and his whole character arc of Fate. Medusa also kind of had that with her Gorgon scene in Heaven's Feel, but she's also kind of dragged down by every other scene. I like her being a librarian and all that stuff, but her being all, you know, Aiko. So that's why Ku is that high compared to Medusa. Even though they're both like the main side characters of Ataraxia. Okay, done. Now we should talk about our tiers. What do we put individual characters in there? Oh god.
Oh wow, we really are gonna be here until like 5 AM, which I don't mind.
I can try and speedrun mine.
Yeah, me too. I'll speedrun.
I'll try as well.
Let's all speedrun. Yeah.
You have to speedrun if you don't want to, Aaron.
I guess I go first.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yep.
So like Shiro and Kyurei, obviously. Like nothing.
Oh, you're going top to bottom.
Oh yeah, you can do that.
Bottom to top makes more sense. I'll just start by saying I'm not really going to talk about D tier, really.
D tier.
Like, I don't
D stands for don't give a shit.
Yeah, I just don't really care.
Like, literally, most of it.
I kind of actively don't like. I forget her name just because of her portrayal in Zero. I don't remember her name. Yes, the one that's in the hell tier for you.
Hell. Hell.
If I had one, she would be in it. And Minori is just so nothing. He's just nothing. And Gatsu-kun would be there too.
Gato is above Minori in my opinion.
Oh,
Yeah,
above Minori,
if
for
I
sure.
placed Gato in this tier list, he'd
He'll be
probably
C.
be in the like
He'll
middle
be C
of
for me.
fun.
He'll be
Yeah,
C
which
for
is
me.
my C tier.
Yeah.
I knew someone like Gato in high school, so
Realism with his clock tile bias as always.
Yeah, realism. Just think about only Zero. Just think if there was a
Yeah.
separate character that only did the things that Kenneth was shown doing in Zero, just being an edgy asshole who has like one redeeming qualities.
like I don't
That,
hate
like,
Kenneth at all.
Doesn't even fully
like,
show up.
I think he's a good character, and I liked him in Zero. It's just
Zero sucks
AJ
as well.
and Stana are so so much higher above for me.
Okay, and we also have Lancelot. I think Lancelot should be higher a bit. I mean, I have
Probably,
Lancelot low for
yeah.
other reasons, but Berserker Lancelot is
Probably.
actually pretty decent in my taste.
Honestly, it's just more of a recency bias.
Understandable.
I haven't
And
seen
of course,
I haven't seen Zero in so long, and I probably want to rewatch it at some point. I was gonna read the light novel, but I've been told not to now, so I won't.
yeah, because I said some quotes to to Mana.
Yes, you would die. Or would die.
Udabuchi is very, very edgy.
Stop putting your fetishes in this, alright, you. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue.
But
Yeah.
yes.
Well,
like,
I mean, okay, and that was just one quick thing. I said Zero, not the character materials for Zero.
Yeah.
I am sure there's a lot. Yeah, no, I'm sure
Is he
Kenneth will go
though?
up when
Is
if
he
I learn more.
realism? For me, even with what I know, he can't live his in C.
Like, so then we have
The twins.
was interesting. The twins going backwards. The twins, they serve their purpose.
They were really good in the Golden team. That's all. That's what enough.
Yeah,
Bottom
that's literally the only thing I can remember with them.
Good.
What was the name again?
Shirley.
Shirley,
I remember
yes,
the Q2
Shirley,
Yeah,
Shirley.
yeah, I was about
Honestly,
on
like
the boat.
I
On the boat.
really liked her. I really liked her in those scene. She was in just those 2 episodes of Zero were definitely my favorite.
Why is she lower than fucking Rin's mom and the other chick? I
They're not
forgot her name.
ordered.
I legit okay.
Aoi.
that makes sense. No, the other
Aoi.
chick.
and Maya.
Yeah, no, they're not ordered at all.
Maya. Okay,
They're
that makes
not
sense.
ordered. But yeah, like if they were, she'd be higher. Like Iskander, like he's fine, I guess. Like I don't like.
Could have been so much more.
Yeah, I don't really like buy into the hype as much though with Iskander. Assassin.
I expected Alexander. He's all gone.
Assassin, we just don't really get very much. Ruby was fun. I liked Ruby. Zoken works where he is. So does Shinji. Berserker is Berserker.
She need that though. Interesting.
Takeyomi was cool, I guess. Claudia worked as
That makes
well.
sense.
D for me. Yeah, like
Valid.
it's tough. Like
Got it.
I could. I kind of want to put him there because of how like up he is for everyone else. But yeah, and then for B Waver, I thought was like honestly my favorite character in
best-
Zero.
The best Zero character. Only
Because
B.
that's not Saber. This is the character in Zero isn't Saber. That's not Saber.
Oh god, if we got Zero Saber, like
Zero Saber is E.
I'd definitely put her in the like. I'd definitely put her in my
That's
neutral
not my
category.
Saber. That's not my Saber.
Hashtag not my saber.
Hashtag sucks. Would
Yeah, the
Saber that
Echo.
puts her I honor above people's lives? Question mark.
Aiko is like, I feel like Aiko might go a bit lower now, actually. She was fine. The track team, honestly, like, if I were ordering this, the track team would be above Aiko.
Yeah.
Neko-san, it was
Neko.
interesting to see someone for Taiga to bounce off of like that. And honestly, with Baiga, like, it would be interesting to see if they were in a like relationship
Yeah,
that would crush on each other.
Neko has a lot of lost potential. Not lost potential.
Good shit. Good shit.
Unrealized potential.
Unrealized potential, yeah.
Ivy was cool. Mm.
Ari was one of the best characters of Zero. Shut up.
Yeah.
I really liked him.
Yeah. No, definitely. Like I enjoyed the scenes with Ivy and
Saber.
Saber.
Ari made Zero Saber tolerable.
Yeah, no, like the best of Zero Saber came out with Ivy. And I keep forgetting what her name was, but I liked her a lot as well.
Yeah. Sorry.
All I can remember is that quote that Wise sent me from Zero. From the light novels. Or no, wait, that was an interview, wasn't it?
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay, yes.
Issei. Issei's just great in general. Like I like him.
Nope.
He's just a really good best friend character.
Yeah,
Except
yeah.
for Taiga.
But yes. No one said nameless. Shush. But yeah, Issei's great.
Then
Like, he's
there's
not deep.
Taiga.
He's
Who,
just fun.
I just love Taiga, Shiro's older sister, and she had some really good serious scenes with Shiro as well. Like the "Are you coming back"
Yeah.
scene was amazing.
And the whole like them on the harbor, right? Was that a scene? I'm trying to remember. Taiga and
Him
Shiro
on the harbor. Was it? No, I don't.
No.
I don't think they.
Oh,
no,
no,
yes,
no.
that was a scene.
Was it? Yeah.
It totally was.
I'm trying to remember what they talked about there. I remember the Rin Harbor scene where they talked about.
Kiritsugu.
Yeah, Kiritsugu. That was a really good scene. Yeah.
The harbor had a lot of Kiritsugu members for Shiro.
Yeah.
I remember the other hard up scene was Rin being like, let's sneak on board. Wait there.
And
Come on, Shiro. Let me just take you to London. Just
That was really good.
Put you in a pack. Let's just go to London.
I'm kidding.
Come on.
Let's go.
like the
Okay,
the
sorry,
maids
you're
were real
back to
good. Like
Mhm.
the soul
Yeah.
scene definitely put them up there for me. Luvia was really interesting, and I would have loved to see like more of her and Bean interacting. And again, like by Conreen, I like.
No, that was
And,
Mano and us. Maru can take her time. Yeah.
Yep. And then Gil was just more fun here as well. Kuzuki was incredible. Like I'll talk more about that later, but Kuzuki was great here.
Oh boy, we still haven't got to
So
the
is
big
Caster.
one. Top 10 story questions.
Archer, like, just kind of stayed where he was for me.
Mhm.
Elia was good. Kid Gil was. I just loved the whole, like, do I really turn out like that?
And still having a hint of Gil in there that you can see. Yes.
Yeah,
I
you can see it.
how
You can see
do
that he will. Like,
It's not like it's not completely like, oh, we have a different character and this is the kid version. No, it is still Gil in a way.
yeah,
That
he's
is-
just like, because he knows he turns out like that. Yeah, because he can see it. And then there's Kiritsugu, just Kiritsugu, not much more to be said. Lancer, we just talked about. Ryder, the monster scene, the Gorgon scene, real good. Shangra, I just,
Interesting.
again, good
Like
all around.
Aru has like the lowest evaluation of Angra.
Kinda, although my,
Yeah.
my tier list isn't really ordered.
Yeah, true.
But
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what order I would put them in, but Angra definitely wouldn't be like right next to Shiro for me.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
But close. Like S tier is all real close. Triple S tier is mostly real close. Saber, I just realized I resonated with her a lot more than I thought I did.
Mhm.
Baz. I resonate with Baz. Like when writing the questions, I realized just how much I resonated with Baz. Sakura. I've always resonated with Sakura a lot. I just like saw that she wasn't in the S tier for a lot of other people, so I didn't put her there. But nah, I think she goes there, so I put her there.
Mhm.
Karen, I resonate with as well, and I'll talk more about that later. Reen has always been S tier for me, and I had her there from the beginning, and I feel like super vindicated on that now, even more so. And Kyuri and Chiro, what else can be said? That is me. I'm gonna run down and get some honey because my voice is dying.
Have some water.
Yeah, alright. My turn. So, Solao is like the crystallization of like a bunch of shitty misogynistic tropes as far as I can see, and from what I hear, it's worse. The twins. I put them on their own special, technically, if I'm just going off of their place in the story, how they interact with people, and like how they interact, like in general, their personalities and such, and their place in the story, I'm neutral on them. Like, I guess they're fun, like they'd be C tier, but like, also anyone that like I put them there out of my own spiteful bias. Fucking like constantly making fun of Ryder based on her height.
Yeah, she's like, why do you think does that low for me? And
I have some words about that.
I know the full context.
Yeah.
As someone who hates her height and constantly wishes she was shorter, like those scenes actually hit me really, really hard.
Yeah, I have issues with that as well. It's like, no, I don't want to talk about you.
And seeing how hard you get hit by that shit is like,
and you
hell,
can see that
they go to hell for me. There is no salvation for these two.
And you can definitely see that Medusa was still affected, even though she thinks those are happy memories. The thing is, you do have toxic family members. You still think they're happy memories.
Sakura, here's my story about being a good little sister to Shinji.
Yeah, and everyone's just like fucking
black.
Traumatized.
Jesus Christ, Sakura.
Like with those two, it's just like watching the scenes, like, oh, that's literally everything I fear about being told to Ryder. That's nice.
Yeah, Ryder's just like, and she's always complaining about being too tall. Ever since like her first main like talking lines in Heaven's Feel.
Yeah.
You know.
Honestly, like, I'm not gonna lie, that did factor into putting her into S tier for me. I resonated with that a lot. We're even the same height, basically.
Yeah. Unlike Baz, who is taller.
I like that. I'm shorter than Baz.
Okay, let's move on.
Moving on.
I'm sure.
Risei Kotomine. I forget he exists. Aoi, fucking. Oh, I don't even know about Brazilian family history. But yeah, Aoi, like, I mean, most of the neutrals here, pretty self-explanatory. The fact that, like, honestly, the fact that Minority is below some Zero characters for me, like, I don't have the same hate boner for Zero, but like, yikes, Minority, yikes.
Yeah,
Jarmuth is barely on the cusp of being fun for me. Fun tier.
Hi, Ayako.
I'm shocked, actually, that Kenneth made his way up here to like C tier. But like I feel like he deserves it at low C tier. He's a fun antagonist. Lancelot had a fun spot in the story. Fucking. Hassan didn't really get much. Oh yeah, going back, I've talked about Hayako. Like, there's not much to say other than like, boring. Yeah, a lot of characters not boring, fun. Neutral's boring, as if you want to describe them like that, but fun is like, I get some enjoyment out of these characters, you know, and like more as they go up. And like Liz is interesting. She's like someone who's just kind of like starting to go on the cusp of like she just passed the cusp of sentience. She's like a little bit real, and that makes her less interesting than Stella to me. But yeah, and then the track team takes the top because they are the most fun that are just fun. Beating out Wafer. Real good. Assassin is fake. He's not real. And thus, that connection, even though there's so little of him, and he's not honestly all that interesting of a character to, like, interact with, his story, who he is and why he is, like, puts him up to real good. Like, unlike Luvia, who I just know from her interactions, the fact that she plays Alfreen so well suggests a lot about her, and thus, real good. Issei good, Gil is fun. Especially here, he's just, like, real fun.
Yeah, full hat.
Irie is, like, you know, good. Obviously, like, one of the best parts of Zero. Brazilian family, because I know particular bad feelings. I mean, the study just like that. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of family culture in a lot of places.
That's Asian family culture as well, baby.
Yeah, I mean, that's also, like, American family culture to an extent of, like, you know, your older siblings are supposed to bully you a lot, and it's like, I don't know, I don't have any fucking time for, like, a lot of, like, what people say about, like, family culture. I prefer found family. But
family,
yes,
best family.
back to speedrunning. Zoken, good, like, not a lot, like, yeah. Taiga actually went up a tier. I forgot to mention that. She's fucking, or I did mention it earlier, but, like, yeah, she's real fucking good. Seeing more of her being the, like, parental figure and seeing that side of her definitely, like, helped a lot. Shinji, actually, I like him more as a character, and he went down a tier, looking back. And, I mean, that's, yeah, like, he's real good, but, like, he's not, he's just, he's super, it feels like he's done, and there's not a lot interesting that they'll do with him at this point. So, like, he just feels like, now that he's less open, oh yeah, old fuck that guy. But, yeah, like, he's,
it
less...
it was hard to balance between a comedic atmosphere and Shinji, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
If you want to
top tier.
Yeah.
Child Gil. It's fucking great. Like, he's someone who, like, looks at his future self, goes, oh god, how do I, you know, fuck up like that? How do I make everyone hate me? But also, he's still got that shit. We've been on that, like, I mean, Sakura's as high as she is because of, like, personality disorder stuff. Of course I'm gonna, like, gel with that. Kiritsugu. He's, like, I mean, there's sort of, like, 3 different versions of Kiritsugu in my head. There's a lot of good writing into him. It's, you know, like, he didn't really change much for me from, like, after watching Zero and then having the, like, incongruities and connections made between the 2 versions. But, yes. Caster! Great fucking, like, seeing more of her leaving her shell of, like, who she was. Because if there was one problem with Fate Stay Night, it was that they did a lot of the, like, evolution starts, but then they don't show you where anyone goes.
Mm-hmm.
And so seeing where she went helped a lot. You know, she's just she's a person, she's a housewife, she's heavily in love. I think I already said about Ku, who was actually ahead of Archer, probably, actually. Archer didn't really move from Stay Night, and everyone moved on past him.
Left in the wind. We all
literally just
yeah,
Saber.
yeah.
Yeah. Literally just Saber tier is that this Dark Saber here, like, maybe isn't, you know, maybe, like, to not call her Saber Alter, if that's, like, when the naming scheme got put into place, like, such a different character, like... Oh, talked about Ku earlier a little bit, but yeah, like, Saber Alter is a different thing, I guess? This is just Saber corrupted by Grail Mud. It's literally just Saber, but with different parts of her drawn to the surface and, like, washed so much in rage that she doesn't have as much time to care. S tier. S tier. Fucking, Sella. Fake. anyone who's fake is great. You can quote me on that. It'll be a political
Sure.
slogan. Fucking, yeah. She's just fantastic. Like, shockingly, out of nowhere. Like, she's a very... Yes, saber but altered. She's a very specific, like... She has very... She has elements of, like, Reen and, like... Himeno and, like, all of these different characters in her, like... Definitely echoes of that, like, writing. She puts on the mask of, like, trying to be... You know what? Yeah, actually, fucking... The Ilya pool scene helped her the most. Knowing that, like, she's like Ilya's little sister, basically, in actuality, but they all pretend it's the other way around. Like, I wish they'd focused on that a lot more. She might have even gotten higher. Himeno, talked about her. Fucking fantastic. Just like, oh, she's just dissociating all the time and, like, actually has her own shit going on? Oh, cool, she's me. Ilya, obviously, like, really great. Seeing a little bit more of the older sister mode was good. Saber, it was great seeing her able to, like, relax a bit, but, like, again, most of it's just, like, having seen her in Zero made me appreciate Fate Stay Night Saber even more.
Yeah, I kind of got to.
Ryder, obviously the monster scene. Bezette, who is just fucking amazing, and in many ways she was originally higher for me, but, like, as the personal connection went down, she fell a little bit by the wayside. Sakura, mentioned earlier, like, metaphor for, like, personality disorders and, like, self-loathing and shit, like, gets me right there in the heart muscles. Not quite triple S tier for me, though. That comes more from, like, the disconnection, which Kuzuki is the fucking face of. He's only not higher probably because... I mean, because everyone else is better, but, like, he could be higher if there was more time on him and more of him coming out from the disconnection, but, like... Yeah, that's what Reen was, and Karen was... like, similarly, like, someone who developed out of that for a while, like, who had a solid grasp of her life, despite not having that many, like, strong emotions. Kyurei hasn't necessarily budged one bit from his relative position. Seeing his backstory with Baz, like, obviously he's great. And then Shankra and Shiro.
I think the backstory
Like-
of Baz helped solidify his position. That, unlike Archer,
Yes.
like, he still saw more of him and his connection with people.
Yeah. Yes. That's really it, is that, like... Yeah, like...
We saw his actions inside Baz and how that affected her, which made his presence feel so large, even though he wasn't in the story. That's why.
Unlike Archer.
Yeah.
Who only did one thing the whole route, the whole game, technically, in, like, only
You're
did
right.
one thing that mattered, which was, like,
Regine.
with,
and also
with
kind
Reen
of
at the end.
Oh, yeah, character.
Oh, I'm not even talking about the bridge scene, because the bridge scene ultimately, like, didn't really affect characters much.
Mhm.
Like, it was a cool action scene, but, like, as far as I can tell, it didn't really, like, echo out in development too much as it was just, like... That was a Shiro and Saber scene, you know?
Yeah, same here.
Not an Archer scene. Archer was the obstacle. It was Shiro evolving. Yeah, we'll leave that. We'll leave that for later. We'll leave that for later.
But yes.
Oh yeah, my turn.
Wise. Yeah, you ready for the speedrun?
Oh god.
Let's wake up, baby. Okay, Minori's boring as fuck. Who cares about him? Two sisters, already explained. The abusive fucking... Well, okay, let's not be too mean. They remind me of bad times. Kursam, not in the story at all, and didn't do much in Stay Night. Would be a lot higher, but for other reasons, but oh well. Herc is Herc. He screams a lot, He protects Ilya, but nothing much else. Assassin, meh, doesn't really do much. Ruby, plot device basically. Ayako already explained because meh. Issei, I like Issei. I don't think he's that deep, which is what I want from my characters. Zoken, I get his metaphor, but that's basically it. I like him as a reflection of Shiro and Kirei, but that's only just a reflection. Neko, as I explained, I like her unexplored potential, and I like the little hints there. Kiritsugu, why is Kiritsugu here? Oh yeah, this Kiritsugu. If I only counted State Kiritsugu, I'd put him like an A. Zero Kiritsugu is like a C, so middle. He's a B now.
Matches out to
Luvia,
me,
Yeah, split the difference.
Luvia is B because she's really cool and I like her dynamic with Rin. Kid Gil is there, and you think, why is Kid Gil below normal Gil? I like Hammy Gil. I like Hammy Gil a lot. we have the other two. And I didn't care that much about like him. Oh, I'm growing up to become a dick. I didn't care that much about that dynamic compared to you two. And then we have the two track. They're just fun. Nothing too interesting.
Yeah,
But fun.
the not Himuro members.
But not hero members.
Yeah.
We have the two maids. I put them together because I associate them together. And I didn't put it that high compared to like you two. I like to see
Yeah, well, I split them up because like I don't care about Liz that much. She's
Yeah.
like, well, whatever, C tier for me. Like
Yeah, but-
you're saying like Issei is like, yeah, Issei is B tier for both of us. I just put a fuck ton of characters in B tier basically, or C
Yeah.
tier. I mean,
Yeah, and just they're just there. I like the soul scene, but they don't evoke that much emotions with me. But I do understand the quality, so therefore they're there. Shinji, I really like Shinji. I think. I wonder if I push Shinji up or he's still in the same tier for me. Let me check. Where are you, Shinji? Shinji is rather in the same tier. He didn't really change. He didn't go down because he's, as you say, his character arc is basically complete. But I really like he's really good comedy, so he's still there. Humor already explained by Mano. Disassociation is fun. Taiga had all his serious scenes, scenes with Kuzuki, scenes with Shiro, good shit. Medea, I like her evolution of a character. I'm not that personally interested, like connected, but I really think it's cool. Kuzuki, I'm not that much on the Kuzuki train as both Mano and Aru, but I do recognize that yes, he is really interesting, and his whole backstory scenes, all that is really high quality. It makes him, put an A rank. Medusa already explained the monster scene. Would have put her top S tier, but she's reduced because of Ayako. Sakura, I like Sakura. I don't want to say more. We have Saber. Saber, I think it's cool. I like her acting as like a normal person and just her interaction with normal day life. But she didn't have that much deep scenes besides her final talk with Shiro and then her final glimpse, with fucking, before the final Guardian scene. You know what I'm talking about. And then we have Ku
she
already.
got to be jealous.
She got to be jealous.
Holy shit! That was the first time she got to be jealous.
Hey, yeah, that's why she's so high up there. Like those little moments, and of course the whole potato scene. And it's just really fun.
Or, no, not the first time. That was the first time she got to be jealous of like Shiro romantically, compared to like
because
the other time she got to be jealous of Shiro being like, "Oh, I see, you're copying Archer's technique."
Okay. If I could redo this tier, I would have swapped Ku with Archer as same as Mano. Archer would have gone down one spot because they don't do anything with him. I still love him because of the answer, but yeah, we would have gone down a spot. Ku, already explained, he's great. He's the most subtle character arc of this whole novel. Then we have Karen, which I didn't put as high as the other two, but I still really, really like. This is S tier. This is like, even though it's not like top tier, none of the fans of these characters should go and gang up with me. I still really love these characters here. Like I have personal connections to each of them.
Yeah.
And Karen, I love her parallels and dynamics with both Shiro, Kirei, cool, bad, just her overall connection with everyone, and just her own nature and her backstory and how she views life. It's just really interesting. And Ilya, older sister, and to be honest, she wouldn't be this high up except she had the final talk with Angra. That's why she's still really high up there.
Yeah, that was a
Kirei-
really good scene.
And same with Battle. Kirei is still relatively the same. It's just the other characters just went in between him and Shiro, in my opinion. Angra, man, it's hard to just not go to long triad rant about these characters up here. So I will. Angra's there because he's cool and bad. Not badass. Evil Shiro. There. Bad is cool because she's me. Rin is cool because she's cool. I'm sorry. I'm losing myself. Because I don't just want to go on a 10-hour speedrun. Then Shiro is cool because she's Shiro. Done. We're done. Next question.
Yeah. Like, I wanted to go longer with mine too, but my voice is getting strained. For like talking for so long at once.
Yeah.
All right, maps and looping.
One of us though, so I'm good.
Let's push.
All right, so.
Oh, okay.
Maps
So
and
yeah.
looping.
Change the music. We should change the music. Change it. Slice of life.
Oh yeah. Change to the map.
Yeah.
Map.
Where's the map? There it is.
Oh god, that just unlocked something primal. Oh,
Duh.
this feels weird.
Wait,
It feels
what?
like we're about to end the stream.
Okay, let's go. Your opinion on looping and map?
Alright, so yeah, no, I thought it was amazing. Like, I thought it was just, like, it really helped with the themes, like, of repeating the same thing over and over again and staying in that state and exploring every possibility.
If I hit scene one more time, I'm gonna go punch my computer. Sorry.
Like, it really caught me off guard when I first saw it too, like, and it led to some really interesting theories, like, regarding the wolves and the resets, what they were. I really liked the mechanic.
Yeah.
And also the map was cool because it made Fuyuki like feel so much more real.
Yeah, you could have like a visual like representation instead of just it being like mostly like these like specific locations. You can
Fuyuki
see where
Miyama,
how far
like,
away
became
locations
real.
are. Yeah, it's good.
But yeah, is that it from you then, or?
Yeah, although I actually do have a question. Like, is Fuyuki and Miyama, are they like based on actual places? Are they actual places?
I think some certain locations are based on actual places, right? I don't know the exact answer.
Certain locations are based on actual places. I'm pretty sure that those two places are mostly based on just like ideas of places and like places that Nasu's lived in, probably. I don't think that they're like. Yeah. All right. So me. Sorry, we just gotta keep going. We gotta push.
Because we haven't even got to the big question.
We can be done in the next 3 hours.
Yeah, we haven't got to the big question yet.
Yeah, my voice is dying.
Well, we're probably not gonna spend too long in the map because like I don't think a lot of us have as much to say except that like it was cool. I liked the different like presentation. I also feel like giving us the ability to choose different scenes played into the themes of the like everyday life a lot more, and the back nights were like the horror, the more like
because
those
forced upon
things
us.
invading it, much like a demon named Deadlines invades Nasu's free time.
Yeah, like those back nights just come out of nowhere.
All right, well, have a good night, Doc.
Oh,
And,
good night, Doc.
All good.
Entirely
No
valid.
worries.
There probably won't be a stream tomorrow.
Yeah, no, almost certainly. I'm tearing my voice.
But yeah, like.
Okay, yeah.
It played into the themes of like
Bring that back.
slice of life by being like open. That's me. Wise, go on.
I don't have much to say. It made things seem more dynamic, even though there's less choices. And I love time travel shit, so cool. Next.
Alright, so from
Best
realism.
wrong theory.
Right. Alright,
Yeah,
so
really.
I kind of alluded to this earlier, but My favorite wrong theory was that the wolves were Shiro's perception of everyone who died in the fire. Like I thought
That's
it would have
some
been
really
like a...
good shit.
Yeah, no, it would have been such a cool like retreading of the basement scene. Like
To be honest, I do
like
feel
a-
like I do feel like Natsuki just kind of forgot about Shiro's survivor's guilt over the years.
yeah. Well, like the thing is,
Yeah,
like
I
I
mean,
was sick that like cries
to
of
be
nature
entirely
was like
fair.
condemnation of the fact that Shiro didn't actually care about like them as
Yeah,
people,
like,
and
to-
like
Yeah, like
felt guilty about that.
I
Specifically.
always go with Archer's statement on the subject that like, yeah, but you're gonna drill down into that, and you don't actually care about that much.
Mhm.
But that
But it
ruins the
doesn't make one
basement
to say
scene,
them
though.
wrong.
That
There's
weakens
nothing
it.
wrong
Does
with being
it?
a faker.
Nah.
Yeah, because like that's yeah, because I feel like it's
Because the whole point of the basement
it's
scene is
very much like
it's
Like-
realizing that it doesn't have to be that much of a shackle.
Yeah,
You can
like
let go.
Angra literally said it, like Shiro is the hero of justice that puts his life on the line to save people he doesn't really care about. And he called
to
Shiro a
Kiryu,
monster.
compared to Kiritsugu, who loved humanity so much, greater, bigger, larger. That's a big difference.
Yeah, no, like that would have been so good. I'm glad we got what we got, but like that would have been an interesting, like maybe alternate fate route or something. I don't know.
Maybe. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Nano, your
Yeah. So, yeah, I've also got here that, like, the theory bit was, like, kind of... I felt like we were kind of forcing it a little bit at the end, because most of them... Or at the end, most of this game, because there was obviously the, like, the main mystery, and the theories about that. I kind of wanted to put Type Moon Kotomine here, just because it's so funny, even though it was half right. I put in the wolves are Angra's noble phantasm, just because, like, you know, each wolf is a different evil would have been interesting.
Yeah, that was another
Like,
one
each
that
wolf is a different
was really
crime.
close for me. Yeah.
But yeah, just because, like, so many of the theories this time were just like, this thing does or does not happen in the next 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just like,
and then to stop
eh?
making them because they realized it was turning into that. I'll probably just
yeah.
like do theories for like the first half of the VN from now on, when like the
Or
mystery element
only,
is still
like,
there.
the biggest things. Yeah.
uh,
Like, only when you have an actual, like,
yeah, like it's not.
long-term serious idea.
And
Yeah.
I'm sorry that I did that.
Okay. And for my
It did.
favorite,
It didn't at the same time.
favorite wrong
But yeah.
theory is Rin is QPU misaligned, just because ties up with Rin's whole gem sword thing.
Yeah, the jump sword.
and I thought it was funny.
I like that. That was the
That
fun
Rin,
one.
Rin, like that Rin is like basically connected to another series. And Rin's just stuck in the fucking Kozak shrine because of that, because she's QPU misaligned.
Yeah, yeah, that was a fun
Minor
theory too.
Okay, what is your thoughts on the meta aspect story? I think we kind of already talked about this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we did.
From
We kinda-
Ramses,
we kinda-
yeah. Like,
we were
it
kinda
was...
speaking-
There's
I think we
something
can kick
I-
it.
I-
Because that was part of the themes.
I think
Yeah.
there was one thing I'd like to like talk about with that though, and that I
Oh,
really like
sure.
the mini games as well, because
Yeah.
the mini games are like a last ditch effort to keep you engaged and keep playing and keep you from getting bored.
Forever, you can go forever.
Yeah.
If you really
Yeah,
And yet-
yeah,
and yet
yeah,
even
that was
those get
fun.
old after a while.
And yeah, that's basically what I had to say, plus a bit more, which mine was just like that sometimes like sometimes the meta reading the story got so obvious that it got hard to like read the character reading, and sometimes the character reading made it hard to read the meta reading. But that's just like it kind of crowded the information for me, especially
It's like
like during the
like it's-
finale.
Like, is Angra saying this? Is Natsu saying this? What's happening?
Yeah, I got that too. a little
Yeah,
bit.
like.
Also,
The thing
questions
is,
from
Is it
Ramza.
Angra? Is it Nasu? Are they saying it to Baz? Are they saying it to us? How do we take each individual line? Do we need to just, like, glaze over this section because, I mean, it works in the metaphor, but not necessarily in the moment? Like, yeah.
But I remember the Natsu quote that I sent. It's like I think I put too much in there.
yeah. And yeah, do you have anything else to say, Wise? Or?
Just basically, help me fucking stop being so clingy to the characters. That's basically all I want. But within nowadays,
Yeah.
we're fine if there's nothing more written about them. It's a close story. Bye bye.
Well, yeah, you know, maybe we should like do some of the more just like fun questions real quick, like the favorite character design or
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
maybe just because like
Yeah, we'll leave the top 10 finale for the actual like at the end.
yeah. You know what? Actually, yeah. Let's just put that down, and the others are probably like less big.
Yeah, leave the top
Alright.
10 questions.
So
and
yeah.
we'll just speed through the minor questions for now.
So yeah. So first up, oh, we've like all of that there.
Wait, what?
Let's just start with this question from Wheeze.
The pseudo
Please.
sequel question.
Wheeze. Yes, Wheeze.
So yeah,
Who's this Wheeze character?
what do you think of the game's nature as a pseudo sequel? Would you have preferred an actual sequel from one of the routes? And if this is an actual sequel, what do you think you would have liked to seen?
So, personally, I think this is like the best thing that could have been done because each route was very important, and like accepting one as canon would kind of do the other two injustice. And H's themes could only really work if the story is like a sequel of all the routes simultaneously, and I think it pulled that off really well. And like there are a lot of nods and retreadings of like themes and character concepts explored in Stay Night, and I've never read a pseudo sequel before, but I can't really think of it being done better than this. It just goes to little things I've seen, I guess, but yeah, as far as like actual sequels, I don't really see too much of a need for them. Like I felt like their epilogues are all pretty good and complete. But yeah, I think that's me. I'm not gonna go too much into it.
Your microphone arm.
Oh no, what is
was,
it doing?
Making you dab again.
Oh,
But
Yes.
yeah. Okay,
mic
so
drop,
for me,
dab, I'm done.
yeah, like I love the pseudo sequel nature. The way that it puts itself together and tries to like give just a little bit of extra for every route. And while I would love to see like where Shiro goes after the Fate route and where Shiro goes after UBW, you know, what happens to these characters afterwards, I would not for Heaven's Feel because it would just, I mean, I guess I would, but I wouldn't want an actual story. I would just want basically this, but with only those characters. So this is probably even better. Because, like, they need rest after that.
It was the
Whereas
best thing
Fate
that could
has,
have been
like,
done.
things. Fate has a potentially action-packed future. You know, he becomes a hero of justice. UBW obviously has all of their shenanigans at Clock Tower.
Mhm.
I also would want them written by Nasu, who wants to write them, so they're impossible. Anyone else, I don't trust with the characters. Like, Nasu writing them just to, like, just to write them and just to make money, like, Nasu's gonna be more focused on the, like, lore and focus on that than, like, the character interactions, probably. And, like, it would have to tie into Fate Go, and no. I'm good. I'm good with what we got.
Ew, gross.
You haven't understood why I said this story is done.
Yeah. I have written here, aim for the future, let you concoct your own futures for them in your head. Set them up so you have a basic idea of where they're headed. Good storytelling, and it means that none of the routes need a sequel, and since none do, none should.
Yep, I agree. Wise?
For me, when I first read it, I was disappointed that wasn't an actual sequel because I wanted a UBW sequel really bad.
Yeah,
It's
I
going to
get
explore a lot more
that.
topics due to the nature of being everything, and that is no longer really about Shiro. I accepted it, but you know that made me love all the other characters as well, and that later made me like Ataraxia. Of course, with the inclusion of Bezet and Agba, all that stuff. At the end, yeah, I like the pseudo sequel nature. I would have loved to see a UBW sequel like back in Nasu's prime, but what can you do about it?
Yep.
Next question.
All right. So yeah, which characters do you think were underutilized or underexplored in HA? We basically already answered that with the rankings. So
let's get-
Yeah.
like, it's the Archer and Ayako question for
Yep.
us.
Archer,
And
Archer and I.
Yeah, I'm
let's
just
skip.
like-
next.
Yep.
Ayako, yeah.
Okay, and we
This
we
is
skip.
where I wrote my Ayako out. The story scenes, let's put that at the end.
Yeah,
Presentation differences.
Like what I got from that was like tone and like just general feel of the story. Is that what you were asking, basically?
Oof. No, I was asking more like the technical differences. My bad for not being specific.
Oh, no worries. Like the technical differences, it felt pretty similar. Like, I really liked the map feel. It felt different as well, but it still had that like Type Moon VN feel. I loved the sprites and all that.
Yeah,
There's a
so
question
as
about
with the-
sprite magic
yeah,
later.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I focus. Yeah, for me. Sorry, go on.
Wait, do you want to just combine those questions here?
Yeah, sure. We'll combine.
Okay.
Sprite-
Like, so.
Yeah, go on.
Oh
sorry.
yeah. Then yeah.
Yeah, because the
Yeah,
sprite
sorry, I
magic
thought you
was
were,
amazing. Like, it was so
yeah.
cute, the little chibis, the moving sprites. Oh, I love them. And as for what I expect in the future, if it tops HA, well, I can't imagine.
Yeah, we know realism. You're not hiding it.
Need to watch that.
Yeah. No, I also picked that much up.
Oh, also
but
the
yeah.
Tiger Dojo movie was amazing.
Yeah, I know you're
Yes.
A work of
legit
art.
funniest movie. Okay, Madam.
So yeah. All right. The like I talked about the map being different, giving you like more of a sense of freedom, and I think that was a good difference in presentation. The text box changes, like the
Oh,
borders
I love that. Yeah.
changing between like serious scenes and non-serious scenes, disappearing for backstories, for scenes that were 100% outside of the route that weren't in Himura's head, because I guess she just thinks like that. Having the like classic visual novel like
Avoid.
text boxes,
Yeah, that's
like the way that it was in the Rin and Lufia scene is perfect, because that 100% took place outside of the loop.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Oh shit! Maybe it's just because, like, I really like the idea that Himuro
That's
just
so
thinks
smart,
like that,
right?
because that to my head suggests like characters who. That's what it looks like from characters who like need to have more development and have like a ton of issues, whereas characters who have solved themselves more get those text boxes, like the regular visual novel text boxes.
I
Like
shall
that,
So like
actually.
Himuro
I shall accept the
still
headcanon
dissociating. Yeah.
And Umbra still
Me
lying to
either.
himself most of the time.
Yep. And like
Baz, in general.
Yep.
Baz does not need to be talked about. Until she needs
So
to be talked
good.
about soon.
Yeah, I know.
And yeah,
got
I think
some
that was,
Baz long-
Okay, and what's the question?
that was that the sprite magic though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, this looked really charming. I've seen a little bit, like just a little bit of Mihoyo from when I spoiled on myself.
You spoiled me too,
But,
but
like-
I don't remember.
Yep. But I don't think that, like, even if it gets way better, I feel like it's gonna lose some of its charm. So it'll be good in a different way. Like, that to me was like impressive, but this is charming. Like the way that it's just the like little bits of movement here and there, like
Yes, it's so much.
working with super limited resources.
It's like when you give a
Fucking-
director like $1,000 and they go crazy with it. And
Crazy.
stretch
Yeah.
it as a medium.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah,
It has to be a
you've
big budget
taken
movie.
you've taken like this like indie film that shoots in like really creative ways because it has like such limitations to it. They can't afford to like get the drone shots or whatever, you know, because this is old, before drones were super affordable. and they can't afford to like do whatever, so they shoot. And like, yeah, throwing all the budget at it looks fucking amazing. And like, I've seen some MiHoYo. It looks fucking amazing, but like, I feel like it's two different things at this point, and I wouldn't want to say that either one's actually better than the other.
Yeah.
So like, yeah,
What you mean?
this is like charming is the word that keeps coming up for me. This is charming. That's impressive. This is the like fave webcomic that, you know, this is like you read fucking not One Punch Man, because One Punch Man actually kind of sucks a little bit.
Mob Psycho?
Yeah,
like,
Mob
you
Psycho's
read
great.
Mob
Mob is
online
better.
with the original art, and it has something really powerful to it compared to like, I mean, obviously, like, other really good art things also have some really powerful stuff, and compared to like a big budget manga where it's like, wow, I'm blown away by this artwork and it has powerful stuff, compared to like, I'm getting something from this terrible artwork.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, that's me. What about you? What are your thoughts on it?
I just love just because I answered the overall presentation as the sprite works mostly. So yeah, I just love just the way it enhances like the comedic and dramatic moments without like doing too much different from Stay Night. And of course, the sudden simplification makes comedy 10 times better when they just
It
go
really
fucking
does.
tiny.
Really
Like Ilya
does.
fucking like sitting on the bed after it's revealed that Shiro doesn't want to have a date on her.
Oh my god.
Like,
No, seriously,
Sakura, like Sakura slamming her head everywhere as a chibi as well. just
honestly,
shit.
like, I haven't talked about them much, but I
Oh,
also love the
fuck.
comedy scenes as well. Like, no.
I was forming like. Sorry. You
No,
go
go on,
first.
go. No, go on. Yeah.
You know, actually, mine's smaller, so I'll just put this in real quick.
Okay.
I was forming this like big comparison with like an indie movie and a big budget movie. It's simple. Like, chibis and sprites are both great. That's
Yeah.
the comparison. It's
Yeah.
like you like chibis because they're like charming and not like super big effort, but like you like the CGs too. Anyway, sorry, go on over.
It's done.
Oh,
Okay, then back to
cut
me.
out?
Oh,
Oh yeah, what?
I think I was done. I think I don't remember.
No, it's okay. Okay, it's
Sorry.
fine then.
Oh my god. was-
Okay, and then I really love that this isn't about the game, but translation. They put the fucking Ruby text back.
Yes.
Yes, that was
Yes.
real good.
Yes.
Like going back to Stay Night and seeing the Japanese version, realizing how also have Ruby text. Like, damn it, translators! We could have had
Yup.
cool moments, cool cheery moments, but you didn't. You made it worse.
Just
Okay, well, at least you're
do you
getting a
know
good
if the new
translation.
translation? Do you know if this one does that?
I don't
The
know.
new one?
I'm so
Probably
excited
not,
for it.
Right.
Maybe. But anyway,
Alright.
that's all I'm gonna say.
But yeah.
Walker.
Alright. So in that case, let's move on to the next question.
Big differences in writing style.
Differences in writing style. Yeah, Aru.
I thought the tones like took a it was like a bit more all over the place. Although at the end of the day, it really did feel like the
Yeah.
same old mushroom. Aside from the character assassination
When it didn't
scenes.
feel like the mushroom.
Like you
When it
can
doesn't
tell when
feel
it's
like
not Nasu, you really can. But yeah, like Nasu was as descriptive and long-winded as ever, and I love it. I just love that writing style. Even if it doesn't work for some scenes, but I don't really like the scenes it doesn't work for, so yeah.
Rider, 2 hours long. In the bath.
I don't know. I mean, you did spend a long time with Ryder in the bath, yeah. Anyway,
Okay.
was that it from you then?
Yeah.
Yeah. it was definitely a lot cartoonier, is what I noticed. First of
Yeah.
all, like
Yeah.
the like slice of life scenes got like way cartoonier than the slice of life did in Fate,
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
and the serious scenes. I guess like I mean I guess they were kind of no, they were never even quite as serious necessarily, because like the loop kind of took out like a lot of the tension.
Yeah,
Oh
but
god,
like,
you're right. Yeah, there
loop.
wasn't
So
nearly as
like
much
you
tension.
weren't
So like with Shiro being
you
teared
weren't as
apart by
scared.
Shiro being teared apart by was like, we'll loop again.
Yeah, it's like, oh well shit, you know, it's like the bad ends in Stay Night, like, oh well I guess we'll go back, but like there was stuff on the line. Cause like in this the looping mechanic was a part of the world.
Mhm.
So like yeah, but yeah.
Sakura did
Yeah,
amazing,
like that's the thing is like everything on the far end of Archer's betrayal in Stay Night.
Yeah, like that second
Was-
of UBW was so good, like that high tension. Thanks, gonna save Rin, gonna do that, you know, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And Hachiro like fighting himself.
But
And just-
even then, like everything after that, even into Heaven's Feel, never really got to the like the cartoony levels. Like
Yeah.
barring, you know, the repeated scenes of like, haha, here's Taiga being wacky. She hit
Yeah.
Shiro on the head with solid steel.
Oh, the
But yeah,
first
so
day.
like a lot of it was a lot closer to that tone, but I just forgotten because like it was so early on, and like even in Heaven's Feel when it was like, haha, fucking Sakura's tripping and walking into a door, and it's like, oh, that's
Stop, don't laugh about
low
that.
key
No.
scary.
Yeah.
Actually,
Or
that's
haha,
like dissonant
Sakura.
and great for that.
Sakura
Yeah, like-
thinks
like-
the ground of her
if-
toothbrush because she hates herself so much.
Like
But yeah, it ends off with, also, we didn't do the Tiger Dojos, which is where a lot of the wackiness is. And this is my announcement that, hey, come back
Yeah,
next
Tiger Dojo
week for
Tuesdays.
Tiger Dojo Tuesdays!
Doing them. We're finally doing them.
And then, after we run out of Tiger Dojos, we'll do Hanafuda.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yes.
Anyway,
Tiger
Weiss,
Dojo Tuesdays.
what's your
Walkers.
your opinion?
my opinion is basically the same as Mano's, and I noticed that there was a lot more references just to pop culture, the Japanese, like really Japanese things, and it's just a lot more casual. And like there were some cool serious scenes, but as you said, not much tension, and you mostly think it's cool and serious because of the character works between them, not really tension or like stakes.
Yeah.
Like the biggest stakes was like, because even in Albert it's like, if you kill me, I just have to come back down and I'll come back up again.
Yeah.
BRB.
When he was doing his big, hey, I'm gonna be Archer this time and hold off Berserker, except my snarky stuff isn't about how cool I am, it's about how shit I am, so I'm gonna die so hard.
Yeah. Also, yeah, like that's. Oh, I think that's why I just literally forget what I was gonna say. Why does that keep happening?
But yeah.
It's probably not that important.
Okay, back from the dead. What did I miss?
If you don't remember it, it can't be that important. Cuts to Sakura and UVW.
Poor Sakura.
You can't do that.
Okay, so what question was that?
Oh, my
Stay
VTubers.
Night or did anything surpass the? No, the big one. Which do you like more overall, Stay Night or Hollow Ataraxia? And I think, assuming just add in the next question to this one. Did anything surpass the answer?
Yeah.
If obviously, so yeah. Art.
Like there's a few scenes that I really, really liked and like kind of got close, but nah, for me the answer is still at the top, and also the rain is up there as well. It doesn't beat out the answer, but it's close. And I think those scenes just came like at the exact perfect times in my life that I needed them the most. That
Mhm.
they are just. It's hard for anything to really surpass them. I did like a lot of scenes from HA though, and a lot of scenes from HA did surpass like some scenes from Stay Night, but nothing beat the best of Stay Night for me. And I'll talk about those scenes later when we get to the story segments. But yeah, long story short, nah. But HA was still amazing, and I love it.
Yeah. And for me, I'll speedrun this question. No and no. Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
No.
basically the same thing. Like,
Yeah.
it's so fucking good. It's on the same level of quality and, like, the height of the scenes of HA. Obviously, like, surpass a lot of the scenes in, like, Stay Night, but, like, ultimately, I just still have that more connection to Shiro's story than everyone's story.
And then my
Yeah,
one
nice.
is I go against the fucking thing. Not too against, but yeah, HA for me, just because, as you say to Aru, HA came at the right time of my life. That made it so much more impact.
No, it makes a huge difference for sure.
Because I was at the age where I was so attached to media, like, you know, when you love characters so much you start becoming them, you know, all that stuff. And HA was basically just saying, snap out that shit, all right?
Yeah.
That's why it's like one of my favorite. It is one of my foundational builds I have of the person that is making me. And like nothing surpasses the answer because as also very personal to me, but the finale is tied for me. Basically, that's all.
Yeah.
Like for me,
Because
it's
both of
just
them, like I'm not even gonna think about quality or that stuff. This is just my own personal opinions and how personal it is to me.
that's what matters the most. That's
same.
That's like ranking is all objective like that, you know.
Like if I got into HA like with my current like mindset, I don't know. I can't judge.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
It's all about
Yeah,
when you
like,
experience it.
I mean-
yeah.
Same. Like if I needed it more, like, and who knows? Like I'll have a lot of time to chew on this. I've only liked the finale more and more after having watched it. So we'll see if like events happen in my life that make me look back on it differently and go, "Oh, I need this more. You know, this is more important."
yeah. And
Like-
then
Hmm?
you're gone. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, for me, Stay Night led to me realizing I was a girl, so I don't really think there's much that could pass that.
Yeah, the thing is, for Stay Night, here's my opinion. The answer is my favorite moment of the whole series. Okay, even better than the finale. But I relate HA more as a product in total. There are a lot of parts of Stay Night that drags it down for me. Compared to HA, where yeah, there are some slow scenes and some characterization, but the whole product seems more stronger, in my personal opinion. You know?
I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah,
and that is
yeah,
fair.
yeah.
Like, and the thing is, like even back then, like remember, like I really hated Heaven's Feel, and HA was just there to like assure me, you know, it's like it's all good, man. It's fine, you can do whatever.
Again, it's just
Yeah,
all
yeah.
about when you experience things and
like
what you've been through and-
from Stay Night,
Yeah.
I just really like UBW. That was like the main section I really loved, and it was just a lot of shit that I didn't like. And HA, I connected to a more personal level and like the whole product, and therefore even that bias lasts to today, basically.
That's
Yep.
fair.
Yep. And yeah, like, yeah, I definitely get that, because like that's the thing is like I can even acknowledge that like Hollow Ataraxia, just from like a level of quality standpoint, probably does average higher than Fate Stay Night, and it has moments that like reach up towards the heights of Fate Stay Night. It's just for me that
Yeah.
exact like
The
nothing
answer?
nothing will ever surpass UBW. And yeah, like
Yeah, nothing. So
fucking,
UBW, if it was like UBW versus Ataraxia, to be honest, I would put UBW still above. TBH.
There you go.
even
yeah.
the Gil fight for me, like the Gil fight is my fucking like I will always cry during
It's good.
like
It's
that
real
fucking
good.
line. And the fucking visual novel version of the answer, because I can't believe I fucking glossed over it the first time.
Oof.
Why,
happens.
what the difference between it and the anime were that made it so much more important to me.
Okay,
Sure
and then the
was
next
this-
question,
but yeah.
that's
I
angry.
just want to say realism entirely valid. with the finale
no,
affecting you
like,
more.
the
Like
answer's not going to
that's the
resonate
thing.
with everyone. That's fine.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you're any like worse than
Yeah.
a person for
Yeah,
not liking it.
like the finale is way above a lot of other scenes of Stay Night, and it's a compliment that's even fucking near the answer for me.
Yeah,
And
the
so
finale
the
was real good.
the next question
Next
is
question.
Baz
Only
Angler.
for me.
Oh yeah,
Huh?
I fucking skipped a question. Yeah, it's like I wasn't aware.
Yeah,
Oh
you
yeah.
got your own question.
How much
Oh.
did I know before getting into it? Not as much as I thought I knew. I knew that Baz was in a coma in a mental world created by the last surviving bits of Angra. That it created a version of the Third Grail War using actors from the Fifth for Baz during the night, where she had the servant Avenger, who is Angra. There's a daytime where Angra, disguised as and influenced by the visage of Shiro, lived an everyday life with a continuity mishmash, and both were their wishes. I knew that Karen was Kyorei's daughter, that she didn't know. Yeah, I thought. Wait, didn't know. I don't know what I'm saying with this because I did also know that she didn't necessarily, that she kind of knew and didn't care as much. That she was tending to Baz in the real world. Baz was actually alive in the ghost house. And I knew that after she woke up, she eventually moved into the Eme household, adding to the chaos. I knew a couple
Yeah.
CGs. Like, Saber the Pool, Canada the Stairway. I knew a couple things here and there, like that Magical Girl Green was a thing, except I thought it was a lot more of a thing.
No, one scene.
A really good scene.
But
Anything that truly caught you off guard.
Anger's voice, first of all,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
makes
Yeah, I remember that.
1,000% sense. Makes 10,000% fucking sense that it's just Shiro's idea of an evil guy is a fucking like third-rate villain's flunky, as the story puts it, is so fucking great. Just that moment, like, wait, that's his voice?
Yeah. I'm just
So
like,
you would
wait,
hear like
what?
a suave,
Muramasa?
a suave, charming man. Did you expect that?
I expected more of like a genuinely like gruff asshole.
Ah, I see. Yeah, not like a
Who was
not like a snarky asshole, like an actual asshole.
Yeah, like you know, borderline like psychotic, like just completely unhinged from reality kind of person.
We should change the music.
What we got was so
Yeah.
much better.
Also, I didn't know that everyone actually got to keep their memories, and I sure as hell didn't know that the timeline was real. Unhinged, like, honestly, like, the Unger that we got was very fucking hinged. He was
Yeah.
very hinged. He
Very
was
much
so
so,
fucking,
so
like,
Bitch.
well
Unger-
put and, like, mentally put together. I mean, underneath there was, like, shit, but, like, I didn't expect there to be that, like, put togetherness at all.
Yeah, like surprisingly, like maybe that's a Shiro. Who knows?
I would have been surprised too, yeah, if I knew. If it was fucking
But yeah,
Unger.
the gem
I
sword
got it!
explosion.
I actually got it! Hunger's
I
Anything
got
else?
reverse debated. I didn't take the bait, even when it was secretly real.
Yep, gem soul.
Hunger's the
But just don't think about it.
protagonist!
Oh, okay, yes, there isn't. Yeah, sorry. Delay is.
Okay.
But yeah, like that's it. Was the surprises, the big surprises. Besides, like a lot of like character interactions that were like smaller surprises, but
Yeah.
just the like. Oh yeah, I also thought that like Magical Girl Reen was a bigger thing.
You already said that.
Like that she was out, but specifically that she was like out hunting and like doing magical girl stuff at night. That it was going to be like a whole like
That would have been
fucking
Oh, yeah, that would've been cool.
plot line.
That would have been
That
cool.
would've been-
Like
Magical
it was
Girl Reen.
going to be like her thing was like, oh, she's actually been like working the streets at night, and then like also at night with the wolves, but like. But yes.
Next
For the next question.
Already answered by a tier list. Let's move on.
Baz or Angra? Yep.
Are we doing
Go back
that,
to
or are we
Do-
saving that to the end?
So, the favorite story scenes?
I guess we can do Baz or Angra.
I don't know me.
No, I
Baz
said
or Angra? I mean, we already answered that with the tier list, though.
Oh yeah, I guess we did.
Yeah.
yeah.
For me, it's Angra.
For
And
me,
it
it's
is
Baz.
Yep.
Yep.
But Angra, I also like Angra a lot, but Baz just slightly edges out.
Personal connection, as always.
Yep.
I have some stuff written for that, but
I wish I wasn't Angra. I'm so. Oh yeah, I do want to say one thing on that because I put this in here. The fucking way that I relate to Angra is that I'm very frustrated with him and hate him in the same way that like I can watch over a video of myself beforehand and like I just sync up with so much. And then they say something stupid. I'm like, I would never say that. But I'm there, recorded, saying it. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you saying that, you idiot? It's obviously not that. And I realized that was the same feeling I was getting watching Angra, and I'm like, oh god, no, this cannot be good for my mental health.
yeah, no, it's literally that. I can't stand that guy thing.
He eats soccer as a magical girl. Yeah, clearly.
Please.
Okay, but if you two want to take the first part of this question, I actually have to be right back.
We could take a break if people needed.
That's a very smart idea, because then I get to hear your answers. Bathroom break.
Okay,
be back at the 15-minute mark.
Yeah. Take a break, Alan. Do whatever you need to.
I'm gonna rest my voice.
And let me be unmuted still so I can talk to chat if you're still here.
Okay, yeah, you can do that. I will be right back.
Chat, I'm tired. Streaming is hard, you know? I never realized, like, I can do, like, long hour talks, but man, chat, being in front of an audience takes a lot of energy out of you. I was like, oh, it's only 3 hours, I've done longer. And now I'm just like, oh, it's only 5 hours, I'm gonna fucking nap. But you know what? We gotta work through the pain. We gotta fucking last piece. Like, I'm starting losing my mind. I'm literally just reading the script now. Before I was like adapting on the fly, adding some things to the answers. Now I'm just repeating fucking words. This is your fault, realism. You have blamed, you have cursed yourself. And imagine if we keep going into. So yeah, I think we'll end soon-ish. Like, we're rushing through these questions until we get to the last one. We probably won't explain, like, the top 10 that much compared to our top 5. We'll just probably say it, have a few lines, and we're done. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. And anyone still here on the YouTube, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. You can dislike, but you won't see it. It is a pretty calming song, realism. And anyone who is watching this for some reason and hasn't followed, leave a follow as well. So you can catch those Tiger Tuesdays. We're at Tiger Dojos. To be honest, yeah, a lot of understanding is kind of lost. But oh well, what can you do? 24-hour streams can't really happen due to circumstances. And you know, HD scenes, they're not happening. You know, Aru. You think she's gonna be able to go through HD?
I'm back.
Hey, I'm just talking to chat. Telling them to follow, like, and subscribe. And then we're not doing it. We're not doing the HGs.
I'm back as well. I'm just resting my voice. Yeah.
Okay,
no. Except
Yeah,
it's
you think she's
true.
gonna? You think
Except
she's gonna
it's
fucking
true.
watch? You think she's gonna watch fucking? Imagine what? I don't want to. I've reached a level where I can't become like that thin line. I either stop
Look.
giving a fuck or
Look,
I say stupid.
look, I'll prove it. I'll say it right now.
Back to questions. And I was saying that being on
uh,
stream does feel like I'm being at a party. Like my social energy is leaving me.
yeah.
Yeah.
Is the thing.
No, I definitely get that. I've had to fucking like build this up.
Oh god, do I have to read that now?
No, you don't.
No,
Okay.
not yet.
Let's go to
Yes.
next
I'll
question.
never get
Soils question. Soil of Genesis.
Yes.
What did you think about the comedy and drama balance in HA? Fate HA. Did you think either parts clashed or took up too much time compared to the others? Aru.
Alright, let me scroll down to there it is.
Good thing we have scripts. Good thing we have scripts.
Yes, very good thing. Well, some slice of life scenes like felt a little drawn out. I like the tone, and I felt the tone shifted surprisingly well. And if you've been in a Discord call with me, you know how like that's how talking with me goes too. It's just like from serious shit to like random funny things. Back and forth. Absolute chaos. That's how I'm to talk to.
Oh wow, that trauma sounds like this meme.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, no, I just generally vibe with that. And I like it whenever a show is that chaotic in its tone.
And that's is that it from you then, or?
Yeah, I think so. I'm just trying to speedrun this.
Yeah. So what I read that question as more was like the amount, like less the way that it switched between, but like the amount of each, and like the comedy. It is heavily weighted towards comedy, which makes sense because that's what Nasu would put people other than Nasu on.
And also Fandisk.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah. My answer is I think it was perfectly unbalanced. There are pros and cons of experiencing on stream. But one of the cons is that there isn't as fine of control in the stream. I feel like the sheer amount of comedy would work a lot better, like it didn't exactly work as well on the stream as it might if I were playing it on my own. You know?
Yeah, I can see that.
But like, because then I just like control the pace and I can like binge through it, glaze over during comedy scenes if I don't care what's going on. Here, I've been like paying attention to every little bit, and that's certainly a bonus in many other ways. But like,
Also, the amount of screaming you've had to do.
Yeah. Like, I like drama personally. I like drama. I like serious scenes. But like, here I think having the weight shift heavily towards comedy works for what this game is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah, I agree with that take.
Yeah.
From a logical perspective, I do think the balance between like comedy and drama is good. But I wanted more dramatic non-plot scenes. Like deep talks between characters. That's not a negative against HA.
Yeah.
I just wanted more of the scenes. As I already explained, the whole artist thing, just more deep talks. Just give me more deep talks. I want character. Just give me no.
Yeah, I would have done so much for Sakura and Archer scene.
Imagine having deep talk with Shiro and Sakura, and maybe talk about like what happened in the past and how they move forward and all that stuff.
Archer and
You know,
Taiga.
Would she call him senpai? How would that go down?
Yeah, imagine that.
I feel like she would probably awkwardly call him senpai, and then everyone would get silent and like vaguely uncomfortable for a bit, and Archer might blush.
Just like I would take away some of those nothing scenes, replace them with that, you know?
Senpai?
Yeah, just like when we think of deep talks, I remember UVW. There's the Rin and Shiro talk just under the sky, and like just those talks that aren't really like relevant to the plot, but says so much about the characters. I just wish there was more in them,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay,
So,
next
yes.
question.
Favorite line.
Oh boy,
Okay.
Whatever.
Is it okay that I have a view?
It is, yes, from Parsons.
I have a few as well.
Favorite
Don't worry.
quote / line.
I have a
I
few.
can
questions.
only
Alright.
remember one, but I have two that I can think of.
Alright, I think we have at least one of the same ones.
Go
You're
for
like
it.
a rock
Yeah,
star.
this is probably going to be. That's the one that I have.
And now to talk about I'm just gonna share a meme real quick before I talk about it. You know the one.
Flashback to me saying, that trauma reminds me of this meme.
Yeah. Okay, where is it? I promise I'll explain it. It's gonna be really weird at first.
Ooh. What's the meme?
It's the one who said, "Oh, the fake game."
Oh yeah. Is Shiro in?
Can somebody even do a Patrick voice? Patgra. Pongra? I don't. But yeah, so basically, yeah, no, is Shiro an
Patrick
instrument?
review.
No, but it was close enough that I still made the joke. More accurately, Shiro is like sheet music. Cause this kind of plays back to another scene with Karen, cause just as Karen didn't create the music she played on the organ, Ongra didn't create the character that he played as Shiro. To Ongra, like, Shiro's body was like an
Shiro.
instrument, and Shiro's personality was like the sheet music. And both Ongra and Karen created
Shiro.
nothing original.
Shiro was a MIDI.
Yeah.
File. Preloaded with the notes in the like order of the notes and the instrument it's supposed to be played with.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like
Ongra
the
just
thing
went
is-
in an editor and had some fun.
And the thing is that like they simply replicated something that already existed, but by doing so they made it their own. Like if two musicians play a song, the two performances will like always be somewhat different. They'll always be unique. And Shankar was a unique being, and Karen's song was a unique rendition. He really was the rock star. I'm gonna get called pretentious for that in the comments. I can't wait.
You think we have comments on the videos?
And my take on it, on that line, the part that I walked away with was just that it's so corny and offbeat that it just slaps you in the face with the fact it's 100% genuine. It's the perfect opposite of a fucking like meaningless platitude. It's something that like when someone says something like that to you, you know that that's like from the heart.
Because
Yeah.
it's not
It was
like
a
a
genuine
generic compliment from. It's not a generic compliment from like a religious figure, No, they wouldn't just say
Yeah.
you're a rock star.
Yeah, no. Like,
Yeah, like
it's the thing
if
only
Karen
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 had
would
said
say.
like,
Like you're blessed by
I-
God's grace or whatever.
I feel that you are like a pure saint.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Parallel to Kirei.
Speaking
Compared
of
people
Kira,
to saints.
a saint beyond hell.
It's funny that Kira is probably more faithful to God than Karen is. Very
Yeah,
funny.
yeah. Honestly. Yeah, like. Oh, Weiss, did you have a favorite quote? Or we're gonna
Oh
keep-
yeah, my turn. My turn.
Yeah, your
Okay. Okay, my quotes. You can only devour the things you love. I'll remind you this world was your dream. If you're planning to rescue someone from despair, allowing negative emotions to motivate you is a no-go. I won't abandon you, and I'm okay with one guy being around. I don't really need to explain why those are my favorite quotes.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
god, yeah.
Yeah.
But like,
That
if you
was a
want
good
someone
one.
to save you from despair.
Allowing
You know what?
negative
That was
emotions-
another fucking line where like the situation took it away a little bit from the fucking from the intended meaning, because like that works really fucking well in terms of like depression, right? Because like people trying to get you undepressed just because it's like the thing that you're supposed to do fucking sucks.
Mhm.
Your distortion and whatnot.
Yeah, like Rin being concerned and worried about Shiro,
Yeah.
and that being the
Like-
reason why she does it, compared to her smiling at the end at Archer, I mean, like, yes, I'll make sure he won't turn out like a twisted, and them laughing together in the final moments. Like, that is the big difference between Rin's attitude. Back to Rin we go.
Yeah, but
The
no,
mean
like
talk?
that works there. But in the moment, I didn't gel with the line as much because it was about like, it was trying. Admittedly, it was talking with Baz on the meta layer compared to the character layer, which I talked about earlier, where like it didn't work as well because it was Baz being like, "I'm not gonna leave you to die," and then he said that, and then afterwards said, "Oh, also there's the loop, you dumbass. I'm not gonna be dead."
Yeah, it's like, I'm talking from
Yeah.
a bigger fucking perspective. Yeah. That's idiot. If we could do this again.
But yes,
Let's do this again.
Okay.
So we're moving on to the next one.
Favorite
or-
character. Favorite character design, yeah.
was that all
I
your
just have one more line.
Or-
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
He saw right through my heart.
Don't remember that
From
line.
Baz,
I actually don't remember.
talking about Kira.
As about Kid.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
'cause,
immediately. Yeah, I remember.
Baz for the first time found someone she couldn't lie to herself about herself too.
Yeah.
Like
She
Kira
could
saw
vent
through
to. She could
everything.
relate to. She could relate to, like, not relate, but like, she felt like he was a dependable enough person that she could, like,
Yeah,
you know, attach herself to.
Kira
Shame
saw
he is
through
I mean,
everything.
I feel like she thought she could relate to him too,
Yeah.
and that he could understand her.
Yeah, like,
Like-
both of them, like, independent, strong people that
He-
like can live alone? Question mark.
like Kira,
But
like
also didn't really feel like people themselves.
like
Yeah.
Kira,
And the
like
thing is,
saw.
sorry, you go
Oh,
on.
no worries. I was just gonna say, like Kira, like saw through all that, and but like Baz mistook that for like caring and trusted him.
No, like, I disagree. I think Baz knew Kira was evil as fuck.
On some level.
No, she said like in the tree forest, like, I knew this man was fucked, but she still thought that she could save him because she had that type of attitude. Just like
Yeah.
the
She
woman,
thought,
in Anger's cave, just like Claudia,
Mhm.
she thought,
Claudia,
yes,
yeah.
I could save him, but she was too
but
late.
also
I mean,
she
just-
thought that he genuinely cared about her. That like
Mhm.
the connection
Yeah,
that
like
she
that's
felt
really
separate
with
from her
him
being
went
evil.
both ways.
From him being evil.
Like she thought all he did was fuck, but he can connect to me. Yeah. It's the same. We're the same.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
that,
like
that
she,
was,
she
that
knew
was
he
the
was
thing.
evil, but thought
Yeah.
he could still care about her because like evil people can still care about people.
And the thing is, she was kind of right. It just wasn't her that he cared about.
Yeah, no.
He still had the
And-
ability to care. Question mark.
Like
Deep in
having.
there.
Yep. And he did care in his own twisted way.
Yep. I mean,
So,
not
yeah.
really about her that much.
Oh no,
Yeah,
not
I don't think
nothing
you're
about her.
Kira only used her for, Dancer.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah,
That-
she
that-
was.
That's how he cared about her.
She was just a piece to be played.
To
Yeah,
that
Kira,
priest.
Kira, funny enough, as I realized if you see the Discord, Kira cares about a lot more people than you think. But Baz wasn't one of them.
Yeah.
Yep.
She's just this
But
random
yeah.
chick that he met a few times on missions. So cool.
Unger, on the other
Funny
hand.
Angra was a situation where Kirei thought that they would connect, but
It's literally, oh my god, the
probably
parents!
much like Baz and Kirei wouldn't.
Yeah,
It's
like the
literally
opposite,
same.
Like,
It's the
yeah,
same.
Kira was saying, "Oh yeah, this dude would really empathize with me." I was
Yeah.
like, "Get the shit out of here."
Kira's in
Baz
Baz's
simped for
position with
Kirei,
Angra.
and Kirei simped for Angra.
Yeah, oh my
And
god,
Angra sims for
the parallels.
Karen, and Karen sims for no one.
I mean, Karen was willing to support him back.
Yeah. Okay, that's the end. Close circle. Next, let's get to the
Yeah,
next question.
that's-
Though. Favorite
Yeah.
character design.
Yeah. First of all, I do just want to say realism. That is a great quote.
Kieran
Which
says-
one? Let me.
I go greet her as a fellow housewife.
Big.
Housewife Emiya. I love it.
Yeah.
So I have 2 character designs I really,
but-
really like.
Character designs. Right. Yes.
Honestly, like, actually, I really loved the designs of. I like how Karen had 2 uniforms, each representing a different side of her.
I'm remembering what
And then-
Anger's comments about a uniform are.
Yeah, it's like.
I'm remembering what her confirmations about her uniform were.
Yeah,
Just like,
yeah,
oh,
like-
you think I can't tell?
I
It's
just
for
really like that
sex.
scene. Yeah, I really like
It's a
that scene,
sex
to be
thing.
honest. Like, it's not too
Yeah.
maturely
Yeah.
talking about sex. Compared to everything else in the Stain IVN and even this VN, it's not just maturely talking about that subject.
And
Yeah.
Karen being more mature than Shangra.
Yeah.
That
Because
was
Andre in the
great.
day, it's actually just a teenage boy.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely,
yeah.
like a teenage.
If there's
delinquent,
one
yeah.
thing. If there's one thing that Angra would never get from Shiro, it was being able to be mature about sex.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, in terms of, like, the looks like I like the most, I really like her priestess outfit, especially with the hat. Like, it's great. I would
Yeah.
wear that, like, every day if it was socially acceptable, too.
Ooh.
And,
And not potentially blasphemous.
yes. Like, the
That-
aesthetic is great. Also, like, Baz's, design, like, really captured her whole deal. Like, wearing the suit everywhere, everything was work for her. I thought that was really good.
Yup.
Angra's design was also pretty neat. I like the, love the way the curses look. And then, like, the shroud.
Yeah, Charlotte
wrapped
Shiro
around
is
them.
pretty hot.
Yeah. And then, my standout of, like, a redesign is Sakura with the shadow arm brace. For last interlude.
But,
That was so
oh, we
good.
can watch that. We can watch that Angra video. That video now. Aaron had one video.
Yeah,
Yeah,
straight out of
probably.
Fuyuki.
I must see that.
We'll do that
Sakura's
later.
design
But
was
yeah,
so good. I love
worry,
that
nah, nah.
design. Sakura having like accepted her shadow and using it to save the people she cared
Not-
about.
not fully accepted, but enough to use it.
Yeah,
That-
exactly. Like,
that-
she acknowledges
That's
it.
also
and
mine.
Channels it to help people.
That's also mine.
Isn't it
Be
so
Sakura
good?
Tosaka for one night.
Isn't it
Da-
so
da- da- da-
it's so good?
using
Like,
fucking-
my fave character design thing just says, no chill Gil is pretty good.
Oh,
Yeah.
I would love to give it to Reen hiding in a towel. But it's gotta be Sakura. It's got to be Sakura.
It does.
nice.
So good. Sakura is so good.
Uh,
Sakura
I-
is
this-
absolutely S tier. Like triple S
for
tier
me,
And
for
yeah,
me.
my character design, if purely from new people, Angra, love the tats, love the smug face, just love because it's fucking evil Shiro. Cool,
yeah.
I like it. And then of course, yeah, full power girl.
Yeah, Full Power
Yeah,
Girl was
yeah.
awesome as well. Like that,
Sure
that was
was.
really cool.
Sure,
Him also showing the
Shirl's
tats.
skill is pretty hot.
Yeah, no,
It's
just him showing the tats
It's
as well. Like
What is-
it's weird enough that him without a shirt is like basically one of his best designs.
Wait,
Yeah,
if he's
yeah.
hot, does that make him a
Yeah.
vampire?
He looks. It's weird enough that he looks more serious without armor.
Yeah, yeah.
Like this dude will fucking wreck you. Like him with armor feels like a king who just came down to say hello.
I mean,
This dude will fucking
He's-
rip you in half.
Like,
he's
with the
got
fire
a
in
little
the
bit of
background?
armor as a treat.
As a treat. Like
As the cheat.
the lack of armor, it signifies a lot more. Like oh fuck.
I also love the
Yes,
necklace.
it
like the tooth
signifies his
necklace.
cockiness. And yeah,
And like it
That
reminds
was
me
in
of like
Zero.
the original legend of like Gilgamesh and like his friend is that they fucking wrestled for like a week. To see who got stronger. That look reminds me of that part of the legend.
Honest-
Just shirtless.
Oh wait, actually we'll get into the guild stuff a little bit later.
And yeah, and the Enkidu wrapped around him as well, like basically powering
So
him
it's
up with
confirmed
air.
that Kidu. That was sweet.
Who knows? Not his friend. I'm talking about the chain.
Uno could be his friend or not. I'm just saying the chain named Ekendu. We don't know if it's friend or not. I'm just saying the noble phantasm called Ekendu wrapped around him. Could be his friend, could be not. Enkidu. Okay,
Enki.
next question.
I was making fun of Aru, who called it Enkidudu one time.
Enkidu. Yeah, when he's stuck in the
But
fucking
yes.
Fucking
So,
girl,
favorite
not that,
non-story
okay?
part, which I read. Who asked that question? Questions.
Duh.
Favorite non-story part, Duck, i.e.
also
the special
Parsivus
section.
asked
Oh
the
right,
quote
that quote
one.
line was from Parsivus. Realism, you asked the character design. But yes,
And I have a feeling you also agree. And yeah, so
Yeah,
favorite non-story
I
part.
read this as favorite part of the special section.
Same.
Unless it could have been like
okay.
favorite part that isn't directly the story, so like the whole special section. At which point, I actually don't know how to interpret that, so I'll just say my favorite part of the special section. But yeah, Aru.
Yeah. Right, in that reading of it, I would probably say like the Emmas.
Nice. Yeah.
Oh, the Emmas. Yeah.
Yeah, just like really like seeing like a bunch of it was cool how we saw concept art and like behind the scenes stuff as well.
Yeah, yeah.
That was really fun. I also like the mini games as well. Like they're
One
really fun to
minigame.
play,
I
and
like
they
the
are also
minigame.
like they really boosted the like I just love how they
Play-
tie into the
play
themes
one,
of the
yeah, I
story
like
and
the
like
minigame.
keeping you there. It's so good.
I think I like the concept of minigames more than the actual minigames themselves.
Yeah, kinda, yeah, honestly.
Played the minigame. You haven't played the...
Yeah.
It's so great how they do these to make you stay in the story, she says, leaving them behind as they already serve their purpose and let her progress in the story.
I mean, it's partially because like that takes
consider
up stream
combat?
time.
I don't remember.
I feel like I would play them more if, like off stream. But I like feel the urge to document all of our progress.
It's Ataraxia. I can't remember which. What are the images of Ataraxia?
I'll probably like actually like really give them
Emma's-
a go
yeah.
later.
Yeah, and
Look, check-
sorry,
check-
realism, I
check
actually
the
don't
image.
remember
Check the
I
images.
don't
We have the
remember-
game up. We have the game up. Check the images.
any of the Emmas.
Oh,
You
yeah, we
can't
have the
see
game
what
up,
they are
yeah.
from the outside.
Don't show the stream. Don't show to the stream, but you can show to us, and we can check.
Oh wait, no, you
You don't
can.
need
You
this-
can go to gallery and then another, and the Emmas are
Yeah.
here.
What? Oh, they are?
Yeah,
Oh, they are! That's a lot of non-displayed pictures.
Archer's arms are very large.
To be honest, I don't like Archer's large arms. I wish it was smaller.
Yeah, no,
Like,
it's a
it
problem that
looks
Takuchi
fine.
has.
Like, no, his wrists look fine in the shirt because they are, when Taku fucking draws them outside of the shirt, he just makes them the same size as with the, like, cups. Look at that!
Yeah, his
Look
wrists
at
are
it.
huge. My wrists
Move
are
on.
so teeny.
Move on. This is not our favorite ever. Move on.
Alright, yeah, like,
This is
actually, can we
almost
just see
everyone
them
I have.
all?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do,
okay.
do you want to just
We'll go
like
back.
there's
Yeah,
none that are like
just
bad, right?
just look
Go
at
Can I show
the,
the stream?
Go back.
yeah, there's,
Go back. Go back.
yeah,
Go
just
back?
go to the back.
Back.
Section.
Like go. You saw the previous and next. Go
Up a
first
layer.
back.
Oh, okay. Just
Yeah,
look
yeah.
at them. Yeah.
Yeah, and let's just look at them like this, because we've seen
Yeah.
them all before, and we can.
Yeah.
Okay, so bad. Gil, I don't.
I mean,
like.
the bias in me wants to say the green one down there.
Oh, the
Yeah.
one is fucking great.
The Rin one is great.
Oh, wait,
Anything
I
else?
thought-
Ku's pretty fun. I like Ku. His like fucking face is really. That's
I
what
also-
one is up.
I also love Saber Alter there.
Saber,
And-
yeah, I love Saber. I love Saber Alter's dress. It's
I
really
love
cool.
that the
I,
red
Oh,
is gone.
yes.
The red is
And
gone.
also the
I
crotch.
don't care too much about her armor version. I really love her casual dress though. It's
No,
really
I want the
cool.
dress.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah.
I want it.
It's
I want it.
really
I want it. I want
pretty.
it.
it's so
Give it to-
pretty. Yeah.
Also,
Yeah,
cute.
Yeah.
we can just display this on screen because we don't
Yeah.
have any NSFW Emmas.
Yeah. So
Yes.
yeah. Yeah.
Look at that dress.
Okay,
I
go
want that dress. I want
Okay,
that dress. I want the
Go.
dress.
So yeah. Okay. Now I'm between like Rin and Saber Alter. Let's go back.
Yeah,
Is
look
there
at the
any
chew too. Chew.
Is there any more on the next screen?
The bidet, no, I mean.
The day towel with her potable and her confident. Okay, let's look at
Collider
this.
movie.
I like the other one more. Sorry, Magic.
Yeah, the other one is great. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Changra.
Changra. Look at him.
Changra's cool.
Longra.
But it's just his face, right? Maidrin.
Hey, look, it's
That's
two
Fable.
characters.
That's
There's only 2 characters here.
This-
It's only 2 characters. I really like Reagan. He seems like a cool older brother to Issei. And I really like Neko. Pretty cool girl.
Yeah.
he's cool. But
Hey,
yeah,
look,
also the
Hatsuku.
fucking.
Gatu-kun. Is that Perseus?
Oh
And
yeah,
that's,
there
Yeah.
is. Yep,
Oh, yeah, that's
Perseus and
Perseus.
Raiga, I believe.
Yeah, Raigo. Yeah. No, is it Raigo? Or is it the
No, wait, I think that's Issei's dad.
Yeah, Issei's dad. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, the one thing
Oh
I
yeah,
remember about
and the
Issei's brother
fucking
is
the
their
saber
voice.
mate scene.
The Saber Maid outfit is really cool.
Yes, all the maid outfits.
And specifically the saber one drawn in the fan surfacey pose, because
Yeah.
this was
Gucci.
all for Takeuchi to
Yeah,
begin with.
yeah, the context makes it great. I'm
Oh,
still
the
leaning towards.
bicycle.
I am still leaning towards Ren, though.
Yeah. Oh god,
Anything
there's so
else?
many Emmos. I wasn't prepared for this.
Oh
Okay,
yeah, and
Oh, wait,
Taiga's
the final-
feet.
The
I
final
love
Emma is
this.
really cool, though.
Look at
The final
this.
Emma is really cool.
This might be my favorite,
Man,
actually.
Imagine this interaction in the canon, like in how a scene like this in Horror Ataraxia.
Aw,
Imagine we could have had this Natsu.
this is making me
Oh my
sad.
god, it was because of the shrine. Archer didn't get much because he was at the shrine, but that doesn't count.
It's doing nothing there.
It's all jokes.
No jokes. Could have had. Imagine
But
the
yeah.
Saber Rin.
I like that smile,
Okay.
though. Look at
Okay,
that.
yeah. So I'm stuck
Look
between
at that.
this one and this Rin in general. I wonder what my bias is.
Am I going with
Yeah,
this one
I'm
just 'cause
thinking
it
of
feels
the
like an overwhelming
chibis. Oh fuck,
sun.
the
Oh,
chibis.
the
The
chibis.
Chibis are great.
Oh, okay, the chibis are amazing.
Wait,
the
weren't
chi-
they all a part of the same Emma?
Oh, I think there's
No, I
two.
don't think so. I think
No,
there's
No,
That's
okay,
true.
right. They have to come to
Kuzuki
two.
Medea.
the first Chibi's better. First Chibi's better. The
And
dead,
Sakura
the
is in there,
first
but yeah.
Chibi is Ilya, just sitting on the bed. That is the most mood, just like.
Oh no,
Go back,
my
like,
headset
Ilya
died.
one,
So one back.
one back.
No,
Hold on,
can I
my
see?
headset died. It's back now.
Yeah,
Yeah, the bed.
yeah. Ilya,
Yeah,
the
this
Saber one,
one's my favorite.
the Saber
Probably.
one, the Ilya one. Just like those are the best like emotes. Just like
Look at
I'm
me.
Yeah.
getting sad.
Just trying to
This
shove him.
is
So
Trying to
good.
shove Saber.
this is
Trying
my
to-
favorite Emma right here.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's
Rider
what
the
the other
bike.
said.
It's so good.
Man, we went so off track. We should have. We went from like what is the favorite? What is the favorite?
Oh hey,
Spoilers.
Kire's daughters.
Oh yeah, spoilers. Who's
I thought I
this
never had to look
Pokemon?
away for this. I had to look away for this.
Yeah, because I didn't know, because I never really cared about the Emmas that much. that they mentioned a name in here. Okay, so that was your favorite section, right? The Emmas?
Yeah, yeah. I
Ours.
really,
Hers,
I really
yeah.
like. As far as like content goes, I might like the minigames more, but I haven't really gotten the chance to play them.
Yeah, but
That much?
you like the concepts.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
really like how they fit into the story though, and like that would be my favorite if we're talking about that
Yeah.
in terms of that.
Like anyone reading that she built a fucking mini game to slow Angra down was such a good reveal.
Isn't it? It's so
And
good.
yeah,
Now for Mano, what is your favorite special section?
I was wondering about this because I know that like we had a very small conversation about it, and you said
Yeah, I said my
you
thing.
brought them up as being a thing that weren't like in your mind before this playthrough, but the Omakujis specifically, like the shrine in like non-specifically, but the Omakuji specifically, the fucking fortunes which we forgot to get at the end there.
Damn it.
We let them go. We let them go. It's done. We let them go.
Yeah, no good luck.
They were just so great. They're stupid and small, but they're fun, and that's
They
what this
are.
game is, and
Also-
like should be. It
Yeah. Go. Sorry.
it made me feel like, you know, it felt like real fortunes, and it was fun to see the little like stupid like Easter eggs that they put in, and it felt like it had so much personality to it. It's just like,
Like when
don't have too much sex.
Rin killing Archer. Just
Yes.
with the dead look on her face. And Archer
Also
didn't
the-
get an
Yeah,
attack.
yeah.
Also, just the like, it was just such a good capstone to each stream. It works so well for us
And-
specifically.
Yeah, it worked so well because remember the first few of the spoiler alert. Omokuji is also my favorite. Just the first few, fucking good fortune, good fortune, good fortune. It's just a hack. It's just hack, and we got so much money just from fortunes. I never even need to play mid game. It's so unique to the stream identity. If it weren't for that, no way Omokuji would update because I never fucking use Omokuji. But with the stream and context, it's just so ingrained with the let's play. You know?
Yeah, I know, right? Also, I have a bit of a
Every time-
confession to
And
make.
yeah,
Yeah,
Do
sure.
you know how it says like no food or drink on one of them?
No.
you didn't.
Look. It was only for like 12 hours, okay?
Okay, so
You
I
will
think we're
take
done.
any goddamn excuse.
I think we're done
Now
with this
then.
question then.
Yeah.
Yes.
Next question.
To favorite new character.
No, I'm good.
Man, you know what? I feel a lot better
I'm half
after drinking
joking,
this
don't
milk.
worry. I'm half
I-
joking.
I feel, hey, Aro, I feel a lot better after drinking this milk.
Yeah, I have
Just
some soy
drink
milk
some
in the
soy milk.
fridge. Yeah. Just
Yes.
the rumors about having estrogen in it were
Good.
true.
Okay, what is the next question?
Favorite new character from HA, says Doc, and why is it Baz?
Was it
I'm
Yeah.
Doc?
sorry, Doc.
Was it
Yep.
Doc? I thought
Yeah.
this sounds like a me question. It's like this is my
Yeah.
question.
Well, I mean, we know who Wise's is. And we can probably guess who ours is.
We all probably can guess what
like
Manos
it's
is.
real
He's from
close
Peerless.
between like Baz and Jade.
You can try and guess, but I think you're gonna be wrong.
It's actually Karen.
It's actually Karen.
Oh wow.
It's actually Karen.
Big same.
Because I know you already said you hated because he.
Yeah, I just can't stand that guy.
Yeah. Cheryl wouldn't put Archer very high.
But yeah, no, like, it's so many connections to Karen, obviously. Like, I still resonate with so many fucking, like, themes of her character. And, like, it's just good shit.
Same with Karen. I don't want to get
Now you know
too
why.
into it,
Now you know.
but-
Now you know why Iron Headbutt is so fanatical about him.
Yeah, I get it. I fucking get it. She's great. I love her so much. Like, I remember her backstory and like experience and be like, holy shit, she's going in S tier and she's not budging.
Yeah, like and your immediate is love of Karen. I love her
Yeah.
as well, but she's just too well put together for me to personally connect.
And that was one of my personal connections that worked easily. It's like, oh shit, she's got her shit together.
Yeah.
Oh god,
That's
I kind of am like that, aren't I? Ugh.
Like she does have her problems, so she's very functional. In the not in the
Yeah.
bad way, but like like mentally functional still.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes.
Like she knows her path. She knows what her answer is to be fucking cliche. So
Yeah,
it's all
like
good.
specifically the way she helps
Instead-
people is what I resonate with,
Yep.
which I don't want to get into too much, but yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
anything else, man?
Yeah. No. I mean, like, I was just saying, like, I mean, of course, like, she's got so many parallels with Angra and with Shiro. Of course I would
Literally.
resonate with her.
Literally taking on people's
So, yeah, what else have you got to
evils.
say about Baz, Wise?
Yeah,
Uh,
which I have a
That
thing
is
written
a
about
bad-
Baz as well.
no, you go first, Arvin.
Yeah.
It's your before me.
Oh,
Oh, well, I thought she was already talking about Karen. Because that was
yeah, no, I
this
already
said
talked
it was
about
your fave.
Karen, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
then
I
I'll
just
talk
have
about
something
that.
about Baz from earlier in the Angra Baz section, but we'll talk about
I'll,
that later.
I'll quote exactly from my script. She, me, but I'm not as cool. Self-hating, viewing so much of what I do is just going through an emotion. Knowing the world is fucked but not doing much to change myself. Wanting to help others even though I can't support myself. Reading into escapism back when I first read this, and she's just so well developed and lovable, has cool powers, and a relationship with Angra, Kirei, and Ku, a top tier shit. And Angra is so close, but he's way too charming to be mean.
I get that.
That is my script. That is my heart on the paper.
Alright, what is
And that's why I love
worse
that.
what I said about Baz?
Well, see, that's the trick for me, is that I don't think I'm like, I think I'm like Angra, just less charming. But I do also have that narcissistic wolf in my head telling me I'm the greatest, so I can connect on that level.
Yeah, I don't have
Clearly,
that.
I am the charming one.
I had the
Clearly,
Baz.
I'm the best.
I had the Baz voice, where like if
I
I don't
might have
brace
had-
myself, that quote. I didn't have that quote. Why didn't have that quote? Like one of the quotes in the finale, it's like Angry talking about
Oh
Baz.
yeah.
And like he says, like he mentions, like if she wasn't bracing herself, she'd be like basically cutting her wrist right now.
Yeah, that was
I
the
forgot the
good quote.
exact quote,
That was the real good
but yeah,
quote.
like it's like mood Baz.
Yeah, like, I guess this is the like question to bring up the Angra or Baz response I had that I didn't say. Or...
Go for it if you want.
Yeah, go ahead
Yeah.
and do it.
Yeah, like
you're not
specifically,
tied,
I felt like a
It's all
really
good.
deep connection to her, like viewing everything as work. Like, before I started like streaming, my goal in life was to be normal and fit in with people, and everything I did was like to work towards that goal. Like conversation skills, it was all like in service of people, and I could never like actually be proud of anything I did. If its only value was like in other people's like acceptance of it, and I just kind of resonated with that. And like I was only able to like really form connections and really get into things by actually doing things for the sake of doing them and seeing value in it, whether or not it got picked up and got big. Like, I just love that scene at the end with Baz, like, waking up like, I'm gonna prank Shiro and Veen.
Yeah. Just Baz in general, I love her. Next to Rin and Shiro for me.
Oh god, I know, right? Like, I remember I used to hide the fact that I had Asperger's for so long.
Yeah.
Now I'm just, like, so open about it. I don't care, I'll tell anyone. It was so freaking...
Yeah, for me, I don't care too much about having being opinions of common. I used to. Nowadays, I just say fuck you or I hate you. I will choke you. Basically, 90% of my chat with fucking manner.
I still have a lot of...
Yeah.
I still like trend towards not thinking for myself and like not having my own opinions. I have to like actively fight myself to come up with them, but I can kind of do it now.
Oh yeah.
At first, they started out as like somewhat fake, but eventually they kind of became real. And like maybe they're not, but what's the difference?
Man, I feel like this Let's Play has ruined the word fake for me. Legit.
Oh.
Every time I see the word
And
fake,
I
I'm like,
just wanna
ooh,
say,
there must
like-
be something deep. Wait, no, this is just a regular word.
Nah, I'm just tired. I'm sorry. I'm just tired of the word.
Yeah.
On my second win for some
And
reason.
like realism.
Okay,
Yeah,
what were we up to?
Like
Sorry, go on.
for me, like I don't really let society hold myself like my standards. I hold standards for myself, but they're only from me. I actually like I am still influenced by the people around me, and I have difficulty like forming my own opinions. But a lot of that's less to be like up. I mean, for me at least, it's less to be like up to people's standards and more like I had to deal with someone constantly shitting on like. I mean, of course, on point, my love of Fate for one thing, for like most of my life. And like I am hyper aware of trying not to like hurt other people by like shitting on the things they like.
Yeah,
It's been a journey for
Yeah, I
me to
get
have
that.
opinions.
like I hate Zero, but I would never like.
Yeah.
And
Like,
that's
I would
why I
never
never
like hate
say,
a
like-
person for like.
That's why I always like trying...
I only hate people that have shit takes. That's my line.
Yeah, like
yeah.
I always try to like say like, yeah, but if you like it, it's fine, and like there's good things about it that I can see. It's just not as much for me.
That's valid.
But like, yeah, I definitely still hold myself to like a high standard that only I decide.
Yeah.
And anyone who tells me that's wrong can, well, they can go fuck off. I don't know. Like, it's me. I decide what I hold myself to. I know the risks. I know the problems. I am going to do what I'm going to do for me, for myself. The answer, I'm not wrong.
Yep.
And that's why the
Not
answer
wrong.
was so important for me.
Next question.
But yes,
Seems,
next question, which is...
among other things.
What did you think of the sprite magic? Oh, we already
Done,
got
done,
that
done.
answer earlier.
Any improvements?
So,
you
any
think could have been-
improvements?
We already talked about this basically.
Okay. Yeah. I guess I go.
Oh, I have a different answer actually, but yeah.
Oh, go for it.
I have.
Yeah.
I also have. We could have cut the Ayako writer scenes, and I think I do think it would have
Yeah.
been better if it was just Nasu writing.
Yeah, same. That's what I also wrote. Whichever scene was
Like-
written by Nasu.
All
The
right.
character assassination.
Yeah.
Mean. It hurt. It hurts so much. No, not my pain.
So is that it from you then, Aru?
Yeah, I also put in the note that like it's hard for me to suggest edits that I'm confident with because I'm not a writer of any kind. Although I would like to be one day.
Well, writing is a completely different skill from criticism.
I guess, and I just
Well,
don't
not
know what I
completely
do
different.
better.
They're related.
Like I see problems that I'm not sure how I'd fix them. If that makes sense.
Okay, I have written here.
Go for it.
I think they should have locked more scenes behind other scenes, like from a gameplay creation standpoint,
you're
like
right,
more of the
yeah.
new scenes. Like the scenes that reference other scenes should have only been available after those other scenes.
You mean like the Tiger
The
question that
like-
referenced how much fishing gear option?
Angler, angler.
About like Gil referencing the Elia pool scene.
Yeah, I got so worried, and that was right to be.
It created a lot more dread than needed to exist. Also, I think Aru being surprised over that would have been funnier. I will not be accepting criticism at this time.
That's mean.
And then I
That's
have
mean.
down here, like... Then I have down here the Ayako shit.
Yes, the Ayako shit. They could have done so much better. Oh, sure.
But yeah. So then... Oh yeah, that was a question from Wheeze
Yeah.
He
Yes.
slash him. Yeah, I don't know what Fate series that is or what HE is, but
Oh my god.
Yeah. Wheeze kind of sounds like a douche and an idiot. And my response to this question is, you already know, idiot. Moving on.
oh yeah, shit. Right. What's yours?
Yeah.
You
How
ignored
would you
me.
Brain is
invent
on
this,
speed mode.
please?
I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Improvements, same as what you said. Okay, not so much the same. Cut out the Aiko if you're not going to use it well anyways. And just more dramatic scenes. Just a combination of everything I said during this whole stream. Nothing new. Really.
Okay. Yeah. And like, all right. So, yes. In that case,
Anti.
the backstory question. This from Yum Antimatter.
Let's go.
Alright.
We got a lot of
So-
backstory on certain characters, mostly servants, in HA. Did you have a favorite character backstory segment? And are there any characters you would have wanted to get more backstory for, but didn't?
Okay,
Good
so
fucking
just
question.
First, yeah,
Based-
really good question. Congrats.
yeah, it was an incredible question. So based on like personal, like in the moment, holy shit, this resonates with me. This is so good. It was probably Karen's backstory.
Well, yes, I also put Karen in there.
yeah. Yeah, like Karen's backstory was number one for me there. Then we also had Kuzuki and Caster. That was amazing. We'll talk more about that in the scenes.
That was my other one there.
When was there? When was the final question?
Ryder was amazing. Lancer, Q's just so good, and just the way they tie back, like how Guidebook only kills the people he cares about because it attacks the heart. It's so good.
Yay!
Poor Lancer.
Alright.
And as for like what we didn't really get to see much of, honestly, like
How do we
there's
wanna...
a distinct lack of Gil's
What are you
backstory.
trying to say, Mando?
Sorry.
I was say, did we want to do like each segment and then go through? But yeah, might as well
Sorry.
just like double it up. No, that's fine. Was that it?
Yeah,
though?
yeah,
Or was there
like-
anyone else?
Would have been interesting to actually see something from Gil, because we didn't really get much. We
Yeah.
didn't really bridge the gap between the child and the adult there. Or I guess teenager. But
yeah.
I've heard that's addressed in later works, so...
I mean, yeah, it is a dress. Question mark. Don't worry, move forward.
Hey, realistic. yeah, I've
Well,
heard...
I mean, like, yeah, it having even just like not obviously not the complete element of it, but just like a scene that like fleshes him out more.
Like, of course, we didn't get
Because,
all
yeah.
Pooh's story or all Medusa's story. We kind of didn't get all Medusa's
Because,
story.
yeah.
Like, you're also talking to a girl who's
What
never experienced anything from the Epic of Gilgamesh, so...
what I wrote down was Kuzuki, or for favorite, it would be Kuzuki or Karen. And I'd probably have to give it to Kuzuki. Mans is just the most how do I human guy in the world, and I dig it.
Nice.
It's good.
And
As for who I wish I got more of, Gil. Gil was instantly, like, put in there. Sorry, what I wrote down was Gilgamesh probably could have used more backstory juice.
nice.
Or
Yeah.
some backstory juice. And I would have loved to see Hassan's, if I could have. Like,
Yeah,
Hassan
Hassan
who?
wasn't
If-
there.
if
I think
Hassan-
that's-
if Hassan was in there, it could have been cool. Like,
Hassan.
it could have made me care about his character.
Yeah,
I
sure they
just
had
realized
something there.
I spelled Hassan with one S.
Hassan.
Well, if you want to know that backstory, you have to go back to 8/21/2019. Anyway,
Oh my god.
Okay.
but he's another this character can't be alive while everyone is happy type character.
Yeah.
So never gonna fit in.
Metal.
Also, Herc. Getting like
Yeah,
actual Herc
we-
backstory
We didn't get
with like
any.
his
Really
actual
underutilized.
character.
Herc was really
Wasn't
underutilized.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess if we want to talk about underutilized characters too, like Herc.
Oh,
as
very
well.
underutilized.
Yeah,
he barely
additional-
Just a
existed. I
mad
forgot he was
spirit.
in the end, to be honest.
Like we saw he had a cool, like, interesting bond with Ilya, and he could actually, we even talked at the end of the Fate Route, you know, when he was like, he said he could do that.
Yeah, yeah, like-
Ilya's death scene. Oh my
Good
god,
shit.
my heart. My fucking heart.
Like,
It's been
Ilya
pierced
just
by
turning off the mad-
Guidebook.
Ilya just turning off mad sanity for the whole thing, and maybe it'll be really fucking cool at the end with the last interlude that Herc goes back to his full rage form after all this time being a normal, you know, like being not
Yeah.
insane. That would have been cool, you know. That would have made the Ilya scene even better. But oh
Yeah.
well.
I've also heard like Kirk and as like not a berserker is really cool.
Well,
They
we'll
think.
get to that whenever we get to that.
We'll get to that. So
No.
is that all?
Fuck. Nothing,
Apocrypha,
Kat.
Totally.
That's all from me. How about you,
Okay.
Wise?
Yeah,
Let's look
we
at
got-
my script for what I put on. I'm a basic bitch, Medusa.
That was up there for me as well.
Yeah.
Medusa was my favorite. Like, Karen was good, Kuzuki was good, but Medusa made Heaven's Feel with me even 10 times better. That's why I put her top tier. Just her whole role and how she relates to Sakura, it's like, that's some good shit. And Ku is a like Karen and like Kuzuki are really cool things on their own, but I like the backstories that make Stay Night even better, in my personal opinion.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
like Medusa's, Ku's whole thing, that wraps up his whole thing. That's why I put them up. And if I had any characters I want to backstory more, Emiya.
But Wise, we got that. It was called Fate Stay Night.
Yeah.
It was called Fate Stay Night Dean
Like
by Studio Dean.
This goes into my design for a real sequel. Like imagine
last
imagine
episode.
Natsu could have done Natsu could have done this cool shit where he did make a real sequel in the pseudo sequel with Archer's backstory, and happen to be a separate timeline, so it doesn't confirm any of the 3 timelines.
That would
Yep.
that would have been interesting, actually.
It would be too much. I understand. Like that's a joke answer. My actual answer is Forces Games. That's all.
Is who? Sorry?
Who?
Gilgamesh.
Yes.
Gil.
We
Okay,
all
sorry,
agree.
yes.
Nasu, give us Gil
Oh,
backstory.
yeah.
Okay, then.
All right.
Next question.
And so
What do you-
that's that. Yeah, funniest moments. Funniest moments or scenes. I thought I was paraphrasing that, but it was the. I mean, you don't really need to add more to the question. Aru.
Oh, let me just get some
Excuse me?
appropriate music.
Yeah. We've almost reached the end.
Play the YouTuber music. Or Goshin Geo is good too.
Yes.
Yeah, for this.
Yeah, so for me, like, the Reen in the box scene, obviously, Kaleido Ruby, so good. I could not breathe. Like, my voice is already fucked that day, but... oh, that, like, ensured that I would not be able to, stream the next day. It was so good. Also,
Yep.
the Hanafuda scene was so good, because it was built up since Wakame Paradise, and I had no
you know it's gonna be
idea...
an important thing.
I had no idea what the scene was, and I was waiting for so long to get context. And there it was. Just the build up since Wakame
Aw.
Paradise. After that, like, I went back and watched my original reaction, obviously cringed at my old voice, and then, like, I was like, wow, we've come
Poor
so
girl.
far. I cry.
Oh.
But yeah, then Tigerverse becoming canon was amazing. I could not say. And like all the dialogue at the Toastaka Shrine, and the sprites and chibis, like Kuzuki and Medea.
Wait,
Oh,
was
the-
there a Kuzuki chibi?
No. Medea.
Oh, okay,
screaming
okay,
Kuzuki
those were
Medea,
separate
and,
things.
Like running all
Okay.
around.
Oh, Kuzuki
And like the
Medea.
chibis
Right,
turning
right,
into
right.
things
Okay.
and all that. It's just so good.
Uh,
And I'm sure there's a lot more that got me. But this is what I can remember in the moment. Oh yeah, Saber just saying like, let's start a farm at the Emiya household.
Nice.
Oh, it was great.
I
yeah,
think that.
fuck it. I'm gonna get like half this money back anyway.
Oh no. You gotta sub to yourself? You gotta sub?
I'm gonna sub again.
Just for the emote. Just for the emote.
Just for the emote. Wait, how much
Just-
is 6 months?
As a bone. Also, oof. God.
Yeah, I get half of this money back. I still got.
Don't do it.
Oh, I'm
Don't
so
do
glad.
it.
I'm so
Don't do
glad you got it out.
Don't do-
yeah.
Don't do it. If you
Yeah,
don't.
don't do it if money and time.
No, I said I've still got the money.
But that's like a. Okay, application.
Plus, you'll get
I
like
am
whatever Twitch
I
percentage. of it
can't
back.
hear it because I needed the stream. No.
Who's this new Themo cool member?
Okay, so I assume that I was done with. I was done with question.
Okay,
Oh god.
so
I'm getting
that was
activated.
your answers.
No, no, the headache has happened.
All right,
Uh,
let's
yeah.
speed through.
That's fine. I can deal. Anyways,
I've already said for mine, Reen's future telephoning scene. Her hearing the overly dere like woman's voice hitting on Shiro.
this fucking nymphomaniac.
Her
Was that the
Is
exact
that
same?
Sakura?
Senpai?
fucking kills me. Listen as well. Anytime the chibis show up. For instance,
Yes.
of course, Ilya realizing Shiro wants to set up a date for Sakura, not her.
Jumps
I
up
just wish we
that.
could have gotten a chibi Angra.
Please,
That would have been
Can you
fucking
draw that
great.
can someone draw that for me? I'll probably draw it.
I
One day.
might be pushed to do so. Any scene with Luvia, but especially her just fucking
Oh my
showing
God,
up in the
Luvia
box
scene.
at the end of the chess scene.
How did I say
Hey.
that? Yeah, no, Luvia, please, yes, that was so good.
Castor and Sakura teaming up to fight off Lancer in a perfectly pristine flashback with no embellishment.
Yeah,
Not
it
at
was
all.
so good. Castor as savior.
And Picasso Shinji.
Oh my
But
god.
seriously, like, just Shinji's Italian restaurant scene.
Okay.
Shinto
You
pasta
I'm
did-
shocked
shop.
he didn't call it. Did he call it a ristorante? I don't remember. He seems
just-
like the kind of person who
you
would
just-
do that.
You legit just changed the answer to my question. You made me remember something.
Yeah, same. You made me remember the Olivia scene more clearly, and I'm just like, yeah, that's there. And that scene was really good. I just
You mean
remember
Reen's
like
chest scene?
yeah,
The
that's
thing that I got panicked about the first time I heard the words Reen's chest scene. And I'm like, oh god, there's a lot of reaction to this. Was this written by Nasu? Because, oh no, if it wasn't, and that's the description. Oh no, Shiro's poking around her room. He's going to find a bra, isn't he? That's what this scene is. Oh, the Silwretch chest!
It's actually good. And oh god damn it, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Ilya just being like, well, I don't care about your stupid sword, but I'll go for looking at Zelrich's chest.
Oh, yeah. I mean, stay night.
Okay.
What's
Yeah.
another replay after all this?
Okay.
Why?
So, yeah. Picasso face. That's all.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was so good.
Legit. I laughed my ass off. Just that. What a
It's like-
great we don't need context, we don't need anything, just that alone.
Look at the
Best
colors.
comedy.
The colors are literally the same as the Wakamu. I pretend.
It's so good.
Ugh.
Okay, next question.
Oh my god.
Alright, scene swap.
Scene swap, baby.
Were there any scenes on HA that you think would have fit better into Stay Night? If so, which route you would have put them in? Or vice versa, any Fate Stay Night scenes that would have been part of HA, or that should have been part of HA? And if you can't think of any scenes that would have been better in the other VN, I challenge you to at least think of a few that would fit equally well if they were moved.
And he gets
Alright.
the honor and medal of having the best question
Yeah.
of the stream.
Yeah, yeah, thank
That
you.
really
Auntie.
was the best fucking
That was
question.
so good.
Fucking job, Antimatter.
Yeah, like thank you so much, Antimatter. You always ask really
It's a shame
good
you're not
questions.
here, and you're probably doing important
Yeah.
shit like studying. But here it comes to the
But
vlog.
hello to
Thanks.
you. Yeah. Hello in the VOD.
Let's go with this song.
Romance. Romance.
A romance? Yeah, we can go do romance.
Oh, yes. Actually,
Wait, what?
it works.
Okay, leave it then.
Alright,
We'll leave it
so
then.
like honestly, like the Heavens the writer scene with Onger and the Wolves would have been an interesting addition to Heaven's Feel, but like it relied very much on HA and Onger and Karen, so I still think it fits better there. But the big one
Yeah,
for me was
like if
Kuzi-
you.
Hmm?
I just say like if you shift it so that
Yeah.
it's like not just taking the scene wholesale,
Yeah, I think it could have worked in
but taking the idea of the
Heaven's Feel.
scene. Yeah.
But honestly, like, the big one for me is I feel like Kuzuki and Castor scenes would have worked just as well in Fate Stay Night if they got more focus. Like, specifically, like, maybe an alternate Heaven's Feel route where, like, Shiro's able to save Kuzuki and Castor from True Assassin, and we got more of them then, because I feel like that would have put them both up higher in my ranking.
Yeah.
Because I thought that Castor didn't really get all that much either.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I felt Castor was kind of
Well,
raw.
that's because she was supposed to get hers in the caster route.
Yeah,
The
like,
more I read about
it could
the
have
Castor
also
route,
just
the
been
less
like
I
a
like it.
Castor route there.
The less I like it. Because you know what? We would have
Yeah,
gotten.
yeah.
We would have gotten not Medea, but Medea Lily.
What?
Oh, I don't know anything about
I'm
that, and I already
scared.
hate it.
AKA
word.
younger version of Medea.
Oh no.
Yeah, the words not Medea. Oh god, that's the plan?
Yeah, that was the plan.
Ah,
That's terrible.
god.
So her when she was in full on witch mode, back when she was still like, back you saw her, you saw her in the backstory before the whole shit happened.
Yeah,
Honestly,
yeah.
why?
But just,
Why Kinoki
Wow,
Nosu?
but
Good
that
thing-
takes the
yeah,
that,
Good
that
thing we
takes
didn't-
all the interesting stuff out of it, Nasu.
Yeah.
yeah.
What
the
were you
mushroom
going to
isn't
do? I'm
perfect.
glad you didn't.
The mushroom isn't perfect. I guess.
Indeed.
The mushroom
Yes.
said itself. Mhm.
Anything else?
That was the big one for me that I focused on. I thought the Marine 6 scene could have also slotted into UVW. Potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
I think it was at its best in HA though.
Bigu.
Rip.
Huh?
But was that it then?
Yeah, I think so.
On to Mano.
So, yeah, my first thing was cheat and put Kuzuki's backstory into UBW, like the anime did.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah,
Because
they
that
did
was
do that.
really fucking good. Like, Kuzuki talking with Archer, and then that just being there, and, like, good shit. And, like, but yeah, like, also, like, maybe it would have cemented more, like, if he had more of, like, his own monologues that he didn't, like, understand his own feelings towards Castor yet, because, like, I kept forgetting about that,
Yeah, same.
because, like, I didn't get to see him after he realized, except for, like, that 1/2 second there.
We barely
but,
saw
like-
him.
But also in UBW, I also think the house call would have been great there, because there was definitely fucking room for it.
Yeah.
And it would have, like, it would have
Thanks for
provided
that.
more. It would have provided more, like, vulnerability to Reen and shown off her character more.
And strengthen
Like,
the
obviously-
romance more.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and it would have also done that, like, maybe she's pushing herself, like, she was pushing herself with Archer the day before, and then he betrays her, they have the scene under the stars, and then when she wakes up, she fucking, like, collapses, and they have to take a day off to, like, in the
Recuperate.
middle of it, where Shiro forces her to take a day off. And, you know, like, they'll go out and they'll solve things tomorrow because, you know, you add an extra day onto the timer for everything, because you can just do that because you're writing it.
Wow. Yeah. Wow.
And as for scenes that would have worked equally well in both, it's the Ilian Herc backstory bit from UBW. Would have
Oh,
worked
God, yeah,
here
that
because it
could
would
have
have given Herc at
definitely-
least some backstory. But it also would have worked there because it was, you know, giving Herc some backstory. So it's really hard to think of scenes that would have worked better in HA.
Because then
Because, like,
yeah.
Yeah, same.
yeah.
I thought like most scenes are pretty
And
important being in
I-
stay night.
I guess some scenes, like, some of the cartoonier scenes, like Hungry Heart, would have worked better. Like,
Oh,
Brave
yeah,
Leader
that
Hungry
felt
Heart would have worked
very
better
HA.
in HA, but, like, also in general, like, Fate also kind of was want for, like, I feel like taking out the, like, slice of life scenes would have potentially damaged it. Maybe, like, and I feel like you can't just say the training sequences with Saber in the Fate route that were super boring, because that's not, those scenes would have worked better in HA, that's just those scenes would have worked better. The story would have worked better without those scenes, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anyway, that's my answer.
Yeah.
And my answer is a simple one. Shiro and Ilya snuggling. Put in Heaven's Spoon.
Hmm.
Oh God, yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. Yeah, it's good.
That's all, folks.
'Cause it's like two different things. You also get that but it's also like, oh, that's Ongra experiencing that in HA, whereas like in Heaven's Feel, it's just pure Shiro. Shiro
All
and
right.
Ilya. It's good.
Now for the big one. The finale of Ataraxia.
So
Let's
This team will not
speedrun
be
the
going on.
story scenes.
this team will
Okay, we're
probably-
going down in order. Let's go. Number 10.
From
Boharu.
Aru.
Oh god, I didn't. Alright, let me find the question.
Gotta go back up.
And... Oh god, everything's a mess. There. Alright,
I'm gonna take
so...
a crap off this.
Hmm?
Nothing, go.
Alright, okay, why the hell didn't I order them? What the fuck? Alright, I'll just... I think I can pull this out. I can still do this. So, I guess, for number 10, I'll put, Medea and Soichiro's backstory. I did it one more time. I got it right. There, we're done. This arc is over.
Nice.
So, this scene was just, like, so good that I actually ripped it off for a D&D character backstory.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't notice until the campaign the one shot was already over. Just like, wait, why is this so good? But yeah, like, seriously, like, Caster's, like, reluctance to do, like, things about the Ataraxia because, oh god, wow, my rating makes no sense. I'll just go from, memory. Yeah, no, like, the fact that she didn't want to do it because she finally had this time with Kuzuki, and the two of them could be together. And the fact that Caster was, like, committed so many evils for one person and was cast out at the end. And just felt, like, completely unlovable. And then Kuzuki, on the other hand, was trained to be, like, a cold-killing machine that couldn't feel love. And it's just the unloved witch and an unloving machine, and yet they still made it work. Kuzuki doesn't, like, fully understand love in a traditional sense, but he accepts Medea, which is something that no one else could have done. And it's just so good.
The man who was trained to love no one loved the girl that no one could love.
Yup, it's so good. It's so...
That's also my number 10.
Hey,
Because I
guess
didn't
what?
realize
Oh,
it
wow.
was plot scene.
Hey, guess what? That's also my number 10.
Oh my god!
Alright. Yeah, I don't have much to add because I can't really, like, I don't really remember scenes as scenes. I just remember, like, character arcs, and I don't remember which scenes they took place in exactly.
And I can't add more. The final scene with, like, Gilgamesh killing Kazuki and Medea unable to heal him, even though she was able to heal so much during her youth. It hurt so much. It's a parallel to Ku's whole thing where he can only give over the people he loved. A lot of good shit.
Yup.
Mm-hmm.
She
It's just-
can't heal the people
like-
that she
like-
loves.
It's a common, like, trait, but
Which-
in this hero is that they can only use their strengths. They can only use their strengths, like, at the worst times when they don't need to. You know?
Also, the
They
parallel to
can't use their
Lancer.
strengths for themselves, only others. Parallels to Lancer, parallels to Angra,
And
Parallel-
Angra,
except
of
that
course.
he can only use his powers on those that he loves.
Yup.
Yeah, she could only use murder and couldn't use healing at that time because she embraced the witch world. GG.
Alright,
Number
number
nine.
9?
There's a reason the parallels is the thing. I didn't have anything written down
Yep.
for it, but I'm gonna say number 9 for me was probably it's hard to God, everything's so good. I'm gonna go forward saying my ordering isn't quite as solid as the you guys' are, but for now I'm gonna say Baz versus Lancer. Both the whole conceptual battle of the weapons was really cool. Just how much Baz and Angra cared for you. Baz and Lancer cared for
I mean, Baz and Angra did care for each other, but not this
I have no
thing.
scripts, if you can't tell.
I mean, yeah, kinda.
Yeah.
Don't worry. What was that?
Yeah. It was a really good scene. And like Baz at the end, realizing that she didn't want to die. How much she wanted
Wait.
to keep living.
Wait, I have one. I
The
have
truth
one.
is she didn't want to.
I have...
Mhm.
That line just...
It was so good.
Wait. Okay, my mind blanked out of existence. Which this was the Ku and Baz fight?
Yeah.
That's fine, yeah.
I made
Yes,
it confusing by saying
that
Angra.
is my
Yeah.
number 7.
We'll
It's
get to
good,
that.
Yeah,
It's real good.
but we're just saying when we're saying when we have them ahead, right?
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
No, we're not.
Okay, never mind.
We'll leave it surprise. We'll leave it surprise. Let it be surprise.
Okay.
Because if you
Yeah, fair, fair.
suspense.
Yeah, no, like I really, really love that scene. And again, like my orderings are less
that,
set in stone.
so-
But yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, then. Now
that's you then.
Yep.
Because my number 9 is the bridge fight.
Nice.
It's really good, and it's one of the best fights, but fights really aren't the things that I like most about this visual novel. So, like, even, like, the peak of, like, all of these elements coming together to make the victory make sense and win, it's all things you know about, and it works beautifully together. And it's a moment of teamwork between Shiro and Saber. And it's great. And takes my number 9 slot.
Honestly,
Nice.
like
That
thinking
all?
about yeah, I'd probably put it right below the Baz scene actually. And I have really fond memories of that stream because that was the stream I came out.
Nice. Okay, so I think it's my
That's
turn.
me.
My number
I
9.
don't have a lot. I literally have nothing written down for these scenes, so this is all out of my head. I just have the numbers written down.
My number 9. Ilya and Angra's final talk. I'll start with a quote from Ilya. No, I'll acknowledge you. You are you, Angra Manu. You may forget this right away, but I remember to the end. I remember that you tried to bring an end to this wish through your own will. Just so much chills. Ilya acknowledging Angra and strengthening him at the very end. Them just explaining his role in the world. Angra like almost like, yeah. Angra be like finally as the text transitions from grey to white as he finally becomes himself. It's just really good, you know, and Ilya understanding the struggle and the whole like circle of like the Einsburn summoning Angra and then and then Ilya fucking saving him, not saving him but like assisting him. Good scene.
Yeah.
I just realized why I didn't have a top 10 because you edited the question.
Oh, you made it before then!
Yeah,
Big goof.
that makes sense.
Big goof for Reno.
I was just like, wait, I thought there wasn't a top 10. I copied it directly.
Big goof for Reno. Sorry.
No, it's all good.
Oof.
Like,
Okay,
I'm
back to
just
our
making me
number
think
8.
about things more, and it's like making the ones that resonated the most pop out more. But yeah, like for me, thank you. So my number 8, I guess. Honestly, I'd probably like put the bridge scene just below that, so to make the Baz one number 8 for me.
Okay. So you already talked about the Baz
Okay,
one.
okay.
So
Yeah.
bridge scene. You know about bridge scene
My
anyway?
number 8,
Okay.
Oh, I
speaking
guess
of things we've just talked about. Oh, sorry, unless you have anything.
Oh yeah, I guess I'll just like
Cool.
add to the bridge scene. Like I really enjoyed the sprite work and like CGs as well. Like I just felt like that was like a tier. Like I always loved the way Nasu like did fights. I could really see it in my head. I could see things moving, and the sprites are really well done here as well. Or CGs. Like I can tell Nasu like really.
Yeah.
Nasu and Takeuchi really got better at that. Takeuchi has done some amazing art and is underappreciated here. Thank you, Takeuchi.
Nice.
Yes.
Okay, then now it's Mano's number 8.
What's your number?
Speaking of things we just talked about, number 8, acknowledging Angra.
Nice.
Like, yeah, I don't have much more to add to that other than just like. No, I don't think I have anything to add to that really. Like, just the tragedy of it all. Oh yeah, that was also the scene where Ilya said like, yeah, I made those to try and distract you, but you
Yeah,
just
the
kept on
minigames.
going. The minigames, yeah. So, yeah, I mean it's good. That's about it.
Okay.
I got.
Now my number 8. Who versus Baz? Already explained. Next.
Okay, that Yulia
Wait,
scene.
wait,
Yep.
That Yulia scene is probably my number 7. I just the mini game thing is just so good, and I love meta stuff. Undertale's my favorite game, so like
No, it went from
HA
987.
HA would probably be above it if it was a game, but
Alright.
I still think it's a VN.
Nice. Okay, then if you have anything else, yeah.
Speed running.
That's just so funny. Speed running, yeah. Okay. Mano, number 7.
So, conceptual timing exchange, or Ku versus Baz.
Man, we really got
Like- We really are
Look,
speedrunning
we like
the
the
early
same
stuff.
stuff. We like the
Yeah.
same stuff.
I mean, it's just so good, and like all the fucking mechanics too. It's like the bridge scenes mechanics, but like going into the conceptual weapon territory and like higher concept stuff, and like I'm fucking here for it. Anyway,
Kuhn-
why is your number 7? Is
Uh,
it gonna
I-
be my number 6?
Who knows? But it just yeah, Coon Baz, cool, plus because relationship. Anyway, number 7. Kira's talk in the forest with Baz.
Hey, my
Maybe
number
that's a
6.
surprise? No. But yeah, just Kira being like, you can see like this is the priest that can charm so many people and convince so many people, even though they know this dick is such an evil piece of shit. They still follow his commands. You know what I'm saying? Like his whole like marriage thing and stuff.
Charismatic.
Yes, he's a
Charismatic, yeah.
very charismatic
And-
priest.
He's very charismatic, even though it's kind of obvious how much of a piece of shit he is. People still
Yeah,
follow.
Mhm.
And like Baz fanboying over Q, and Q would be like, But what about that plot hole? What about that plot hole?
And
And
Baz
he's
just thinks that she'll be the one to fix him.
yeah, and like of course, yeah, the whole fixing we talked about this and their relationship, how like Baz wants to be like, oh yeah, I relate so much to this guy, and you know what? He hates everyone, but he must like me because we're both strong, independent people. And Q was like, who the fuck? Oh, this is gonna be
Like-
some good time waster.
Baz kind of projected onto Kira a bit there.
Yeah.
And it's funny because
Yes,
like
yeah.
Shiro does projection magic, but Shiro really doesn't project that much.
Oh god, yeah, because Kirei wanted nothing more than to find, like, happiness in a family or something.
Yeah,
Whereas Baz just never even tried.
yes. I think
Because she was too scared.
if Kira knew the full story, he would have choked in it. Just like Zero, baby.
Oh, come on. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's not written by Yodabuchi.
She forgot. No.
Oh,
Unrelated picture of
Nah,
But yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Next one. Yeah, number 6
my
for Aru.
number 7
Alright,
was
Aru, number
that
6.
scene. Or 6,
What?
yeah, that was that scene. But I do want to add about the thing that followed immediately after. I don't know, were they the same scene?
Or was it the
Baz
real
found-
reveal of Chandra?
Oh no, where Baz
Was it?
found out about Kirei and unleashed
Oh, yeah,
the
that one.
stream.
I think that was the
Yeah.
next back night, right? That was the next back night afterwards.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, I
it's a-
think so.
I think of things in terms of streams sometimes.
It
I
was
know
the
we
next
did
back
it in
night.
one
Yeah.
stream.
Because one the forest talk one is one back night. I remember. Just by itself.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Oh no, right. That was after her scream. Was her remembering all that?
Was
Because
it?
it got spurred on by her. I think so, because it got spurred on like by her like remembering Kirei.
Let me
yeah,
check.
I remember now. But since I don't really have a solid like top 10 because I copied the question early. I'm just gonna talk about this anyway. Like,
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
just it was so good. Like, she was so absorbed in her work. And like, she found someone that she thought was like her and Kirei, and she latched onto him, and he betrayed her, and
Nope.
she just shattered. Like, she couldn't
Forest
handle
talk is
that.
it's way before the anger. What sparked her remembering is that Rin pointed out that she has no arm.
Yeah, and then she
And
she
then
remembered,
then
and
Bash just
she-
ran home. And Bash
she
just ran
couldn't
home.
like this whole
Yeah.
Holy Grail war, she wished for this whole endless Holy Grail war so she wouldn't have to confront that and remember that. Because she couldn't
Mhm.
handle having
She put
Kirei
all her
betray like that.
stats. She put all her stats in strength and dex, not coping.
Like, that's why she keeps repeating the fight. So she, as an escape, it's an escape.
Yeah.
That's what
Yep,
her work is to
escape
her.
is the baby. That's the
And-
team.
And like that scream was just like the most gut-wrenching scream I've ever heard. Actually, no,
Yeah.
Sakura's in Heaven's Feel was up there too. I did both screams
Yeah.
and I fucked them up both. I think the Sakura one was almost okay, and then RTX voice is like, nah.
So I'll just slot.
Well, RTX voice then clearly was like, no, actually, that's too girly.
I wish.
But yeah,
Oh,
I'll
she
just
was
probably
really good.
slot that to number 5 for Aru. Number 6 would be the forest thing, and number 5 for her would be finding out the truth of Kiri's betrayal. If that works, I don't know.
It's so good.
unless you want to combine them.
Yeah, I
Just put
kind
them
of
off.
thought of them together. Because they lead
Okay, then
into
sure,
each
yeah,
other
fine.
so nicely.
Yeah.
But number 6 is just that whole thing then. Okay then.
Alright.
Mano, number 6.
Number 6 is shockingly something different, actually. Angra and Baz exchanging backstories. Of just them talking.
Guess what's my number 6?
Yeah.
Yep. That.
Yeah, just him finding out about her and her just being like super relatable. Just like, yeah, she just had no
Like-
childhood. I can't even remember specifics, especially because my brain is disintegrating now.
Like
since
her,
we've been
like her,
streaming
Yeah,
for
her
a
whole
while.
talk about being a cog in an organization, and her wanting to change the world but
Yes.
can't. Good shit.
Yes.
And her like realizing that Angra's name isn't his actual name; it's just a title, and like wishing that by the end of this, I will find his real name. But she, at the very end of the last piece, finally lets that wish go for herself. You know.
Yep.
Yep.
It's
Also,
so
Gus,
good.
he wrote that down on her list as well.
Up. But yeah,
I'm not
that's
sure where
my
I'd
one
put
as
it.
well.
Like,
That's your
I'm not
number
sure if it'd be
5.
up there, but it's in there.
Pushing the Baz Kire thing up, or that's your number 6, pushing the Baz Kire thing up to 5.
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah,
It was real good though.
Okay, so then is that all, Mano? And I already said my part about that part.
yeah, like that's basically it. It's also just really nice because it's the first time you see both of them like letting a load off and just like
Like it reminds me of, funny
Hanging
enough, like
out.
of Bryn and Archer in the prologue. And
yeah,
we talked about this.
it
like,
is very
in
much a
stream.
lot like
Oh my
that.
god, it is.
We talked about this in stream a while back in that stream. It's like, oh yeah, this reminds me of Archer and Rin. In the prologue, we're just hanging out, shooting shit. Archer finding out more about Rin. Rin trying to find something about Archer.
Someone who catches some amount of feelings for Shiro and a alternate darker version of Shiro.
Oh.
Emiya Alter. You wanted so much for that Emiya Alter theory to be true.
It is
I-
Nemi Alter though. It is evil Alter. Evil Shiro.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, it kind of
Okay,
is.
So I think we're done. Number 5 for Aru.
Yeah, number 5 then was unless you had
Oh.
anything you wanted to add about the Angra and Baz backstory things.
Not really. You guys basically said everything I wanted to.
So then now, Mano.
Alright.
So again, I'm not really
Number
sure where I'd
5.
put this, but I guess I'll just slot Last Interlude in here. And I really enjoyed all the like fight scenes and the cool
Wait, you're
factor
separating
was
the
really
finale
cool.
up? You're separating the finale up? Oh, no. Okay.
Oh
That's
yeah, I separated it up into 3 scenes.
Oh yeah, I separated the finale out.
all.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Before last, alright, it's hard to decide between the two. I need to put more thought into it, but like, I guess I'll just talk about Last Interlude here, but it isn't,
What number is last? Okay, sorry. I was gonna say what number, but then you said what? You trying to decide?
yeah,
Go
no,
on, go on.
it's not, I'm not really gonna put a number on it, because I haven't really had time to think about it, but, like, the part I like the most, obviously, like, Saber excalibering an entire city, Gilgamesh unleashing the power of creation, and teaching me that the world is filled with magma at birth. No, that's not real. I knew. I totally knew. We got to see Archer and Rin fight together one more time. It was great.
We did,
But my favorite part
we
was the
sorted that out.
Sakura design.
Nice.
The Sakura design was so good. I love it so much.
Very good.
I would love to get like a... Oh, I should do that cosplay of Sakura, actually. That would be a great cosplay.
So which number are you up to, Mano?
5.
Okay, then. What's your number 5, then?
Karen's backstory,
Hey!
which we've talked about before too. Just like,
Yeah.
good.
Good.
She's
my
good.
number
Good.
my number 5. Baz finding out the truth of Kira's betrayal. Next.
My number 4.
All right, number 4.
Karen's backstory.
Hey, guess what? Guess what? My number 4 is Karen's backstory.
Okay,
How
might
are
as
Guess
you
well
what my
just-
thinking-
number 4 is?
What is your number 4?
It's a Karen scene.
Which Karen scene? The one
The
talking about
4th
sex?
one in the church.
Oh yeah, the one about music.
That
Yeah,
was
that one.
so good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And where Angra goes to get angry, but instead he's respected. And he's like, no, this is literally the worst time for this. Please don't do this.
And that's why he had to do what he did in the next Karen scene. he had to be the worst person ever to get some hatred in him.
Covers her eyes. Wait, no,
yeah.
I can cover my eyes now. I have hands.
Okay.
I can't see
you got any-
anything.
You got anything to say, Aru, about the wiser Aru got anything to say about the Karen backstory extra that we haven't already?
Oh, the backstory?
The problem is, I have written basically nothing except I wrote in a fucking long essay for my favorite scene.
Like, I just
That's
love
all.
Karen's character and like what was explored there. Like,
Yeah, and I like
Her
the
mom
exploration
was-
of the. Yeah, it just shows how bad it was because Claudia, in the pursuit of her love of fucking Kire, accidentally, purposely doomed her daughter to be discriminated for the rest of her life, and that's so fucked up. That's so
Yeah.
fucked up. And how
Like-
she was abused because of that. But then the priest dude who took care of her tried so hard to repress her, but then couldn't anymore when her natural talents was revealed. And then she continued around the world, just suffering for everyone. And Angra's like, why the fuck do you accept this?
yeah, why are you
aren't
taking
just
on all the
raging?
evil?
Yeah, why
Yeah.
aren't you just fucking hating everyone on your side? And Karen's like, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
That's cool
Oh
for me.
my
That's
God.
my life. You can't
Like-
decide anything. You can't decide how I react.
Like,
it's so good.
thought-
It's really good.
Like, she was born to a priest that could only take pleasure in the pain of others, and a woman with no immune system who would be killed by the weakest of viruses. Like, her nature is like a duality of both of her parents. It's so good.
Yeah, the saint with the devil combined.
And like her just being able to take on all that and still not get angry or hate anything. So good.
Yeah, she just expresses down the negative emotions and making other people suffer. That's
Yeah.
how she.
But she doesn't
Emo.
hate like Angra does.
No, definitely not.
Oh,
So number
She takes
3
on
then?
other people's suffering to save them.
number 3.
So good.
Is it number 3 for Aru or Mino? I lost count. Sorry.
Both.
I lost
I mean,
count.
I'm to number
I'd put
3. Aru, I think, has 2 number 5s technically, unless
Okay.
that
My list
Yeah,
is
okay.
fucked
Baz
because I copied the,
backstory is
the
continually
question earlier.
climbing.
So then Aru number 3 then.
So I guess here I'll just talk about what do I want to talk about here. I'm just looking at what I have written down. You know what? I think the writer scene would be somewhere around here.
Nice.
You're not a
Yeah,
monster.
we really very cool. Yeah.
We talked
Yeah,
about that,
we can
so
count that.
to no end though.
We can count that. We can count to that. Then.
Yeah.
We'll accept it.
And,
That is
and
fun,
I
though.
realized. I've realized actually, like, I don't. Yeah, like Ryder is a low S tier for me because I think that scene is the difference between like Sakura and Ryder for me. That like separates it out a little.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, for me, like as far as
Yeah.
Triple S goes, like writer is at the very bottom there.
Yeah, because
Just
sadly,
barely there.
a lot of other scenes are just like.
Like, don't get me wrong, very good scene, but yeah.
Okay, then number 3 for Mano.
Yeah, because it's all of us just losing steam over the course
Yeah,
of 6
it's
hours.
true.
6.5. But yes, okay.
Don't worry, I will make the most climactic finish because I'm the final one and I'm the number one, and I wrote a fucking essay about this. Don't worry, we will finish
Okay,
with a
cool.
bang.
All right.
I will look forward to listening
Number
from
3.
the biggest HA fan here.
Yorokobe Shoujo. It's the Bazette backstory featuring me, Koto Money.
The Koto
Oh, I'm
Money
too
rap.
tired. I'm losing it.
The backstory scene, like
Which
what?
is-
No, you
What
just
do you
did
mean?
Yeah.
quotes. The Koto
The,
Money
one
the
where-
rap.
forest. Specifically the forest. The one
Yeah.
featuring
So good.
Kire. That, like, shows her trying to connect with him, even
Oh, yeah,
though
that one.
she
Okay,
shouldn't.
That one. You're putting that high up. Okay, got it.
I'm putting that high up. The one from earlier.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, number 3. I don't need to say much more about it, but
Yeah, I'm ready to
what's
say
your
it.
number 3?
Angra and Baz running away from Berserker.
That's a good scene.
Just-
Yeah.
just I just love Baz and Angra's dynamic, you know. Baz just really cares for him, you know. And the whole quote about like foundation of helping someone come from a good place and not a negative emotion. It's just a really good
Yep.
quote and like really applies to life in general and like because I'm a psychologist, you know. I keep saying this.
Yeah.
And like I know
And
like I have doubt with like people like that, like depressed people and just people. And if you try to like go in that mindset, you will just be dragged down yourself. I was personally dragged almost to like just that place at the same time. So you need that love, that affection, all of that to keep yourself high and keep yourself stable. You know? And that's why I like that.
Like, you can't logic your way out of SLS. For anyone
Yeah.
who doesn't know, that is shit life syndrome.
Yeah.
It's when you don't have good things to balance you off.
Yeah.
And that's where I was for a while. But yeah, like,
Mhm.
Like that
alright,
specific
so
quote.
that's, yeah.
Number 2 for Aru.
Haru,
Okay.
number 2.
I'm just gonna put last piece here just because of like the time in my life that it came. Like
Base.
the final confrontation wasn't a fight in a physical sense. It was like a fight of acceptance for Baz. She was afraid of dying, but she was also afraid of being on her own. Like the eternal Grill War was her ideal escape because she could just spend each day fighting and working and never have to deal with anything. And Angora told her it was time to move on, and even if it
He
meant
was
ending
kind,
his
right?
own wish, he set Baz free. And just when Baz like accepted that, she was given another chance to live, and Angra actually granted her wish. And
Yep. A genuine wish
and
was actually granted. He saved her life in so many ways, physically and like mentally.
and then Baz goes back to the world of the living, and Angra can't follow. And he said he would just return to nothingness, and no one would remember him. And that was also a lie, Angra. Because in Angra's own words, nothing is worthless. And what Angra had done for Baz, the picture that just stayed in the world forever, and people remembered him too. Karen and
of course
Baz
the arm.
like painted
And of
Shiro
course
up
the-
to look like Angra.
And of course the arm as well. Demon
Yeah, the
robot
arm. Baz's
Yeah,
arm is
like-
there. Like Angra stayed. Angra was wrong.
My interpretation of that arm was that it was just a regular prosthetic that Baz started calling Angra, but
I could
yeah,
get
and
both
like for some reason,
meanings out
and
of
for
it,
some
but-
reason, Karen really wants that prosthetic for some reason as well.
I mean, it doesn't change the fact
because
that they
it
remember
makes
him though.
Baz happy. Except for the fact that she totally still remembers him, because how else would she be able to judge whether or not Shiro looks like him?
Yeah, no, they totally remember Angra. Angra was
Okay.
wrong about
Oh yeah,
Um,
nothing is
Fitting.
meaningless. Because even
Nothing is
worthless
meaningless.
things are meaning.
yeah.
Yeah, even worthless. There's nothing meaningless. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I see
Number
what you mean.
2,
Yeah.
Is that all, Aru?
Yeah, I guess I'll also say that quote goes in my quotes as well, probably. because it
Yeah.
did a lot
Yeah.
for me in my own creative work.
I mean,
And the
it
fact
is
that I still
Kirai's
struggle
quote.
with that, even though I know Angra is right about that, but I think it's all meaningless, even though it's not clearly. Alright.
My number
Number-
2. Which I don't even feel like I need to talk about that much. Last interlude. It's just a victory lap for all the Stay Night characters. And showing off where they ended up.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
of course I'm gonna love it. I'm a Stay Night stan.
Honestly,
Twice.
Last interlude could
Oh,
be
yeah,
higher
go on,
for me
Aru.
too. I'm just saying last interlude could be higher for me too. It's hard to like organize all these and I didn't number them out earlier.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Number 2, a surprise out of nowhere, the bridge scene, but more specifically, the final talk between Saber and Archer. That is what makes the bridge scene that high up for me. Just,
Yeah.
it's not long, it's not too deep, but it says so much with a few lines. Saber, after slashing Archer, says, Archer says to Saber after being slashed, like, you want to know why I did this? And Saber simply says, if you had the need to take up arms, then it must be a worthy reason. And Archer, of course, smiles and remembers Saber and that love, that beauty that he used to have for her and kind of still has, and smiles and then thinks, continue being fooled by me, and leaves. It's not that deep, it's not that complicated, but it's such the reason why I loved Archer in the first place, why I loved Archer and Stay Night, and that hint reminded me and like links that as well. And of course, Nasty confirming that the Archer is prologue Shiro is also so Kino,
It's poggers.
just all
It's
that,
shoggers.
yeah, that connection to Stay Night was why this is so high up. And of course, the whole fight scene and Shiro and Archer it being a sniper duel, and of course the whole like Archer surpassing his own role as Archer, which also translated him surpassing like his own role as like Hero of Justice and Saber, growing from Stay Night as well, surpassing her own role as king and as a servant, becoming Artoria again, becoming the one who roamed the battlefields. It's just like I disagree with your take that the bridge fight is simply just a fight. That there is a lot of character in there that you just need to look a bit deeper. Like so, but yeah, you could just dismiss it as a fight, but I feel like it's a culmination of so much of Stay Night, and that's why it's so high up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I can see
Like
that.
there's a lot in there. It's just
I also
not the
love-
things that my brain focused on, I suppose.
Yeah,
I
because
also love-
you wouldn't notice this on your first read. The reason why I noticed all these little
Yeah.
details is because I already read this.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like even then, even with all the details, I still don't think it would be as high for me. But that's just personal stuff.
Yeah, because for me,
Yeah.
I'm really attached to Archer and like just them like just acknowledging that. Like it would have been lower if they had other Archer scenes throughout the novels, acknowledging that part of him. But this
It's
is
true,
the only
it's-
little part, and that's why it's so high up for me.
Also, I'm just gonna say, like, I love what they called the flag for that too. It wasn't just Archer defeated. It was like I forget what it was, but it was like a really harsh word they used.
Can you
I have to
can
hit
you look
start.
at the flags?
Yeah.
Then don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay,
do the
then, now we
Undertale
get-
thing and never hit start again.
And now we go to number 1. Aru,
For one, I have a guess,
Alright.
but
I have a guess as well.
I'm gonna confirm your guess. I did art of this
Yep.
actually, so
Yeah, I do.
it
Why,
was the
yes.
staircase scene.
When you put number 2 as last piece, I knew what was number 1.
yeah.
You're a rock star. Seriously, like
I
in
agree.
this moment.
That's also my number 1.
Yep, it's so good. Like, it's honestly this scene reminded me the most of Chiro and Saber ascending the steps of the Ryudo Temple, knowing full well what happens when they continue. Like, that this is gonna come to an end. And they keep climbing.
Oh,
And this, like, drives home my point earlier that this illusion piano version reminds me of Karen's theme in tone. It's just Karen's theme is a bit sadder and more solemn. Melancholic is the word.
But also happier.
Yeah, it's kind of both at once, isn't it? But yeah, like I see,
Yeah.
like it's the theme of seeing things through clear eyes, and it works because they're like above the city and they see everything so clearly.
I got it.
Hmm?
This illusion piano is like acknowledging the hollowness that you have on the inside. Karen's theme is like Karen's theme is just smiling through the hollowness that you have on the inside.
Yep, and it's so good. Like,
Accepting it, but
One is
still moving
hollow, this
forward.
is melancholy.
Yeah.
and like,
But yeah,
as,
it's
like Shanga talks about how he enjoyed those ordinary days. And I wrote stuff here. I talked about it earlier, but the whole like meaning of the rock star quote to me, and like Shiro being like the music that Karen plays, and these two completely unique beings ascend the stairs together to disappear forever from the world, except that they don't.
Because it's
And
nothing.
it's so good.
The worthless things were not meaningless ones.
And
Yep.
that's where
for me.
I don't remember, but I think that's where the quote about the difference between worthless and meaningless is dropped as well, or it was retreaded here, and I like that as well
Yeah, with Angra and his whole view on the world.
because they're not meaningless.
Fucking
The two of them.
That just like
Yeah.
even if all humanity's like history is like worthless, it doesn't lose its meaning as long as someone keeps reaching the hand out, you know.
For me, it's making me
Yeah.
emotional because they're all at the end.
I have more of a tie to specifically like what it represents in Angra's arc, where he tried everything to push everyone away so that he could go try and die alone. To not fucking like to not affect people. Also, to get them to like live their lives without him, but it doesn't work. Karen's waiting there for him.
God, yeah, that's
And he's
so good.
fucking breaking down as they're walking up the steps. And she's there to help him along. Slowly, but fucking he couldn't push her away. And he tried as hard as anyone ever could.
But you Karen also.
She supported him.
The only way to push Karen away is to
Yep.
be boring as fuck.
Yep, you can't be too happy or too sad. You'll get her to stick around.
Aww.
And yeah,
It's
the
such a good
worthless,
scene.
meaningless quote was a Kid, thing.
Yeah,
That's
we
a
should
cute
say
thing.
that.
Okay.
But yeah, Wise also mentioned that.
Oh
but,
wow, that's ancient.
But yeah, it's just so fucking good.
There's a reason I
And with
ran
that
to draw
walk
it
up
immediately.
and Angra trying to Angra lying a little bit, you know. I mean, to both of them, go see me in the real world. I'm sure I'll be there. I'm sure you're not the kind of person who'd leave. I don't remember the exact quote, but it's.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Yeah.
Wise has the quote because I imagine your number one is the whole finale.
Yeah, but I don't have quotes, sorry.
I can't.
But yeah,
You rolled
just
them into one.
go. You're not the type of person who would leave.
Such a
Would
vulnerable
leave me
target.
be.
Such a vulnerable
Such
target, maybe?
yeah, something
like
like that. But
Yeah.
yeah,
So
just
good.
that where both of them think that they're going to disappear, all their memories are going to disappear, and that I guess that's a slight complaint that I have is that like it kind of makes me feel like the tears were for no reason if they do just keep their memories, like there were no stakes really, but like I'll take it to be happy.
It just needs to go good. Yeah.
Because you can think about both existing or not existing on their own.
I think we talked about this after,
Like-
like the idea of them like getting their own last episode. Angra and Karen.
Yeah.
That version of Karen.
Angra and Servant Karen.
Find their own little
yeah,
place in
like,
the void
that's-
together.
Okay. I assume that's both of you done about your about the steps.
I would honestly love to draw
Yep.
that or something.
Time to read the
And I'm just
script.
saying, just
If you guys have anything else.
nah, I'm good.
All right, let's
Howard?
hear the grand finale from our director. Wise Fall of Death.
Okay, let's go. Number 1, finale. Let's go in order. This is gonna be scattered fucking whatever, but this is gonna be from the heart. No bullshit, I don't care about anyone else's opinion. This is all me. Let's go in order. First, to walk up with Karen, as they both support each other. And she supports him when he almost falls, and without her, Angra would have never made up the stairs. Angra is talked about his view of humanity. And Karen, funny enough, also said that she came to that conclusion a while ago as well. Both people have suffered so much, but still do so much to help others. You're a rock star? Enough has been said about the other two about this line. Then Karen starts to disappear, leaving Angra to finish the rest by himself. But he can now. She's helped enough, and the rest of the Guardians stand in the fence as he looks down and knows that no one has fucking passed. And then we switch to Rin. Finally, full circle. Went from the prologue with Rin, and we're ending with her at the last interview, as she forces herself to do what she thinks is impossible, go against infinity. And unlike fucking Heaven's Feel, where Sakura only was technically infinite, but wasn't really. This is truly infinite. That is the parallel to Heaven's Feel. But the thing is, she does so anyway. She finally overturns her base philosophy that she never does something she thinks is impossible. This is her high jump. And then of course Archer finally comes at the end and reveals his red cloak. His full fucking cloak. Not just the one in fucking Stay Night. This is him at full power, flooding with the wind. Going back to being the man who stood by her side. I think even earlier, my headcanon, even earlier in the server, this is him fighting as a human back with Rin, back in the day. Nostalgia long forgotten. They both combine some power, projection, and her gem magic, and they just fucking go on town. Kazuki and Sasaki fight back to back, and the thing is, Kazuki doesn't need to do this. He can simply sleep, if he wants to simply keep existing. But you know what? He's doing this because he wants to support his wife and her decisions. And while she herself wished this will go on forever, she also grew from Kazuki's love and realized that this isn't also living, That maybe she'll do this to save Bizet as well. And she finally uses the power of destruction to destroy Avenger. And also, kind of annoyance mixed with that, because the loop is ending. But at the end of the day, she's also helping the duo climb those steps. She's helping save her life through her destruction magic. And then we go to Ryan Sakura, the Emiya household. Ryan learned from a lesson from the monster fight, and never went monster hunting, trusting and loving Sakura. And Sakura as well balances the inner shadow with her and herself, and for one night, she becomes Sakura Tosaka, her element being the imaginary numbers, and fighting with her that element and her dark side, embracing it while letting it fully consume her. And Ilya coming in with this assist, the only one who truly knows sacrifice of Angra is undergoing, but still puts on a big smile and simply enjoys life and the fun and destruction she has, with her real dad, Heracles. And then we shift to young Gil, who transforms into actual Gil, and says that even this task of extermination is something that a forerunner like himself he has to do. And even at the end, he is also assisting the duo and showing Aya's true power, showing that kingly nature, revealing the Earth at its origin, showing its truth, shedding layers of times to the beginning when it was molten fire, and setting all the shadows there. And of course, Saber's the last defense, the final swords. She remembers her final goodbye to Shiro Angra, hates that he never said goodbye, hates that he's simply walking up the stairs that she used to walk up with him. But that's fine. She will always be his sword. And Shiro/Angra chose to continue to go to the future, just like how Shiro did in the Fate route, just like how she did in the Fate route, as she chose to let her life in. And she greatly respects that devotion and drive, and fucking Excalibur's the biggest Excalibur we ever saw in the VN. And Ku just waits there, tired, his job already done, no longer really want to fight, and waits for his loop to end and for his master to be free. And now we go to the final talk between Baz and Angra. I don't think I can actualize how much I love this scene, tied with the answer. Those two who love each other so much, and the struggle, both internally and externally, will be to stay in this loop, enjoying the stagnating world, or to move forward and live life. I legit sobbed when I reread the scene when I was writing this down. For some reason, just a choke of sobbing came out of me. And Baz saying that the daytime was Angra's wish, that over the years of suffering, he just simply wanted to live a mundane life of happiness, just enjoying the sights. But Angra refuses this. because something even more important is mine. Baz, the weak girl who hated herself but kept trying, and he set her free to go across the oceans. There's so much I want to say about the relationship, about how both of their realizations affected me so much. But I'll keep it simple. Umbra embodied his own philosophy at the very end. That as long as he tried to at least hold his hand out to save someone, then all that suffering and pain was worth it to him. And Bazet also let Angra go as well. Ever since she saw his real figure in that backstory scene, she vowed so hard to at least find his name, and then later on vowed to never abandon him. Because Angra knew the real her, knew the weak self, and still loved her, and yet she had to leave him behind to grow a brand new world where everything is still shitty. But as long as she kept trying, that means she did learn from those events, and that sacrifice was worth. I was Bazet when I first read it. I learned from this cute story about these characters, and I love these characters and the plot and the world building. But then I learned to let go. I didn't let it consume me. I used it as a foundation for what I wanted to do with my life, helping others. And that's why HA meant to me, and why it's my favorite fictional work. Thank you very much.
That was so good. I'm crying.
Yeah, if I could,
Well said, Wise.
if I could clap non-sarcastically, I would do it.
Yeah, just like
Consider
this
my
is all
tears
my heart.
coughing.
None of this is from other things. It's just all from me, you know.
Incredible,
Yeah.
Wise. Wait.
And why I even came on this Q&A, just because I love this fictional work so much, you know. I'm
We're,
fucking tearing
Yeah.
up now. You know,
we're
it's
so
good.
happy
It's
to
good.
have you.
It's good, you know.
Yeah, it was
Love
fun having
Nate.
you on, and
Yep.
let's
Aw,
get an Omakuji.
Yeah, Omakuji, yep.
the last one.
One
Alright.
last Omakuji.
And I'll give one last image to send things off.
Okay. Oh god. Hold on, the tears are really. How do I make itchy visible?
Oh, realism. You'll only know that way down the line.
What did realism say?
That they have school now, and don't know if they regret it or not.
You will regret it.
Yeah. Alright. Alright, Wise, this is the first time you're included in the Fortune's results.
You know?
You ready?
Ah, the perfect image.
Oh, let's see the image first. It's just Shiro.
It's just Shiro.
It's just Jiro.
The perfect image to end on.
It's alright. Thank you, everyone who was here live.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you.
This was a long stream, but thanks
Oh,
to
the
anyone who kept
tears.
this long,
Thank
and kept
you so
anyone
much.
who kept, just anyone who came on this journey with us. You know?
Thank you
Yeah.
all so very much. I can't put into words how much I appreciate all of you.
Yeah.
Everyone on
Adding or
YouTube.
lurking, if you asked questions, if you're following along the VODs, or if you're on YouTube, like, comment, subscribe.
Like,
Fucking
subscribe,
chill.
follow. All the things. Oh, also announcement. I will actually be on a stream. I'll be guesting on a stream on Foul Phantasma's channel on Saturday. So, look forward to that. I'll probably post
Yeah,
something on in the Discord about it.
And yeah, this will probably be the end of my streak, you know, of being here all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, no
This is
worries.
this is my final big
Now-
goodbye.
Yeah, you've done all the modding, all of the like secret keeping that you actually have the passion to do.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you have entered the area of where.
Yeah, we got to the works that resonated with you the most, and if you're
this is
there
my-
for streams, we're happy to have you. But
Of course.
also, if
This is
like, you're not up to it, it's
Great.
all good.
top
that
tier
was-
Let's Play.
And yeah,
Thank you.
thank you
Top
so
tier
much.
mods.
Okay, then
So,
let's look
yeah.
at Omakuji. We do it one at a time, from top to bottom. You know
Aru,
what?
start it off.
Me? Okay. Illness prolonged, but will heal. God, I hope so.
Tool. Tongue twisters? Good.
Food and drink. Deep fried cod and potatoes.
Come on, is HA
Alright,
even
and
telling
Aru,
me to
that
eat?
means you.
Come on.
Eat, eat,
No.
eat.
Fine.
Alright.
I'll enjoy the taste of slaughter after this because I have a burger
Has
in the
this
fridge.
been the longest? Has this been the longest stream? Let's check.
No, it hasn't. It
Not
already.
quite,
I
I
know
think.
it hasn't.
But yeah.
What was the longest
I'll
It's
stream?
only
enjoy the
7
taste of
hours.
slaughter.
Was it like the UBW finale, right?
Yeah, I think so. We're only an hour under, but yeah. Alright. This has been
Alright.
Themicule. Latagra,
good luck.
Splatagra.
This has
life,
been Wise Wolf
good time
Dev.
zone,
luck.
and good luck!
See you later.
Good luck.
Don't torture people. That's my advice.
Alright, we're gonna end on this image of Marine. See you.
Wise trying to give some advice to the US government. You forgot about the wait timer, didn't you?
Oh, I forgot something.
And then you're not
Hello,
gonna
Marine.
listen to the stream, so it's gonna cut off again.
Oh, let's finish it. Now, October.
Alright.
Sayonara.
If you have access to the baguette emote, just drop that.
Adios.
Remember, chat. I actually hate
Fun
you all.
fact.
See you later.
See you, everyone. Thank you. Oh wow, 6 people stuck on.
Fun fact, in Sonic Adventure 2, well, the Japanese track used the word adios, the English track used the word sayonara in its place, as a way of saying goodbye that is not in the native language.
And also just updates. Probably no stream tomorrow, and we'll
Definitely
probably
no
be
stream.
moving on to the anime next. So I'm excited.
Emiya
Cooking
Go.
anime.
Emiya-san no Gohan,
Yes, it's gonna be so-
Thursday! And then
Alright.
Tiger Dozos?
Dojo Tuesdays. Yes. See ya, everyone.
Goodbye!
Shoggers.
Bye-bye.
One final. And goodbye, YouTube and VOD people.
And goodbye. Yep, everyone who
I-
can't hear this live.
Trying
would
to
say
make a
all
heart
of you
symbol with
VOD
my
viewers.
hands, and I don't think it's
I
working.
would
but
hate
that's
all
a
of you
bonus.
VOD viewers.
VOD viewers excluded. And one
no,
final.
not excluded. They included in my hate.
And here's the last. Uwu. That's how I end.
See you later.
Everything.